does suggest that the Ukrainians are well organized, well dug in, and have prepared effectively for this onslaught by the Russians. And bear in mind, too, that the Ukrainian army is no longer the force it was in 2014 when the Russians seized control of Crimea. This is an army of 200,000 people now, a large number of which, a large percentage of which, have combat experience. So they're not going to be a rollover for the Russians at all. And the fighting that we've seen so far has made that clear.
Rob Parsons, we'll be checking back in with you in the next hour. Many thanks for that live update from Kiev as the nighttime curfew there sits in. As Rob said, fighting on several fronts. More now from Monty Francis.
You could hear the sounds of war on Friday, just a few miles north of central Kiev, as Russian troops entered the Ukrainian capital. With the streets deserted, Ukraine's defense ministry urged people to stay indoors and to prepare Molotov cocktails to defend themselves. Some heeded the advice, taking cover in underground metro stations, while others fled. At a military airport on the outskirts of the capital, Ukrainian forces battled with Russian helicopters, shooting flares to send heat-guided missiles off course. The Kremlin said on Friday it was willing to negotiate, but only if Ukraine laid down its arms.
We are ready for negotiations. At any moment, as soon as the armed forces of Ukraine respond to the call of our president, they must stop resisting and lay down their arms.
Moscow claims it's just targeting military installations, but images show otherwise. Airstrikes hit a residential building just outside of the capital. 8 people were hurt, but there were no reports of casualties. Russian forces are closing in from all sides, from the east into the regions of Kharkiv and Dnipro, and from the south, landing by sea at the cities of Odessa and Mariupol. Ukraine said Russian forces had also seized the Chernobyl nuclear power plant near the northern border. For its part, the Russian Defense Ministry claims it has disabled 13 Ukrainian command posts and communication centers and destroyed 14 anti-aircraft missile systems, shot down 5 aircraft, 5 drones.
Well, hello everyone. Today is a new day. And now I see my screen's all messed up. I don't know why. Oh, I had all that fixed, but whatever. So today is a new day. Let's see what's going on. I gotta fix the screen. How's everyone doing today? Hopefully as best as they can. Hopefully everyone's hanging in there. I'm praying. This is a scary time. I don't think people realize how scary this is. So, yeah, we'll just sit and watch this. If anyone has any ideas of a different screen they would like in, feel free to let me know. I'll be more than happy to put it in. All right, I'll turn this up.
For more, let's now cross to Derek Thompson, editor-in-chief of the France.
And let me know if it gets too loud, please.
Observers, our website, which fact-checks and stays in touch with our citizen journalists. Many thanks for being with us here on France 24. Amateur footage coming out. We were talking with Rob Parsons earlier about the fog of war. You found some that has been verified, which matters, right in the suburbs of Kiev.
That's right. It's actually inside Kiev. We're talking about the Obolonsky district, and we came across a video this morning that was shot apparently by a civilian just from his or her car. And if we can see the video and we can listen to it as well, you'll see it's just it's a relatively empty street. You can see a tracked vehicle a little bit in the distance. We don't know who that tracked vehicle belongs to, whether it could be Russian or Ukrainian, but we can hear shooting. We hear sounds of small arms fire, quite heavy sounds of small arms fire. So we know that there was combat going on there. Now, if we can take a look at a map, I can show you where this region is. It's on the northwest side of the capital, Kiev, and it's actually within the city limits. It's called Obolonsky, and you'll see it on the map. It'll appear just on the right-hand side of the map. And it's interesting because it is within city limits. The Ukrainian authorities reported that Russian troops were fighting in that neighborhood in the morning. On the Russian side, it's interesting, they were talking about airborne troops who arrived yesterday. So if you look at the map,
reporting on the fight for that airfield on Thursday.
Exactly. So if you look at the map, you see Obolonsky district kind of in the middle there, and then over further west, you see Antonov International Airport. That is where that helicopter attack took place. It was a flight of dozens of Russian attack helicopters and also troop-carrying helicopters, the kind of helicopters that normally carry troops into battle. They engaged in a firefight over Antonov International Airport, and we know that they put down at least some soldiers because we've seen images that show Russian soldiers with white armbands actually on the ground at the airport. So the question is, where were those soldiers today? The Russians said that the soldiers, they landed at the airport, hooked up with other Russian troops, and were then fighting in this Obolonsky district in the northwest. The Ukrainian Defense Ministry said that the fighting was going on, and they put a message out. It was an appeal to residents in the Obolonsky neighborhood. And they said, please, citizens in the Obolonsky neighborhood, we ask you to keep us informed about the movement of military hardware. Peaceful residents, be careful. Do not leave your homes. But they also said, make Molotov cocktails and neutralize the occupier. So there does seem to be fighting that could be happening there. And then if we can see one more video later in the...
Make Molotov cocktails. In other words, dig in for the long haul and perhaps draw in the Russian forces to urban warfare.
They were the ones advising civilians to make Molotov cocktails to fight the Russian troops. Later in the day, we can see that the Ukrainian authorities were handing out weapons apparently to civilians. Again, we don't have all the details. We know that this was in the same neighborhood.
And these images are verified, the ones you just...
These are verified images. We know that these images were shot around the middle of the day in the Obolonsky district in northwestern Kiev. I saw a shotgun and I saw an assault weapon, an assault rifle being handed out to people who are in civilian clothing. So it suggests that the Ukrainian military or the Ukrainian defense authorities are handing out guns to civilians, expecting that there might be fighting there.
What about when it comes to seeing actual Russian troops on Ukrainian soil?
Well, we've been looking for that all day. We've got an idea of what to look out for because we've been following videos of the Russian troops who've been preparing on the edges of Ukraine. And we have seen some pictures of Russian troops inside Ukrainian territory. And in the south, and we have a map to show this, much further south, there are, so much further south from the capital, just north of Crimea. Crimea has been held by Russia since 2014. And about 60 kilometers north of there, inside Ukrainian territory, we've seen columns of Russian armor actually coming in. Those videos, they had, there was a Ukrainian civilian who was narrating those videos, and he said that the soldiers there, he spoke to the soldiers there, he saw soldiers on the ground. This is what we're talking about here. This was in Kakhovka. You see that indicated on the map.
Near the Dnieper River?
It's further south than there, but they were crossing a bridge, and in the video, you see soldiers actually on the ground. They are Russian soldiers. The man making the video, who appears to be Ukrainian, he goes up to the soldiers and he says he asked them, where are you guys from? They said, we're from Russia. He said, can I film you? And he said, yeah. And they said, yes, go ahead. So these are apparently Russian soldiers who are saying openly, yes, you can film us. We're here. We're in Ukraine. And they actually arrived in a column that had armored vehicles in it. It had APCs, and we have pictures of that as well. Here you can see some armored vehicles. If you look on the side of them there, you'll see a Z written. There you go. There's one there. And then there's one on this truck. You see they're putting a Z on the side of their vehicles.
That about?
We've seen that in a lot of Russian vehicles all around the zone. And it appears to be an effort to differentiate their vehicles from Ukrainian vehicles, because the two armies, of course, have the same kind of military materiel that they've had since Soviet days, the similar equipment, so they're trying to distinguish themselves, apparently. There's one other thing that we've seen Russian soldiers doing, and there's one shot of them here. This is interesting. This is pictures that we think were in the Kiev area. Now look at this soldier right here. You can see white armbands. This is something we saw in the south, and we've also seen in the airport that we were showing before. Russian soldiers wearing white armbands on both arms. That appears to be a sign of a Russian soldier within Ukraine.
Right. So because they get their equipment from the same source. Both sides.
Exactly. It all comes from Soviet equipment. The weapons look very similar.
One final question for you, Derek Thompson. People watching these images on social media, they're
thrown out there to try and create some kind of justification for this presumably largely back home in Russia, where lots of people are now going out onto the streets and asking why their government is doing this. If it claims that Ukraine is a brotherly neighbour country, why is Russia bombing its closest neighbour without making the case that it seems why this is now happening?
And Nick, lots of people are leaving not just the cities, but the country as well. What are the main routes out?
Well, for now, the main route is to Poland, straight west out of Kiev towards Lviv, which is the biggest city on the Polish border. But there have been issues today that along some of the main roads leading west, there was fighting. We understand there was fighting between Russian forces, potentially even Russian tanks and the Ukrainian army, just within about 15 kilometers of that main artery leading out. And given the numbers of people out and about, there were very, very long traffic jams, people stuck for hours at a time. So you can imagine the anxiety of being stuck in traffic that's basically parked on the motorway, knowing that shooting and even tank fire is happening within a matter of kilometers of where you are, not being able to move. It's a very difficult situation. It sent lots of people trying to travel further away from that fighting, further south, in terrain that is often pretty difficult with potholed roads going endlessly between villages. But we've just been spending the last few hours basically just at about 50 kilometers an hour between villages with these endless lines of vehicles, all trying to find a way out. So now people aren't losing their calm. I've been pretty struck by the fact that given how difficult it is even to find fuel, let alone know where to go and how to get there, I haven't seen people panic or raise their voices or push ahead in queues at the petrol stations. So for all the kind of severity and the kind of importance of the situation, people are in some way keeping calm and dealing with the situation as best they can.
Nick, thank you so much for letting us know what's going on. Do try and stay safe. Thank you for now. Nick Connolly in Kiev, just outside Kiev, I should say. Well, as the Russian military besiege the Ukrainian capital, Moscow has said that it will topple the Ukrainian government. The mayor of Kiev has announced that the defense of the city has begun. Thousands of civilians have fled. Those who remain are braced for a violent confrontation.
Another terrifying start to the day in Kyiv. Overnight, there was more destruction. Bombs rained down, forcing residents to flee to safety in bunkers. Metro stations and cellars packed with residents grappling to come to terms with their new reality. It's hard, but I'm holding on. A nearby house caught fire, and there were many victims. And we were waiting until 7 o'clock in the morning in our apartment, in the corridor, in the bathroom, until the end of curfew, so that we could come here. I work here. I feel mostly tired and anxious. It's so strange. None of it feels real. I don't even know how to relate to it all. Above them, soldiers on the streets of central Kyiv, and reports of gunfire near the government district. And on the edge of the capital, an enemy aircraft the Ukrainian army claims they shot down. Meanwhile, Ukraine's president sent a message to Russia. Russia will have to talk to us sooner or later. Talk about how to end the fighting and stop this invasion. The sooner the conversation begins, the fewer losses there will be for Russia itself. But in Moscow, repeated unfounded claims from the Kremlin suggest there's no end to Russia's invasion in sight. The aim of the operation was openly declared: demilitarization and denazification. We want the Ukrainian people, or as President Putin said, all the people living in modern Ukraine, to have the opportunity to freely determine their future destiny. But for most Ukrainians, the only future they're contemplating now is whether to remain in their homeland or to flee.
Now, EU finance ministers have been meeting today in Paris to discuss further sanctions against Russia. Germany is under increasing pressure to drop its opposition to cutting off Russia's access to the SWIFT money transfer system. Now, Robin Wagner is a member of the German Parliament for the Green Party and sits on the Parliament's committees on foreign and European affairs. Let's wait for him to appear. There he is. Well, welcome to DW. Why is Germany so opposed to cutting Russia off from the global financial system?
I think it's not only talking about the word SWIFT and the feelings that you have with talking about SWIFT, but we definitely need to have strong sanctions against Russia as we are facing an aggression against international peace order and against us as a whole. So we need to have a package of sanctions that really work and that really push hard against Russia's capabilities to finance their war. And we need to have a good calculation between what we do and what will be the retaliation that comes from Russia. And I think we need to take all of this into account. And it's not only talking about the word SWIFT, but to have a good package that directly addresses those responsible and directly addresses everything that is necessary to cut off financing.
You say that we need to have a set of sanctions that will allow us to push hard against Russia's ability to finance its wars. Wouldn't cutting it off from SWIFT achieve that?
That could be one part of such a package, but we also have other measures that we're taking right now that also really go strong steps to that goal without having the negative side effects of cutting off from SWIFT.
So what are the negative side effects that you fear? What is the Russian retaliation that you fear?
Well, we would definitely cut off everything that could happen between Russia and the rest of the world, and that would be a strong problem also for civil society.
If anyone has any suggestions on what they'd like me to put in any of the boxes, feel free to let me know, and I'll be more than happy to do that.
As well.
Okay, forgive me for interrupting, but what I would like you to do is to give our viewers, is to give people watching DW now, this is your opportunity to tell them, this is why it is bad to cut Russia off from SWIFT. If we cut Russia off from SWIFT, these will be the negative consequences. The stage is yours.
No, it's not only talking about SWIFT. It's
please address that point. Please, all right, you can address the others. That's fine. But this is the big one on the table. So, SWIFT is the one that Germany opposes. Explain to the audience why it would be a bad thing to cut Russia off from its ability to finance its wars by cutting it off from SWIFT. Explain to us what the negative consequences would be.
No, we would not cut off Russia with this one measure from financing their wars. It's a package of measures that we need at the moment, and we need a strong, unified European position on all these measures. And it's not a good idea to focus solely on SWIFT. We have other measures in this package that will work on the way to cutting off Russia from financing their war. And we totally focus in the debate on SWIFT, which is not a very good idea. It's not only this one aspect. This one aspect is what makes us all feel good that we have done everything we could. But there are other measures in the package that are quite strong. For example, today, there were even sanctions against Putin and Lavrov, which was not something that has been done in ways of sanctionings before.
You've talked about a strong...
I'm trying to find a better live stream for one of these.
Has imposed on Russia. There was a set after it brought down MH111. There was a set that you agreed before this war happened, and this is the third set. Where is the evidence that any of this has had the slightest impression on Russia?
I think we're not talking about the last sets of sanctions. We're talking about this set of sanctions, and we have a strong set of sanctions at the moment.
Germany is attractive.
Even more sanctions if necessary, but at the moment we have a strong set of sanctions on the table.
One of the criticisms that Germany has faced is that it puts its own commercial interests with Russia ahead of wider considerations. Right? And it has taken the German Chancellor so long to even use the words Nord Stream 2. I'm going to presume that you are going to say that criticism of Germany is unfair.
as a Green Party in Germany, we have a long history of strongly opposing Nord Stream 2 in this package. We have had that quite a lot of times before. And it's Nord Stream 2 is a geopolitically wrong project, and it's very good that it's off the table. And the foreign minister, Annalena Baerbock, made it very clear that Germany is willing to pay its price for a strong set of sanctions and for really acting against this aggression against international law and peace in Europe.
Thank you so much for joining us. Robin Wagner, member of the German Parliament for the Greens.
Thank you.
Here's a recap of the latest developments. Russian forces are pressing in closer to Ukraine's capital, Kiev, on day 2 of a full-scale invasion. The mayor says the city has entered a defensive phase and Ukrainian military vehicles are entering the capital to protect it from approaching troops. Air raid sirens have been sounding in Kiev and other cities, prompting people to take shelter in metro stations. There have been reports of clashes in and around the city after Russia bombarded it with missiles overnight. Ukraine's government says that at least 137 of its soldiers and civilians have been killed. Russian President Vladimir Putin claims he's willing to negotiate after Ukraine's Volodymyr Zelensky raised the possibility of neutral status for Ukraine. But the conditions for such talks have not been made clear. Let's get more from DW correspondent Emily Sherwin, who's here in Berlin with me from Moscow after Russia withdrew her journalistic accreditation. Good to see you here, Emily. Let's start with the calls for talks from both sides. Who is saying what?
Well, it's been a bit of a back and forth today, and it almost seems at the moment that this is a bit of play acting from the Kremlin, but we have to wait and see, of course. Zelensky today said that he would be willing to talk about making Ukraine a neutral country. Surprisingly, to me at least, the Kremlin spokesman then said that that idea would fit in with Putin's idea of, what they're calling demilitarization and denazification in big quote marks. I'm putting that in big quote marks. And then, Belarus's leader said, Lukashenko said, okay, well, you can meet in Minsk. Then Ukraine came back and said they would actually rather meet in Warsaw. And then the Kremlin spokesperson came back and said, well, now you've taken a bit too long to respond. So now relations between our two countries are paused. So you do get the sense in a way that, and you've been getting that, I think, for several weeks now, that the Kremlin doesn't really recognize the government, Zelensky's government, as legitimate at all. And in a way that fits in also with what Putin's been saying about Ukraine. He's been saying that he doesn't really even think it's a real country. So we'll have to wait and see whether there are talks, but it could be that this is all kind of smoke and mirrors.
This is just part of the game. Everyone around the world is now sitting there trying to peer into Vladimir Putin's head and asking themselves the question, well, what has emboldened him to do this now?
The problem is, of course, Phil, that I can't peer into his head either. We don't know. We know that Vladimir Putin has been thinking about Ukraine for some time now. He wrote a big, long article about Ukraine back in July of last year about how, he doesn't think that the Ukrainian people are a separate people from Russians, essentially. So essentially the same thing that we've been hearing from him this week as well about kind of not recognizing essentially Ukraine's statehood. Then we've also been hearing about NATO expansion and how that's against Russia's security interests now for several months. And there's this real sense from Vladimir Putin that he's been wronged, that Russia's been wronged for many, many years by the West and not taken seriously, that he's kind of here to to right some historical wrong, to do historical justice, to restore that almost on a messianic mission. And I do think also that there was a vote, on constitutional changes back in 2020, which allow Vladimir Putin to stay in power beyond his current term, which ends in 2024. And it seems almost as if he's doing something kind of outrageous now to really cement his power. And perhaps we're going to see some changes within the Kremlin elite in the coming weeks as well.
So the biggest response that the West is mounting at the moment is sanctions, discussions of sanctions, implementation of sanctions. Russia, of course, has been under sanctions for years. You've lived in Moscow for years. Have you seen in that time any sign of sanctions having an effect on the people?
Well, of course, the expat community has been complaining for years that there's no French cheese and European cheese. But that, jokes aside, the Russians have been saying for years that the narrative there is, with the previous sanctions, that those only make Russia's economy stronger, and particularly the agriculture sector and so on. Now the narrative is that those sanctions, we're used to the sanctions. We've been under sanctions for years, and those sanctions will actually just make us stronger, and they will actually be implemented no matter what we do. That's kind of the new line, that no matter what happens, the West is just trying to keep Russia down because we're too great a country for them to face. When it comes to the actual economic situation, real wages for people in Russia have been falling for several years. And actually this week, yesterday, with this announcement of the war, essentially the invasion of Ukraine, people that I know were running to ATMs to take out dollars because the ruble was in free fall. So people are really concerned about their livelihoods and the consequences not only of sanctions, but actually of this war as well.
Okay, Emily, stay with us. We're going to take a look at some anti-war protests that have broken out in Russia, and then we'll come back to you. Because people have been gathering outside Russian embassies to protest against Russia's actions and to express their support for Ukraine. But in Russia itself, taking part in public demonstrations can result in immediate detention. Despite this, anti-war protesters in cities across the country have taken to the streets.
Risking arrest, even prison time, to show the world that Russia is not united behind President Putin. Thousands came out across the country, chanting no to war. They were flaunting a ban on demonstrations. Police arrested over 1,700 people, half of them in the capital, Moscow. Authorities warned they could be charged with a crime. I don't want Russia to attack Ukraine like this. I have grandparents there. What happened is a shame. Many of us have relatives and friends from Ukraine, and this is a betrayal of them. Russians staged perhaps the most daring display of opposition, but not the only one. Demonstrations of solidarity sprung up in cities around the world. Times Square in New York saw a massive Ukrainian flag unfurled. The Brandenburg Gate in Berlin was also visited by a crowd of Ukraine's yellow and blue national colors. Many of us thought it was impossible, but it happened. I woke up this morning and it brought me to tears. I think it's appalling. It's an illegal war of aggression and it has to stop. It's important that there's peace in Europe, and this is a worst-case scenario. A condemnation of Putin's war and a message of solidarity with those in basements and bomb shelters across Ukraine.
So our DW correspondent Emily Sherwin is still with me. Emily, how significant is the opposition to this war with Ukraine in Russia?
Of course, we don't know overall when it comes to numbers. I think it's probably fair to say that any surveys published now, we should kind of cast a very critical eye on those. I would say that the fact that people came out to protest yesterday at all is significant, because it's really difficult and dangerous to protest at the moment in this current atmosphere, which has been quite tense, I think, for the last few weeks, but even for a longer time. At the beginning of 2021, there were these big protests after the arrest of opposition politician Alexei Navalny, and there was a huge crackdown with a huge number of arrests. After that, critical media outlets being closed and so on. So it really became almost impossible to voice any opposition to essentially anything going on in the last year or so. So even the fact that people took to the streets to oppose this war, I think is significant and shows that people are willing to risk being arrested just to show how unhappy they are with this.
And it's extraordinary. Every time you see Putin or Lavrov talking about what's going on, and they talk about how they are going to denazify Ukraine and how Ukraine is the aggressor. How is this story being told in Russia?
Well, I think this, what you were just talking about, this rhetoric about denazification, what we've seen in the last week is this very strange jumble of historical building blocks almost. We had Putin talking about the communist times, about how Vladimir Lenin, when he, after the October Revolution in 1917, created Ukraine. It didn't exist at all. There was that. Then he was talking about how it's full of Nazis. So there's this rhetoric from the Second World War, which has become a very significant bit of rhetoric, I think, in Russia in the last few years. It's known as the Great Fatherland War in Russia, and very significant, very emotional topic for people. So they're using that as well to kind of paint Ukraine as the aggressor, to paint Ukraine as an enemy, despite the fact that actually many Russians have relatives in Ukraine, friends in Ukraine, and the ties are very close. So kind of a strange jumble there that I think is worth talking about.
Okay, good talking to you. Thank you so much for that. Emily Sherwin, former DW Moscow correspondent, now just sort of hanging around the office. Thank you so much. Now, European leaders have agreed new sanctions against Russia over its war on Ukraine, but they held back from cutting Russia off from the global SWIFT payment system after resistance from a number of countries, including Germany. Despite this, European Commission President Ursula von der Leyen says the measures agreed would have a major impact on the Russian economy.
We will hold the Kremlin accountable. The package of massive and targeted sanctions European leaders approved tonight clearly demonstrates that. It will have maximum impact on the Russian economy and the political elite, and it is built of 5 pillars. The first is the financial sector. Second, the energy sector. The third is the transport sector. Fourth are export controls and the ban of export financing. And finally, visa policy.
Let's get more on the European response from Marina Strauss in DW's Brussels Bureau. Welcome, Marina. Is the feeling amongst European leaders that these sanctions really are strong enough, or is this the compromise version that they can all agree on?
Ursula von der Leyen, the EU Commission President, we just saw, she clearly said that these are the harshest, the strongest, the strictest sanctions have ever been deployed versus Russia. So this is a big step indeed, and some EU leaders have also said in front of the press, told us these are strict sanctions. But on the other hand, there are also those who say we could have even been stricter, we could have been harsher, because looking at what's going on in Ukraine, looking at this red line that Russian President Putin clearly has breached with his invasion of Ukraine, we should have maybe looked at SWIFT, as you said earlier. Maybe we should have taken more severe sanctions there. And as you know, yesterday EU leaders met in Brussels, but there are also more emergency meetings. For example, foreign ministers are meeting right now. We're waiting for a press conference that will start any minute. And when the EU's top diplomatic chief, Josep Borrell, a Spaniard, arrived here at the EU institutions this afternoon, he said, no, actually, when asked by a journalist, no, these sanctions are not enough. We will have to look at the third package of sanctions. So we're waiting what kind of sanctions will be announced later today and what this third package of sanctions could look like maybe in a couple of days.
Right, Marina, we're going to interrupt you because the Secretary General of the NATO, Jens Stoltenberg, is taking it to the stage. So let's go to Brussels and the NATO HQ.
We deplore the tragic loss of life, enormous human suffering and destruction. Our thoughts are with those killed, injured and displaced. We call on Russia to stop this senseless war. Immediately cease its assaults, withdraw all its forces from Ukraine, and turn back to the path of dialogue and turn away from aggression. The Kremlin's objectives are not limited to Ukraine. Russia has demanded legally binding agreements to renounce further NATO enlargement and to remove troops and infrastructure from allies that joined after 1997. We are facing a new normal in European security, where Russia openly contests the European security order and uses force to pursue its objectives. The world will hold Russia and Belarus accountable for their actions. Russia as the aggressor, Belarus as the enabler. President Putin's decision to pursue his aggression against Ukraine is a terrible strategic mistake, for which Russia will pay a severe price for years to come. NATO allies and the European Union have already introduced significant sanctions, and many of our partners around the globe have joined us. We must stand ready to do more, even if it means we have to pay a price, because we are in this for the long haul. At the same time, the Russian people must know that Kremlin's war on Ukraine will not make Russia more secure. It will not make Russia more respected in the world. It will not lead to a better future for your children. In response to Russia's massive military build-up over the past months, we have already strengthened our deterrence and defense. Yesterday, NATO allies activated our defense plans. And as a result, we are deploying elements of the NATO response force on land, at sea, and in the air, to further strengthen our posture and to respond quickly to any contingency. The United States, Canada, and European allies have deployed thousands of more troops to the eastern part of the alliance. We have over 100 jets at high alert, operating in over 30 different locations, and over 120 ships from the high north to the Mediterranean, including 3 strike carrier groups. There must be no space for miscalculation or misunderstanding. We will do what it takes to protect and defend every ally and every inch of NATO territory. Leaders today also made clear that we must continue our support to Ukraine. The Kremlin is trying to make NATO and the EU provide less support to our partners. So our collective answer must be more support to countries like Georgia, Moldova, and Bosnia-Herzegovina, to help them succeed with their democratic reforms and pursue the path that they have freely chosen. More than ever, this crisis demonstrates the importance of North America and Europe standing together in NATO. There is no security in Europe without a strong transatlantic bond. With that, I'm ready to take your questions.
Okay, we'll go to Al Jazeera.
James Bayes, Al Jazeera.
How fearful are you about the possible fall of Kyiv? How long, in your estimation, can the government of Ukraine last? And if we move to a resistance insurgency type situation, what support can NATO then give?
So what we see now is a full-fledged invasion of Ukraine from multiple directions with air, sea and land capabilities. And this is actually in line with what our intelligence services predicted over a long period of time, because we saw the build-up around Ukraine with air, sea and land forces. We see, of course, that they're moving towards Kiev. We also see the rhetoric, the messages, which is strongly indicating that the aim is to change government, to change and remove the democratically elected government in Kiev. We are in close contact with the government of Ukraine. We are, of course, monitoring the situation very closely. It is still a fluid situation. What we have seen is that the Ukrainian forces are fighting bravely and are actually able to inflict damage on the invading Russian forces. But again, it is a very fluid and an evolving situation. NATO allies expressed at the summit today that they provide support to Ukraine. They are ready to continue to provide support to Ukraine, military support, financial support, humanitarian support. And then I think we all have to judge how things evolve. But the message from NATO leaders and also from Finland and Sweden, EU, is that we are there to support Ukraine. We have supported Ukraine for many years and we continue to provide support.
We'll go to the National Press Agency of Ukraine.
Dmitry Shkurko, National News Agency of Ukraine. Secretary General, in the current situation which we observe now in Ukraine, does NATO preserve its desire to assist Ukraine with defensive equipment? In particular, can we expect that NATO will provide Ukraine with so badly needed anti-aircraft equipment? Thank you so much.
So NATO allies continue to provide support to Ukraine, and it was actually at the meeting today at the NATO summit with EU and Finland and Sweden, allies announced and also informed other allies about the type of weapons, the type of support, and some of that also includes air defense systems. So NATO allies have and continue to provide support, military, but also different types of equipment to Ukraine. Then we all realize that, of course, in this very evolving and difficult situation, it's hard to predict what will be what are the possibilities in the future. But allies are providing support and are very committed to continue to provide support.
Okay, we'll go to NBC, just behind the cameras.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary General. There's concern that NATO could get pulled into this conflict if Russia were to shut down electricity or other services in Ukraine that could spill over into Poland or Romania. Can you say explicitly whether a Russian cyber attack of that nature would trigger an Article 5 collective defense?
So we are sending a very clear message to Russia that we provide support to our partner Ukraine, and allies provide many different types of support. NATO help Ukraine also with their cyber defenses. But then for NATO allies, we provide the absolute security guarantees under the Washington Treaty, Article 5. An attack on one will be regarded as an attack on all. And we are clear on this distinction because it is important to make sure that we don't have an even bigger crisis in Europe, where Russia challenge or is threatening or attacking any NATO allied country. And that's the reason why we so clearly send a message that we are there to protect all allies and every inch of NATO territory. When it comes to cyber attacks, and the risk for incidents and accidents, for instance, in the Black Sea. We are pursuing mechanisms of deconfliction to prevent that from happening. We have, as NATO allies, especially the United States, have done that, for instance, in Syria over a long period of time. And we, of course, are very focused. I spoke with Sarkar, the NATO Supreme Commander, on that issue recently, and he is very focused on the need to deconflict to make sure that we don't have incidents or accidents that can spiral and get out of control and create a very dangerous situation. On cyber, well, we have stated that cyber attacks can trigger Article 5, but we have never gone into the position where we give a potential adversary the privilege of defining exactly when we trigger Article 5. We are focused on strengthening our cyber defenses. We are very much aware of that that's a risk. Therefore we are stepping up both the protection of our cyber networks, but also providing support to Ukraine. And we are very focused on the need for deconfliction.
Okay, we'll go to NPR Deutsche Welle.
Thank you. Terry Schultz with NPR and DW. I want to know more about the deployment of the NRF forces, please. How many will be sent where, from where? How long will it take to get there? Thinking about military mobility, as always. And also, what has changed in your calculation about the threat to NATO territory that has led allies to make the decision to deploy this for the first time in history for the purposes of collective defense? Thank you.
Well, what has changed over the last days is, of course, that there's a full-fledged invasion of a partner, a country that borders several NATO allied countries. And this is the most serious security crisis we have faced in Europe for decades. And therefore, we have the High Readiness Force, we have the NATO Response Force, and that's the reason why we are deploying it to, again, prevent any miscalculation, any misunderstanding that we are not ready to protect and defend all allies. And of course, this is something all allies have agreed to do. 30 allies agreed. But of course, especially those in the eastern part of the alliance are extremely concerned. They are close to this, the fighting in Ukraine, and they also border Russia, and they have seen not only the military build-up.
Oh, what's going on down here?
And the ongoing war in Ukraine, but also seen the very threatening rhetoric. Because this goes far beyond Ukraine.
Hey guys, I'm bringing some friends to the party.
Is actually challenging, contesting core values for our security, and demanding that NATO should withdraw all forces and infrastructure from almost half of our members. And they have stated that if you don't do that, if you don't meet their demands, there will be what they call military technical
How are the ladders? The ladders are limited. Haven't found a really long one or anything special yet.
We are now deploying the NATO Response Force for the first time in a collective defense context. And we speak about thousands of troops. We speak about air and maritime capabilities. They are already actually part of the standing naval groups. We have many planes operating in the eastern part of the alliance, and then several allies have partly already assigned troops and forces to the NATO Response Force. We have the lead elements, which are led by France. We have the United States, which has assigned thousands of troops to the NATO Response Force, and these will be deployed to different places in the eastern part of the alliance.
I did that to be funny. Come on.
Partly they're coming from the United States, but these are also very much European troops. For instance, the lead element, the VJTF, the High Readiness Joint Task Force,
Wake up!
Led by France. There's a strong German component there, and other allies also part of them.
Associated Press.
Well, that was Jens Stoltenberg, NATO's Secretary General, holding a press conference following a virtual meeting, a virtual summit of NATO leaders. Jens Stoltenberg there addressing the crisis in Ukraine as Russia has invaded, saying that the world faces a new normal in European security and that NATO must stand ready to do more. He outlined various elements of support that he said that NATO was providing for Ukraine. With me here in the studio is DW's Chief Political Correspondent Melinda Crane, who's also listening into that press conference. Welcome back, Melinda. It's a day for us all today. What's jumped out at you from what the Secretary-General had to say?
Well, certainly that last point in the question that was asked by our colleague Terry, who pointed out that this is the first ever use of this NATO response force for collective defense.
I'm just checking my map, man.
Why
I'm
now?
just checking my map.
And Secretary General Stoltenberg
said
because we have a new situation on our hands. Earlier, he had referred to the new normal, where Russia regards use of force as a legitimate means of changing a government.
That was rough. Like the last attack, he suddenly had the poise to hit through it. That was
invading a country and hurting its territorial integrity. And he went on to
just
explain
Jeebus with the KO Ken times 10 gifted subscription hitting me with a major sub-cannon straight to the solar plexus, you goddamn legendary air. Thanks for the 10 gifted subs, man.
The harsh rhetoric that we've heard. And as he said, this is not only an attack on Ukraine, this is an attack on the entire security order, because we have heard Russia demanding that NATO pull out its forces and its weaponry and infrastructure.
Where are those arrows coming from now?
He said those are, of course, the members that have joined since the fall of the Berlin Wall in that eastward expansion that for Mr. Putin is such a red flag. So he went on to describe what this NATO response force entails. Thousands of troops, he said, I believe 100 jets in constant readiness and several naval carrier groups as well. So air, land, sea, the same three prongs, in fact, that Russia has been resorting to. And he said, and we are doing this to ensure that Russia makes no miscalculation. We are prepared to defend, he said, all of our member states, every inch of their territory. So a very, very clear message. And by the way, he also said that NATO has put into place what are called deconflicting mechanisms precisely in order to prevent accidental trigger, perhaps through a misunderstanding or such. So that those are the kind of mechanisms that have been in place in the past, but clearly they're beefing those up now.
Interesting that the one question that I thought he answered directly was, will a Russian cyber attack trigger an Article 5 response to how long Kiev can last?
Oh, he's using the block
does NATO
counter.
Still want to help Ukraine with defensive equipment? You will address that directly.
I get it.
Remember, cyber is something that you seem to talk about and say, well, yes, there is a line.
Yeah, he said that a cyber attack could trigger Article 5, the collective defense article, meaning if there were a cyber attack on one NATO member country, that could be seen as a
I saw your beard and you had to come in.
Response on the part of all. But he said, we're not going to say what would be the threshold.
Oh, give me that
for
face.
That. We're so strategic vagueness. Interestingly enough, the attack on Ukraine began with, or was presaged by a major cyber attack.
So the victor go the spoils.
So clearly, real concern there.
Okay, thank you so much for that, DW's Chief Political Correspondent Crane.
I'm having a blast. I saw you got your collector's edition. Have you played
yet?
Here's
a recap of the latest developments. Russian forces are pressing in closer to Ukraine's capital, Kiev, on day 2 of a full-scale invasion. The city's mayor says the city has entered a defensive phase and Ukrainian military vehicles are entering the capital to protect it from approaching troops. Hearing sirens are sounding in Kiev and other cities, prompting people to take shelter in metro stations.
So they're up there. Dude, you see that ladder?
And around
you see it.
After Russia bombarded.
You know you see that ladder.
Ukraine's government says at least 137 of its soldiers and civilians
30
have been
minutes, then your
killed,
internet
across the
died?
country.
Damn.
And Vladimir Putin has claimed that he's willing to
Favorite weapon
negotiate
so far?
after
I'm using
Ukraine's
these two, this
Vladimir
hammer
Zelensky
and
raised the
this,
possibility of neutral status
this
for
dagger.
Ukraine, but conditions for such talks are not clear. This is DW, more at the top of the hour.
But the dagger's not upgraded anymore, and the hammer's upgraded to +2, and it still is a weak little wench. Yeah, I can't get up there right now. How about our FPS problems? On the PS5, non-existent. I want to see where I am on the map. Oh, it won't even let me bring up my map. Oh, we're all the way over here, huh? Okay. Well, let's just warp back here. We'll get full Estus, and then we'll go see what's over here. Oh, you know what? I can get a level, too. All right, let's go up to this castle. On purpose. Remember, on purpose, guys. On purpose. See, I actually tried to die there, but the game didn't kill me. Weird. I tried. I made an attempt.
Putin is the aggressor. Putin chose this war.
See, look, like it's very easy to dodge this, right? You just go down the right side, it goes to the right, you go off to the left. Scooch. Easy. Scooch. See, it's like it's very easy. I do it wrong on purpose.
People in trucks injured while trying to flee the city center.
More and more refugees are being turned away at the border. Families fleeing bomb attacks in Syria.
Police crackdown in Venezuela against demonstrators.
People fleeing extreme drought.
A raft carrying 200 people has sunk in the Aegean Sea.
Dude, the analog stick. So if you press the attack button and then rotate your left analog stick, you can aim it as long as you have that setting enabled. And it is nice in this game. It is really nice.
Make up your own mind. DW. Made for minds. Some are driven by merciless greed. Others are fighting the destruction. When the invaders came to power, they shut down the natives. Today the government is trying to destroy the indigenous people with a large-scale project.
Think you're gonna rage quit on this game? Honestly, it's too hard. Have you played other Soulsborne games before, Ron Sam?
Indigenous peoples are now bravely opposing
Or is this like? Have you played like every other one?
That are dying. Without the rainforest, we cease to exist and our people die out. A long-term report from the heart of Brazil starts March 9th on DW.
If you are new to the From Software games, I really don't recommend playing this game first. I really don't. You're much better off going with the older titles. So you can get acclimated to it. So I've been streaming Bloodborne on Twitch for 6 years, pretty much. I play Demon Souls, Dark Souls, DS3, Sekiro. If you're new to the franchise, I always recommend you start in order and play the games in order. This way, the games get progressively harder for the most part. Bloodborne and DS3 are about on the same level, but Sekiro and Elden Ring, I think, are a little bit harder than them, at least initially.
Ukrainian officials after Ukraine's Vladimir Zelensky said he was prepared to discuss neutral status for his country. EU leaders agreed unprecedented sanctions moving to freeze the assets of Russia.
I guess the sword was in the ground there.
But they hold back on cutting Russia off from global bank transactions.
You think Sekiro was the hardest? On a first playthrough, definitely. But Sekiro is the game. I always say this: Bloodborne is easy to learn, hard to master.
Welcome to the program.
And Sekiro is hard to learn, easy to master. So my first playthrough of Sekiro, it took me like 50 hours. My second playthrough took me less than 2.
They're entering the capital to protect it from approaching Russian troops. Prompting people to take shelter in metro stations. There have been reports of clashes in and around the city after Russia bombarded it with missiles overnight. The government says at least 100.
Wow, he shot his own friends.
And civilians have been killed across the country. Russian President Vladimir Putin has claimed he's willing to negotiate. Ukraine's Vladimir Zelensky raised the possibility of discussing neutral status for Ukraine. Conditions for such talks have not been made clear.
Oh, jeez, he just keeps on charging! Oh, out of left field!
To flee. Welcome, Nick. Can you tell us where you are and what's going on?
So we've just been heading southwest from Kiev, trying to keep away from fighting, given the kind of unclear pattern of fighting in geography and the kind of impossibility of trying to predict where it's going to happen. It basically just shows the direction it seems to be least likely. So fighting, so we're heading towards Ukraine, which is kind of broadly towards Poland and the EU. But even there, we've seen lots of tanks.
Cat Mystery with the 50-month resubscription. Thanks so much, Cat Mystery. Jaeger Moster with the 17 months as well. Thanks, Jaeger.
Outside the stations, people trying to refill their cars and checkpoints blowing up. You can see the kind of sandbags being piled up each other, and there's a really influx with the young kind of local security services that really are just in the first hours of this trying to kind of get a grip on where the fight is going to be, where the fight is going to come from, and what's going to be expected.
People who stayed in
Dude, the tracking on that is actually ridiculous. It's amazing.
I think that is no longer any possibility. I mean, lots of people have, people I know have maybe stayed in here but moved from the city centre to the suburbs, to maybe their weekend houses somewhere, anywhere away from obvious targets like government buildings or military installations. That's definitely a big fear that Russia will try and target basically the kind of central kind of points of Ukrainian administration, places where the efforts being planned from. So even office buildings, not necessarily barracks, might be targeted to people trying to...
Why are you in the middle of the screen? Why do you not know what the definition of the word middle is, but you continue to use it?
In metro stations like they have...
Do you really not know what the word middle means?
It's kind of obviously terrifying here in the first time, not being able to tell where the shooting is coming from, where those missiles are coming from.
Whoa!
Just recently in Kiev yesterday, as a result of missiles, definitely a very tough situation, one which I guess...
All right, this guy has, he's got some moves to him. He's got some moves.
President Zelensky is still in the country. How dangerous is the situation for him?
The one of my favorite improvements upon the Souls series in Elden Ring in this game is the giants. The giants are not like these lumbering dumbasses that barely move anymore. They actually have speed to them. They can actually kill you. They're much more improved.
Its own favourite to lead Ukraine.
Your opinion, is this like Dark Souls or not? Yeah, this is Dark Souls 4 with an open world, a horse, and a jump mechanic.
Not just not NATO and not just neutral, but also far closer in terms of its relationship to Russia, to Belarus right now than to other former Soviet countries. So that's a real worry. Very aggressive rhetoric coming out of Moscow as they began this intervention, talking about demilitarizing and denazifying Ukraine as part of their strategy to kind of delegitimize Ukraine and say it's some kind of neo-Nazi state, without even bothering to actually explain how they see that, why they would explain that.
See if there's anything over here, just right quick.
Claim that's thrown out there to try.
I see nothing.
Create some kind of justification for this. Presumably largely back home in Russia, where lots of people are now going out onto the streets and asking why their government is doing this. If you claim that Ukraine is a brotherly neighbour country, why is Russia bombing its closest neighbour without justifications for things why we do that?
And lots of people
I couldn't see him
as well. What are the main
I could
routes
not
out?
see him. Well, we might be here for a little while, guys.
Straight west out of Kiev towards Lviv, which is the biggest city on the Polish border. But there have been issues today that along some of the main roads leading west and was fighting. We understand there's fighting between Russian forces, potentially Russian tanks and Ukrainian army, just within about 15 kilometers of that main artery leading out. And given the numbers of people out and about, there were very, very long traffic jams. People stuck for hours at times. So you can imagine the anxiety of being stuck in traffic, basically parked on the motorway, knowing that shooting and even tank firing is happening within a
deserve that.
where you are, not being able to move. It's a very difficult situation. We've had lots of people trying to travel further away from that fighting, further south in terrain that's pretty difficult with pothole roads going endlessly between villages. But it's just been over the last few hours, basically just at about 50 kilometers an hour between villages with endless lines of vehicles all trying to find a way out.
Yo, Honky, thanks for the 36 months, dude. 3 whole years.
Even to find fuel, let alone know where to go and how to get there. I haven't seen people.
Oh, that's what you get when you're too close.
Or pushing ahead in queues at the front edge. So for all the kind of severity and the kind of importance of the situation, people are in some way keeping calm and dealing with the situation as best they can.
Thank you so much for letting us know what's going on. Do try and stay safe. Thank you for that. Nick Connolly in Kiev, just outside Kiev, I should say. One of Vladimir Putin's stated reasons for this invasion is the supposed danger of the NATO military alliance coming too close to Russian territory. The invasion spurred NATO to reinforce its operations in the east. The alliance is dominated momentarily by the United States.
Oh, dude, I got his face.
21. If we take a look at its European
I don't know if I'm going to get
the northern
this.
countries, Estonia and Latvia border Russia, while Lithuania borders Russia's ally, Belarus. NATO's troop deployments in Estonia and Latvia are small, just over 1,000 each, while reinforcements from Germany and landed in Lithuania. Poland has just over 6,000 troops at the moment. Member states on the southeastern flank are smaller forces. The US is sending thousands more troops as the alliance builds its troop strength along its eastern flank.
I pressed the heal button twice.
Secretary General Jens Stoltenberg, who's been speaking to the press this afternoon.
This aggression against Ukraine is a terrible strategic mistake, for which Russia will pay a severe price for years to come. NATO allies and the European Union have already introduced significant sanctions. And many of our partners around the globe.
The whiff, that was brutal. I feel cheated.
We must stand ready to do more. Even if it means we have to pay a price, because we are in this for the long haul.
Let's go straight to NATO headquarters and join
Close.
One of the points that Mr. Stoltenberg made in his opening
we'll get him next time.
About a new normal for European security. What else stood out for you there?
What we heard from Secretary General Stoltenberg today is that NATO has decided to activate its NATO response force. Its very high readiness rapid response force for the first time for purposes of collective
I didn't see the
defense. It's been
second one
used
coming
for
in
natural
until the last
disasters
second.
to protect public events. But this is the first time these forces are going to be used, sent to the eastern flank for deterrence and reassurance purposes. Now, Secretary General Stoltenberg did not tell us exactly how many troops were going to be used or exactly where they'd be going and from which garrisons they'd be coming. But we would expect to see this in the next very few days because that's the purpose of the rapid response force.
I gotta fight these
I think we'll be
guys.
seeing some movement very soon.
And we've heard over recent days that this invasion has in fact united NATO allies more than ever.
Yes, that's what NATO will tell you, and that, in fact, is also what I hear behind the scenes. And you'll often hear a lot of grumbling about the United States, for example, coming in and telling NATO what it's doing and acting like that's consultations. You don't hear that this time, in part because they've been so open about the intelligence that they've shared. And remember, there was some skepticism leveled at the United States with these reports that the invasion was going to happen on February 16th or then on February 21st.
The first one shouldn't have hit me, and the second one should have.
And the allies have said, many of them, that they're very grateful to have been brought along with all of this information. As horrible as it was, and as horrible as it is unfolding now, everyone knew what was in store. And there is a lot of unity, and this decision to deploy the rapid response force will be yet another indication of how all the allies are pulling together, because there will be multiple countries that will be sending forces into this new spearhead team that will be going out.
Just the wrong
criticism
button.
of NATO is that it is effectively standing by while Ukraine is being attacked. Ukraine, of course, not being a NATO country. The Secretary General, in his speech, talked about NATO continuing to support Ukraine. So perhaps you could just let us know what NATO is doing in terms of support for Ukraine.
That's a big ass AOE, man.
Yeah, unfortunately for Ukraine, this turns out to be a lot of moral
I thought I would have time to dodge it after the attack, but I was
Ukrainian armed
locked
forces
in animation.
and also funding
Okay.
reforms and upgrading their defenses. But it has still come to these terrible days that we're seeing now.
Executed.
NATO has helped Ukraine with its cyber resilience, and that will go on. But once again, I think that what's dominating the situation for all of us are these horrible pictures that we're seeing unfolding now from all across the country. So even at this moment, though, you do see allies saying that they will be sending more contributions, including of defensive
Kramer with the
weapons, to
666
Ukraine.
cent
I can't explain how they're
sacrifice.
going to get this equipment into the country safely and into the hands of Ukrainians, but you
Thanks so
do
much,
still
dude.
see contributions being announced. But at the moment, from NATO's side, when it talks about reinforcements, reassurance, and deterrence, it is talking about putting those resources on its own territory, in the Baltic states, in Poland, in other countries along the eastern flank.
Watching the press conference, as I did, as it happened live, it struck me that in the questions, one of the only questions that the Secretary General addressed directly was about cyber attacks. And he was asked whether there was a red line that would prompt the Article 5 defense. And he actually addressed that quite directly.
Well, what he said is that NATO, in his words, that NATO has never actually given opponents
How do you like the moveset and backstab visceral animations?
Because then they would,
I'm not a fan.
Perhaps stay just short of it.
Because
This is
they're like
something, of course,
recycled
that's-
from
that's
DS3.
tactical.
I never
So
like anything
cyber has
recycled.
been declared a
Except for maybe a
warfighting
few
domain
things.
by NATO,
I would've-
which
I would've
means that
liked new
Article 5
ones.
could be declared if a cyber attack were deemed to be so debilitating on a NATO ally that all countries would need to come to that ally's defense. But it hasn't happened yet, and we don't know exactly what that red line would be. Many countries have asked, many journalists have asked, but we don't know because it hasn't happened yet.
Thank you, Terry. Terry Schultz at the NATO headquarters in Brussels.
Hope launch day is treated.
So here's a recap of the latest developments. Russian forces are pressing in closer to Ukraine's capital on day 2 of a full-scale invasion. The mayor of the city says the city's entered a defensive phase. Ukrainian military vehicles are entering the capital to protect it from approaching troops. Sirens have been sounding in Kiev and other cities, prompting people to take shelter in metro stations.
Oh, that was. I was trying to do something pretty fly, but he ended up catching me like I was a fly.
137 others, soldiers and civilians have been killed across the country. Russian President Vladimir Putin claimed that he's willing to negotiate. Ukraine's Volodymyr Zelensky raised the possibility of Ukraine adopting a neutral status. It's not clear whether President Putin is planning to seriously engage in such talks. A busy day all around the world. Let's focus in on what's been happening in some of the European countries. DW's political chief correspondent Melinda Crane is with us. Welcome, Melinda. Meeting's being held today in Brussels amongst EU foreign ministers. Let's talk about the sanctions and the apparent unity. Ursula von der Leyen says we're all in this together and we've all agreed this big package of sanctions. But the biggest sanction of all has provoked some disunity from Germany and from Italy. So this is the idea
and a crotch shot.
of Russia being cut off from the international SWIFT financial transaction system.
Exactly, and
finally
in
got
fact, if the NATO
took a few attempts, but
the EU member countries
all
want
I
to proceed
to
on a unified basis, then they have to make sure that all countries are willing to go along, and not only Germany but also Italy, Cyprus, and Hungary apparently blocked resorting.
Well, I'm pretty sure that's the end of the game.
That mechanism, which in fact is referred to often as the nuclear option amongst economic sanctions, cutting off Russia from
10 out of 10,
that
right?
SWIFT transfer payment system would essentially
I'll be literally 1 minute, actually maybe not even. I'm going to get more cider because I'm thirsty. I'll be right back, guys.
In foreign currencies. So it would bring the Russian economy to its knees, but it would also have significant repercussions on the other side, and particularly for a country like Italy that is even more dependent than Germany on imports of Russian gas. So once again, we see how this dependence on imports becomes essentially a political liability, and in regard to Cyprus and Italy, there's an additional issue, which is that their banks have enormous exposure in Russia, billions in debt that they would no longer be able to get out of the country if this option were to go into place. It doesn't mean, however,
thirst, alcohol doesn't hydrate.
Become part
it quenches
of
thirst.
Another sanctions
Hydration and thirst might be linked, but they are not the same thing.
That's Germany's argument. It claims that its main concern is strategic, that there need to be a couple of big bazookas that aren't used yet, but could be used.
Well, I guess I'm done
but the
over
fact
here,
is that Germany
right?
too is very vulnerable on
I have
that
no
energy
idea where to
front,
go.
And therefore, SWIFT here as well would cause considerable pain.
Okay, so SWIFT off the table.
Crystal Tunnel?
Try
that, please.
The things that have been agreed are asset freezes.
Yeah, I'm drinking alcohol.
Vladimir Putin and his foreign minister Sergei Lavrov.
Very interesting indeed. They had not been directly sanctioned, not even in the measures agreed last night, but apparently there was discussion last night of this option, and now it has been announced. It's hard to say what the impact will be because, you know, on paper, Vladimir Putin is a man who lives very modestly with a salary somewhat over $120,000 and an apartment and a couple of cars. But I think all of us have seen
kegerators are nice. They really are.
Palatial mansion, and of course he's thought to have a great
Berber is the only time I've had Dickens cider is with your mom.
In Europe, so unclear what the direct impact would be, but certainly it is a bold move.
Okay, stay with us. We're going to hear from German President Frank-Walter Steinmeier, who's gone on record about this conflict.
I call on President Putin to stop the madness of this war now.
Okay, we found a new place.
Our thoughts and feelings are with the people of Ukraine who are victims of this war. For the people of Russia, too, the actions of their president will have bitter consequences. I say to all of you, we don't want the Russian people to be our enemies.
That's German President Frank-Walter Steinmeier taking an unusual step with intervening as German head
What
of state.
awesome enemies in this game, man.
Issues. Germany is in all sorts of positions in this conflict, and it is one of the ways in which it's been at odds with its allies. Is this insistence on maintaining lines
Smithing
of communication
stones.
and maintaining
Level
commercial
5.
engagement.
Baby,
with,
baby,
Russia.
I'm getting
And
that good stuff.
Are we likely to see a change of policy then?
I think many of the allies did believe that it was important.
Oh, they
to
get
pursue
mad when you take
dialogue
their
and to
crystals.
keep talking. But
They
I
get
think
real
where there
mad.
is divergence is
That was my crystal.
perhaps on
Give it
whether
back.
dialogue needs to be accompanied by a
digger's
hard-nosed
staff.
realism that means also pursuing at the same time deterrence. And we're now seeing voices across the political spectrum in Germany. The president, Mr. Steinmeier, originally comes from the Social Democratic Party. He suspends his membership when he's in office as president, but so he's a Social Democrat. We heard similar words today from the former Chancellor, Angela Merkel, also actually generally said she didn't want to mix up in daily politics after she stepped down, but she too gave a strong statement today. Both of them are politicians who had been strong advocates.
I think it exploded from the inside out.
Through relations, and what's particularly commercial relations. The idea of many Germans, German citizens as well as German politicians, that if you pursue close commercial ties with other countries, that will ensure moderation.
We came here earlier
and,
before, and this
stability
area kicked my
and
ass.
ultimately peace.
So we're
And,
much
one
much
word
better
that is
leveled up
often
now.
Figured in the past week, mentioned several times by Chancellor Scholz, is the need for diplomacy without naivete. But I think many people would say there has been naivete in Germany about the degree to which a leader like Vladimir Putin will really engage in good faith diplomacy, despite the good commercial relations with Germany. And now we're seeing real rethinking on the part of many German politicians, probably
Ooh,
also
I see that
on the
item
part
over
of
there.
many
Sorry about that. I'm gonna find another stream for in this area, and hopefully I can find a better stream for the top area up there too.
German defense policy going forward. As you know, it has often fallen short.
A cuckoo.
Actually,
And if you guys have any suggestions, feel free to let me know.
Glintstone
target that
pops.
it signed up to, and I think we may see some movement on that.
And amid all this talk of unity and allies standing shoulder to shoulder and all the rest of it, one of the issues that has divided Europe over the last, what?
Are you going for a
6,
strength
7,
build?
8 years,
That's
is
how
that
it seems to be
of
turning
immigration,
out,
of
man.
Migration.
There's two weapons
Is
that
the
I like,
European
this one
Union
and
now,
this
do you
one,
think,
but I
ready
can't
to
upgrade this
deal
one.
with an
So,
influx of potentially
because it requires like a
millions of
special
refugees
material.
from Ukraine?
They say they are.
So we're
the
going
Commission
strength
President
until-
Ursula von der Leyen said that
until
they have
that.
a contingency plan that they've put into place over the past weeks, getting ready for this worst-case scenario. The UN is talking about up to 4 million refugees
Let me go
who
down here
potentially could
first.
cross over.
Slim Jim
into
Thicky
EU
with the
member countries. And
15-month
in fact, some of those
resubscription.
member
I
countries
swear I
are
thought this was a
already
pathway.
seeing those
Okay.
flows starting up. Poland, for example, and a number of refugees also already crossing into Slovakia and Moldavia. So Germany also expects refugees to wind up here, and of course that does, as you point out, reawaken some traumatic memories from 2015 when Germany took in 1 million refugees who had entered the EU from Syria and other Middle Eastern countries, as well as Afghanistan.
These guys are so cool again.
Presumably not all of these millions that the UN is talking about would wind up here in Germany, but Germany says it is ready. It's opening shelters in Berlin and Brandenburg, other regions as well. And
What level am I?
one encouraging sign, at
33.
least. Back then in 2015, one of the most difficult players was Hungary, if you remember. It was Hungary's decision to close its own border that essentially led Angela Merkel to make her spur-of-the-moment decision to open Germany's border, because she basically didn't want refugees dying on Germany's southern perimeter. This time around, Hungary has said that it will take in refugees, that it wants to give humanitarian aid, and so on. So Hungary right now appears to be aligned with its fellow EU
I almost
members.
missed this.
Also on sanctions so far. And that is a welcome change compared to some of the behavior that we have seen in the past from Hungary.
Okay, thank you for that, DW Chief Political Correspondent Melinda Crane. Well, as the Russian military besiege the Ukrainian capital, Moscow has said it will topple the Ukrainian government.
You know what?
And the
That
mayor of
might
Kiev
be
has
what I
announced that
need.
the
Actually,
defense
no, that's
of
a
the city
level
has
4.
begun.
I think I need a
Thousands of
somber level
civilians have
1.
fled, and those who remain are braced for a violent confrontation.
Nice try.
Another terrifying start to the day in Kiev.
Nice successful
Overnight,
attempt.
there was more destruction. Bombs rained down, forcing residents to flee to safety in bunkers. Metro stations and cellars packed with residents.
Well, we
grappling
have
to
no
come
more
to
blood
terms
vials.
with their new reality. It's hard, but I'm holding on. A nearby house caught fire, and there were many victims. And we were waiting until 7 o'clock in the morning in our apartment, in the corridor, in the bathroom, until the end of curfew, so that we could come here. I work here.
Frack!
I feel mostly tired and anxious. It's so strange. None of it feels real.
Nice.
I don't even know how to relate to it all.
Very nice. That's what we're looking for, man.
Above them,
25,000 blood
soldiers on the streets of
echoes
central
just
Kyiv,
gone.
and reports of gunfire near the government district. And on the edge of the capital,
cannot die on
an
the way
enemy
there.
aircraft the Ukrainian
cannot.
army claims they shot down. Meanwhile, Ukraine's president sent a message to Russia.
Росії все одно доведеться рано чи пізно.
Russia will have to talk to us sooner or later.
Oh, if you leave these
Talk about
guys
how to
alone,
end
they'll
the
just
fighting
mind their
and
own
stop this
business.
invasion. The sooner the conversation begins, the fewer losses there will be for Russia itself.
Втрати самої Росії.
But in Moscow, repeated unfounded claims from the Kremlin suggest there's no end to Russia's invasion in sight. The aim of the operation is openly declared: demilitarization and denazification.
Oh, there goes 24K, man. I got hit with a freaking rocket launcher. A rocket launcher from West Timbuktu.
To freely determine their future destiny.
A rocket launcher.
But for most Ukrainians, the only
That's
future
so
they're
rough,
contemplating
man.
now
That's
is
so
whether to
ma-
remain
that's
in
so
their homeland
many.
or to flee.
Oh, that's rough. That's the first big death of my entire
DW correspondent
That's the first death that's ever
who's
mattered.
in Berlin from our Moscow bureau after Russia withdrew her journalistic accreditation.
That sucks.
Welcome, Emily. Let's start with the calls from both sides for talks. Who's saying
I just
what?
really didn't expect that guy to shoot from all the way over there.
There's been a bit of a back and forth today, and it's kind of hard to tell whether these talks will actually
I don't know
take
what I'm
place
going
or
over here
whether,
to get that
particularly
for.
the Kremlin is actually just kind of play acting. Zelensky today said that he would be willing, the Ukrainian president, that he would be willing to talk about perhaps making Ukraine a neutral country. Surprisingly, the Kremlin spokesperson reacted positively to that, and they said that that would kind of fit in with Russian interests. Russia has been talking about demilitarizing Ukraine and also what they call denazifying it. So they said, yes, we'd be open for that. Lukashenko, the Belarusian leader, suggested Minsk as a location for that. Then Ukraine came back and said, actually, we want to do it in Poland and in Warsaw. And then the Kremlin said, well, actually, they kind of took a bit too long in their response. And now we see, dangerous actions against our people again. So it's not really clear whether those talks will actually take place. And there's definitely a sense that Russia doesn't really recognize Zelensky's government as legitimate. That's what we've been hearing again and again from the Russian side. So it's hard to know whether we'll see any progress on that.
Okay, let's talk about sanctions, because we are now, Russia is now up to its third set of international sanctions since the downing of that Malaysian jet. This is a country that is used to being isolated. Talk us through the headlines of the sanctions as they apply to Russia, and whether you think that they are going to be effective.
Well, the thing is that the narrative, as you say, this isn't the first round of sanctions that Russia is facing, and the narrative for several years now has been these sanctions are making us stronger. Now we're hearing, our economy's stronger. We can deal with anything the West throws at us. We're a besieged fortress. The West is against us. These talks of Russophobia. The narrative now is that, that we've been hearing from Vladimir Putin, that the West would have hit us with sanctions anyway. It doesn't actually matter that we, have started this invasion because Russia is too great and we need to be kept small by the West so that we don't become a threat. I think that these personal sanctions that are seemingly being imposed by the EU against
I got what I
Sergei
needed.
Lavrov and also Vladimir Putin himself.
I got what I needed.
They're unpleasant. They will kind of hurt him in some sense, but I think presumably Vladimir Putin particularly has been known, to kind of put his money in lots of different nice little pockets, including in other people's bank accounts, as it were. So hard to know whether that will actually affect him. I think some of the sanctions that are being discussed at the moment will actually affect the Russian people quite significantly. Of course, EU sanctions against trade and the energy sector will affect the economy overall. Wages, real wages for people, have been falling for several years, so I think that could hit people hard. And there's also some measures, for example, there's been discussion of visa bans for Russians, so that would be cutting people off from communicating with the outside world, which I think is the opposite of what we should be wanting at this point. Also, Russia has been excluded from the Council of Europe, which means that Russians no longer have legal recourse at the European Human Rights Court, which actually was the last
Well, we're
point
going to
of
try
call,
to. It's
essentially,
got like
for many opposition
patches
activists
of white
in
on
Russia
its
who want
face and
some
its
form of
tail.
justice. So I think
I'm
some
going
of
to
the
assume
signals
that those
that
are
are
the
being
spots
sent
that I
are kind
need to
of the
hit.
wrong ones.
Confusing, right? And
Because
talking of
everywhere
cutting off
else
from the
was
rest of the world
doing
with,
nothing.
We're also hearing that the Kremlin has imposed its own, what it calls partial restrictions on Facebook.
Yes, absolutely. We don't know what those partial restrictions will mean yet. There has been in the past, a kind of slowdown, for example, of Twitter, so we might see something like that. Of course, a partial restriction on Facebook now, because it's part of one company, means a partial restriction on WhatsApp and Instagram as well. So this is pretty significant. The media watchdog in Russia says that this is in response to Facebook restricting and censoring the accounts of several Russian state media outlets. But of course, this, timing, we can't.
It is a little bit of a.
It's hardly a coincidence, kind of war, state of war. It's going to make criticism, communication harder. I think it will make it harder as well for people to organize if they did want to protest, which is already very difficult
anti-speedrunner
Russia, and it's
strategies.
not the only thing we've seen in the last few days restricting media. Yesterday, there was a warning from the Russian media watchdog as well, saying that only information from official Russian official sources can be published in the media. They've also now banned several Russian language media outlets in other countries, so we may see, that as a source of information being shut down. And Russia can, of course, cut its own internet off from the World Wide Web. They've been working that out for quite a while now. So I think we're going to see a bit more on that front.
And I suppose this is to be expected because this
I'm
is
almost
now
remembering
part
where
of
to go each time now.
The dictator's playbook. Oppress your people, cut them off, cut off your internet, slow down the internet, and then just shrink the pool of information from which people can draw.
I mean, we've been seeing that, I think, for several years in Russia. Various media outlets have been brought under kind of semi-Kremlin control. This past year as well, several media outlets in Russia were declared foreign agents, which of course now in a kind of this state of war has quite a different ring as well. And
but that includes DW, of course.
We're not a foreign agent in Russia, but our Moscow bureau has been closed down, so it's quite hard to work from there at the moment. And yes, of course, this is convenient. People won't be able to get much information, and we potentially won't be able to get that much information about what's happening in Russia, and that is a really, really dangerous development, I think.
Okay. Emily Sherwin, thank you so much.
и затем последовала агрессия против моей страны. ООН заявляет, что мир и безопасность не могут встать на свою собственную защиту. Нарушается устав ООН, происходит аннексия территории одного члена другим членом, отвоевывается Крым и попираются права людей. Ангела Меркель сказала, кто сможет сложить эти кусочки пазла вместе только общими усилиями. И, к сожалению, коллективное осуждение не обратилось в коллективные действия. И поэтому возникает угроза большой войны. Что мы можем спасти из этой архитектуры безопасности? Не поздно ли говорить о том, чтобы восстанавливать ее, может быть, создавать новую? Человечество делало это дважды, и каждый раз заплатив высокую цену после каждой мировой войны. Установилась тенденция на курс на новую систему, прежде чем мы потеряем огромное количество людей и обойдемся без третьей войны. В ООН уже говорили, что нет, это не моя война 21 века. Крым, Донбасс — это война не против Украины, против Европы. Я говорила это в 19-м году, 20-м, 21-м. Сможет ли мир меня услышать в 22-м году?
Потрібні докази, вагоміші, ніж слова у Твіттері чи заяви у засобах масової інформації. Потрібні дії саме світу, а не тільки нам. Ми будемо захищати свою землю, маючи підтримку партнерів чи не маючи.
Мы будем защищать нашу страну с помощью наших партнеров и без их помощи. Мы ценим их поддержку, наших партнеров, но нужно понимать, что это не просто какие-то пожертвования, это не просто жест, это ваш вклад в европейскую и международную безопасность, щитом которых уже 8 лет выступает Украина. Это надежный щит, который сдерживает одну из крупнейших армий в мире. Это армия, которая сейчас сосредоточена у границ Украины, а не у границ ЕС. И ракеты нацелены на Мариуполь, а не на европейские города. После битвы за Донецкий аэропорт все говорили, что это Донецк, а не Париж. И ни одна из стран в Европе не знает, что и сегодня создаются новые военные кладбища. И что значит для руководителей страны постоянно встречаться с семьями погибших. У наших границ сосредоточено 150 тысяч военнослужащих, но неважно, сколько их, неважно, сколько у них оружия. Нужно знать, сколько нас, кто готов поддержать Украину, и не сейчас времени для того, чтобы обсуждать, насколько вероятна интервенция. Все понимают, какие даты на самом деле имеют значение. Завтра исполнится 8 лет с тех пор, как украинцы сделали выбор в пользу свободы и демократии. демократии. Вы можете себе представить, что спустя 8 лет Украина до сих пор добивается признания наших европейских перспектив. 8 лет Россия утверждает, что это ошибка, что нас в Европе нас никто не ждет. Значит, Европа должна доказать, что это не так. Европа должна заявить о том, что европейские граждане примут Украину в Европейский Союз. Заслуживает ли Украина открытого и откровенного ответа? Да, конечно. То же самое касается НАТО. Нам говорят, что дверь открыта. Но если все члены НАТО... Мы не знаем, все члены хотят, чтобы мы вступили в НАТО или нет. Здесь тоже нужна честность. Открытые двери — это хорошо, но нам нужны открытые ответы. Вместо того, чтобы оставлять открытыми эти вопросы в течение многих лет. Возможности должны быть созданы как можно скорее. Возьмем Мадридский саммит НАТО. Россия утверждает, что Украина хочет вступить в НАТО для того, чтобы вернуть в Крым. Но Россия плохо знакомилась с статьей 5 Вашингтонского договора. Статья 5 распространяется на оборону. Крым был завоеван Россией в результате незаконной аннексии. Мы убеждены, что единственный способ урегулировать споры — это Минские соглашения и нормандский формат. Я хотел бы конкретно подчеркнуть, что это должно быть в соответствии с международным правом. Что сегодня происходит в Минске в рамках мирного процесса? 2 года назад.
What excuse are you telling yourself, and what truths are you keeping from your family? It is a truth proven by physics that a ball hitch must sway. There's no way around it. And any type of attachment or hitch that says it is sway control is admitting that the trailer will sway. And the apparatus will attempt to control that inevitable sway. Nobody thinks it'll happen to them. Rather than using a hitch that's designed to control trailer sway, why not just install a system that eliminates it entirely? The industry-leading choice for this is called the ProPride 3P hitch. It's a patented technology that completely eliminates trailer sway caused by passing trucks, high winds, even road surfaces, poor trailer design, poor trailer loading, and even driver input into the tow vehicle.
Here we go.
Remember, Mom is a kayak denier, so please don't bring it up.
Bring what up? Kayak?
Excuse me? Do the research, Todd.
Listen to me. Kayak searches hundreds of travel sites to find you.
The Ukrainians are saying that the Chernobyl plant is now in the hands of the Russians.
Yes, I mean, that's the thing that people have been most fixated on in terms of Chernobyl. It's on the border, obviously, with Belarus to the north, but it's the shortest, most direct route to the capital. And we've had as well as what you've just been talking about, an update from the UK's Ministry of Defence, their Defence Intelligence Agency, which is producing very unusually information because they obviously want to try and cut through the disinformation that's out there. And they're saying that they believe that Russian forces are moving towards Kiev.
Do you know that Russia has the most nuclear weapons of any country on Earth? And Vladimir Putin says they're prepared to use them. And the shelling of Chernobyl has hit a nuclear waste repository, and radiation levels are already increasing in Ukraine. Are you ready for nuclear winter? The conflict with Russia and Ukraine may be spiraling the world toward a nuclear holocaust. 40 years nearly after the Cold War ended and the Soviet Union collapsed. We have the reports here, and it is shocking. The Soviet Union collapsed in the late 80s and early 90s, and the de-escalation of the nuclear tit-for-tat back and forth between the United States and the Soviet Empire started to wane. But that doesn't mean that the Soviets gave up their nuclear weapons. In fact, it was Bill Clinton who convinced the Ukrainian government to hand their nuclear weapons back to the Soviet Union. Vladimir Putin has been bragging recently upon his invasion of Ukraine about his nuclear arsenal, saying that effectively we have sophisticated nuclear weapons and we will strike America if you try and attack us. Listen.
As for the military sphere, modern Russia, even after the collapse of the USSR and the loss of a significant part of its potential, is today one of the most powerful nuclear powers in the world, and moreover has certain advantages in a number of the latest types of weapons. In this regard, no one should have any doubts that a direct attack on our country will lead to defeat and dire consequences for any potential aggressor.
For his part, Joe Biden didn't seem too concerned or knowledgeable about a nuclear attack on America.
This statement that he gave last night the threat that he gave, the West will face consequences greater than any you have faced in history. Is he threatening a nuclear strike?
I have no idea what he's threatening. I know what he has done, number one. And number two, no one expected the sanctions to prevent anything from happening. This is going to take time, and we have to show resolve so he knows what's coming.
Yeah, that's pretty terrifying, and Joe Biden says he doesn't know, doesn't know. Is Russia going to nuke us? Asked the reporter, and Joe Biden says, build back better. Corn pop. It's pretty embarrassing and horrifying. What's also horrifying is that the fighting in Ukraine has hit a nuclear waste dump, increasing radiation levels in the area. Very scary. Over the last 24 hours, Russian forces have struck virtually all major cities in Ukraine, are conducting air operations throughout the country, and are doing combat operations on foot and on armored vehicle throughout the nation. Very scary stuff. The fighting and shelling reportedly hit a radioactive waste repository, and an increase in radiation levels have been reported. Well, this is in the area of Chernobyl. You, of course, know Chernobyl as the cheap and chintzy nuclear reactor that was shoddily put together and melted down after a series of incompetent moves by the scientists working there, and then was worsened by the incompetence of the Soviet leaders who wished to cover up the disaster for their own sake, for their own political hides. Chernobyl melted down and was the worst nuclear accident in history. Of course, the worst nuclear weapon drop was Hiroshima and Nagasaki in the 40s, but the worst nuclear waste accident, certainly Chernobyl. Russian forces are now firmly in control of the Chernobyl nuclear power plant. Fierce fighting with Ukrainian troops, they eventually surrendered, and Russians took control of Chernobyl. Russian troops have taken control of the site that is right now inside of a massive detention zone and dome. Our defenders are giving their lives so that the tragedy of 1986 will not be repeated. This is a declaration of war against the whole of Europe. Russia's seizure and control of eastern Ukraine regions comes hours after Vladimir Putin declared war. He called it a special military operation to demilitarize his western neighbor. Well, he may be militarizing in the worst possible way by striking the Chernobyl exclusionary zone. The Chernobyl nuclear power plant exclusionary zone is a massive area that you are no longer allowed to travel in because of its radiation. That's right. Radioactive contamination is the highest in this area and is not able to have human inhabitation. What happened? Soviet armed forces, soon after the 1986 disaster, took control of what is now known as the Chernobyl nuclear exclusion zone. This is a massive area of Ukraine. The exclusion zone covers an area approximately 2,600 kilometers, 1,000 square miles in Ukraine, immediately surrounding the Chernobyl nuclear power plant, where radioactive contamination is the highest and public access and inhabitation are restricted. Other areas of compulsory resettlement and voluntary relocation were not part of the exclusion zone and surrounding areas, but it was mandatory inside the exclusion zone. Well, that's very interesting. If you've seen footage of the exclusionary zone, it is otherworldly, crazy, trapped in time area. There is also a fantastic HBO series called Chernobyl that I watched, and I was on the edge of my seat the whole time. It's really, really cool. But, ladies and gentlemen, not cool is radiation leaking out of the exclusionary zone and out of the radiation dumps that have now been hit by munitions, presumably, by the Russian army and the fighting. You don't want nuclear war. You don't want nuclear winter. It would only take a few nukes to essentially change the world forever. That's what makes it so dangerous to fight with nuclear powers. Mutually assured destruction is what they call it. Guys, take a chill pill. Everybody, chill out. Thank you for watching. We are 100% independent news. Are you sick of being lied to? We certainly are. That's why we started this channel. But we can't do it without you. We can't keep going without your help. All we ask is that you click like and subscribe and share this video. It's free. And it keeps us going, it keeps us growing, it keeps us getting the truth out there to break the rotted corporate media infrastructure that wants to lie to you every single day, wants to corrupt your narratives, your truth, your story, and your very society. So support us by clicking like, clicking subscribe, and thank you, Patriots.
Я сегодня провел важнейшие встречи с лидерами некоторых стран, и эта работа продолжится. Я бы хотел выслушивать вопросы, задавать вопросы и получать ответы, чтобы понять, в какой степени мы способны сопротивляться. Мы не паникуем, мы сильны, мы не будем реагировать ни на какие провокации. У нас даже своя вакцина есть, не такая хорошая, как ковидные вакцины здесь, но ей уже 8 лет, и мы знаем, на что надо реагировать, а что на что не надо реагировать. Солдаты погибают, на это надо реагировать, но надо понять, кто убийца, каковы что это за военные группы, и откуда идет огонь, особенно по объектам, окруженным гражданскими лицами. На это надо реагировать и реагировать на эскалации и огонь. Также важно, чтобы у нас было единое понимание с точки зрения фактических данных, и то, что партнеры делятся с нами информацией. Кстати, за это очень благодарны им за сотрудничество разведок. Напряженность наша существует много лет, и поэтому повода для паники я не вижу. 150 тысяч военнослужащих на границе – это огромный риск, но еще больший риск, если мы начнем поддаваться на провокацию. С другой стороны, я думаю, что Российская Федерация это тоже люди, это россияне. Они не смогут пойти войной на Украину. И все временно оккупированная территория – это место, где провокации регулярно происходят, и как эта информация провокационно распространяется через средства массовой информации. Мы при этом должны сохранять спокойствие и вести себя по-взрослому. С этой точки зрения Украина взрослее, чем другие вооруженные силы. Эскалация операции провокационной провокационные под прикрытием подрывы у границы. Мы понимаем эту концепцию операций под прикрытием, но как же их остановить? И как вы оцениваете нынешний уровень провокационных операций? Любая провокация опасна, как я сказал. Наиболее трудный вопрос – это Крым, временно оккупированная территория Донбасса, и все границы, протяженность российской, украинской территории 35 тысяч. И провокации действительно, учитывая эту протяженность и количество войск, огромное. Взрыв одного снаряда может начать ненужное развитие. Партнеры, которые имеют с нами общие границы, имеют общую советскую историю, я думаю, прекрасно понимают этот риск. И Польша, и Балтийские государства, Литва, Эстония, Латвия, Молдова, они прекрасно понимают, чем это может закончиться. Поэтому нам нужно проявлять крайнюю осторожность. Я не могу сказать, что произойдет в следующий момент. В 2015 году, например, было даже больше жертв. И когда иногда говорят, что сейчас самая худшая ситуация, на самом деле она ужасная, она трагическая для нашей страны, для народа. Но и в будущем, наверное, мы убедимся, что это и трагедия для России. Мы имели отличные отношения. Украина, Россия, мы соседи. Как мы будем дальше жить по-соседски?
In addition to my brother, I had two uncles who served decades as police officers, one of whom became the police chief in my hometown of Miami, Florida. I am standing here today by the grace of God as testament to the love and support that I've received from my family. I have also been blessed with many dear friends, colleagues, mentors, law clerks. I could not possibly name all of the people to whom I owe great thanks. But I must mention specifically the three brilliant jurists for whom I had the privilege of serving as a law clerk at the outset of my legal career. U.S. District Judge Patty Saris in Massachusetts, U.S. Court of Appeals Judge Bruce Selya in Rhode Island, and last but certainly not least, Associate Justice Stephen Breyer of the Supreme Court of the United States. Justice Breyer, in particular, not only gave me the greatest job that any young lawyer could ever hope to have, but he also exemplified every day in every way that a Supreme Court justice can perform at the highest level of skill and integrity while also being guided by civility, grace, pragmatism, and generosity of spirit. Justice Breyer, the members of the Senate will decide if I fill your seat, but please know that I could never fill your shoes. To my dear family, those who are here with me now and those who are watching from home, I am forever indebted to you for your love and support. To my beloved husband, Patrick, thank you for being my rock today and every day for these past 26 years. I love you. To my daughters, Talia and Layla, you are the light of my life. Please know that whatever title I may hold or whatever job I may have, I will still be your mom. That will never change. There are so many other people I would love to be able to address and to thank, but time is short, so let me end by sharing an interesting coincidence that has actually meant a great deal to me over the years. As it happens, I share a birthday with the first Black woman ever to be appointed as a federal judge, the Honorable Constance Baker Motley. We were born exactly 49 years to the day apart. Today, I proudly stand on Judge Motley's shoulders, sharing not only her birthday, but also her steadfast and courageous commitment to equal justice under law. Judge Motley's life and career has been a true inspiration to me as I have pursued this professional path. And if I am fortunate enough to be confirmed as the next Associate Justice of the Supreme Court of the United States, I can only hope that my life and career, my love of this country and the Constitution, and my commitment to upholding the rule of law and the sacred principles upon which this great nation was founded will inspire future generations of Americans. Thank you again, Mr. President, for this extraordinary honor.
I forgot to introduce the First Lady, Dr. Jill Biden, and the second gentleman. That seems strange to say that, but the second one, Doug Emhoff. They're both here as well, so thank you. Thank you all.
All right, once again, the official nomination happening for Ketanji Brown Jackson for Supreme Court. President Biden saying so many good remarks about her. And you even heard just moments ago in her speech that she was alluding or had been talking about her time with Justice Breyer. Again, he is the one who is retiring at the end of term, which is this summer. She actually worked.
All right, everyone, I'm trying to find another stream, and it looks like the daily press briefing is going to start not till another half hour, so I'll find another stream for that too.
Currently, that's the projections with the top people on the earth who claim they're not with. We're looking at a giant war in February right now. Currently, that's the projections with the top people on the earth who claim they're not with the New World Order Combine. Is war in February.
Holy hell, my friends. What is going on in Ukraine? Nobody knows. Nobody has any idea what the hell's going on. Nothing that is being told to us in the mainstream media press right now is making any sense. It's all hyper confusion. But let me tell you what I do know. When you start asking questions about something or some aspect of something and then you get banned off of big tech platforms, I'm thinking you're over the target, because that's been the track record of what's been happening lately. If you've been questioning the narrative of the election, boom, you're gone, and then we find out months later that, oh shit, that was kicked off was totally right. Same thing with COVID, and I'm thinking the same thing is going to happen and unfold with Russia over here. See, you're not allowed to say anything remotely positive. Everything has to be explicitly negative, pooty poot, and Russia right now, or you're getting threatened to be kicked off the platforms. Mainstream media press needs everybody to say that this dude over here is another Hitler and nobody could be on his side. Or you're a traitor and we'll freeze your bank accounts and you'll be a terrorisms. And of course, the terrorist treason, of course. But anyway, take a look at this story right here. Here we have a situation, InfoWars. And I saw this originally on Twitter, but now the Twitter thread has been nuked. Now, the guy was just asking a very simple question, and you're not allowed to ask questions that have a basis in reality, and that's why that Twitter is gone. Well, now that's making me think that this is a legitimate story. So here we are, InfoWars. Russian strikes targeting U.S.-run biolabs in Ukraine? Question mark. For years, Russia has accused the U.S. of running biolabs in Ukraine that could develop chemical and biological weapons. The U.S. biolabs are believed to operate in many cities that were recently attacked by Russia. Well, why can't we ask that question? Seems like a very reasonable question. Does the U.S. run biolabs in Ukraine? No, you can't ask that question. Shut up. No questions will be tolerated. That's a silly question. Banned from the inner zones. Silly bastard. Why? No, because you gotta get all of your information. Everything that you're hearing about Ukraine and Putin, it's gotta come from CNN or it's illegal. Or maybe even TMZ. That's fucking stupid. I ain't listening to any of you idiots. Look, they telling you right now, can't ask questions about biolabs in Ukraine, but you are supposed to just swallow this nonsense that Sean Penn is in Ukraine yesterday talking to the Ukrainian president while the Ukrainian military is being decapitated. The Ukrainian military was literally being killed, but the Ukrainian president had time to sit down with this dipshit over here who's totally not a kid fucker. I mean, look at this guy. What is going on over here? That's just too stupid to be stupid. That you have to buy wholesale. And this was tweeted out by the president of Ukraine, by the way. He put this motherfucking thing on Instagram. He got time to be doing this shit? You just lost your country, fool. I'm supposed to buy this, right? Don't ask questions about this. Fucking hell. That's how I know it's true. Again, I don't know if it's true. Conspiracy theory over here. But when they ban you, again, you're over the target, I'm thinking. Is Russia's, quote, special military operation actually a smokescreen to target U.S. biolabs in Ukraine? Holy shit. Speculation on social media suggests that Russian strikes in the Ukrainian military installations could also include U.S. biolabs in the region, as the Russian government has for years accused the U.S. of developing bioweapons near its border. And so this dude, @war clandestine, who's gone, by the way, immediately gone. Even the archived Twitter thread, or I guess that was just the thread reader I had over here, that's gone too. Can't find any of this. Thank God this person screen captured it, but this person's going to get nuked too, and I imagine this video is probably going to get pulled down from YouTube, because again, now it's supposed to question the narrative, right? Putin's literally Hitler. The dude who's losing his country is hanging out with Hollywood kid. Right? Don't ask questions about biolabs. All of these maps that you're seeing are totally fake. We don't have 8 biolabs over here. It's stupid for you to think that we would put U.S. biolabs all across Ukraine. That would never happen. Here's one of the maps that's floating around. Here's another U.S. biolabs in Ukraine map. They're saying the laboratories are located in Odessa. And they got the whole list over here. So they got now it's been debunked. Some twat with a Captain Marvel haircut and smell like piss is telling me, no, we will do fact checked it. The U.S. would never do that. We asked them. We called up the U.S. and asked them. They said, no, we're not doing it. Oh, yeah, we're not doing it, huh? It's weird. Because if you actually go to the U.S. Embassy in Ukraine's website, you'll find that we have a biological threat reduction program with Ukraine. This is what they're saying on the website over here. You go find this. Now, these maps, I'll be honest with you, I just keep finding these maps. I don't know where these maps are coming from. I don't know when they were generated. We'll need the hacker known as 4chan to get the metadata to see, are these images older than 48 hours? Because if they older than 48 hours, we got a big problem. Yeah, a real big problem. Because they line up exactly with all of these places that have been bloated up. But for the debunkers out there, they're saying, no, we would never do that. Well, okay, well then explain this to me. We've got the U.S. Department of Defense Biological Threat Reduction Program. It's collaborating with partner countries to counter the threat of outbreaks, deliberate, accidental, or natural, of the world's most dangerous and infectious diseases. Yeah, the program priorities in Ukraine. Okay, listen, if I'm buying any of the shit that's coming out of the CDC at face value, I understand that you can offset the world's most deadliest pandemic known to man, the COVID-19, with just a piece of paper over here. But I imagine if you're sitting there and you're doing a risk management assessment and you're looking at, for biosafety, biosurveillance measures, you want to have a biological threat reduction program to make sure that the most deadliest toxins and pathogens known to man, the infectious diseases, outbreaks, you're going to mitigate them. Well, then I imagine you need to have a biolab for that. Imagine you're not just sitting there with a fucking plexiglass shield and a piece of fucking paper over your face. I imagine if you're doing this with pathogens that are deadly, you would need a biolab. So here is the U.S. Embassy in Ukraine admitting that we've got a biological threat program with them. Holy shit. They need to, look, the biological threat reduction program's priorities in Ukraine are to consolidate and secure pathogens and toxins of security concern and to continue to ensure that Ukraine can detect and report outbreaks of the dangerous, caused by the dangerous pathogens before they pose security and stability threats. Well, then you need to have a lab for that. You need to have a lab for that. Are those labs right here? Are those 8 labs in these areas? Because if they are in those areas, they've been fucking bombed. Those areas have been bombed. Now, this map down here, we have on-the-ground reports. The dude who put this thread together over here He's got actual on-the-ground video receipts, reports of these places being destroyed. We got the smoke coming out of them. We got all that information. So we know that this map is accurate. The question is, because if you overlay it with this one, it's fucking very interesting. When was this fucking made over here? Are there U.S. biolabs in?
Has announced our response. Outcome we want. To be clear, this is not the outcome we wanted. This is not to prevent the outcome. It's both a tragedy for the people of Ukraine and a choice Putin made that he has decided for the people of Russia. This is a choice that has been decided for them, not by them. Putin's war of choice has required that we follow through on imposing the massive consequences and severe costs, and that we ensure his flagrant violation of international law will be a strategic failure. We stand united with our NATO allies and partners in Europe and around the world in confronting the Russian government and holding President Putin and those around him to account.
Thanks, Ed. I just want to, I think you might have misspoken. This is the outcome you sought to prevent, right?
This is the outcome that we sought to prevent.
Can I ask you, this may be already kind of OBE, but there was this proposal, the Chinese and the Chinese proposal the Russians seem to have picked up on, at least for an hour or so, about talks between Russia and Ukraine happening in Minsk. I know the Secretary spoke to Foreign Minister Kuleba today. What's the U.S., what's your thinking about the efficacy of such talks?
Well, Matt, you've heard us say before that over the course of several weeks leading up to the events that we've seen recently in Ukraine, the assault on Ukraine, its sovereignty, its territorial integrity, and really its people, that Moscow engaged in a pretense of diplomacy. That was before the invasion started. Now we see Moscow suggesting that diplomacy take place at the barrel of a gun, or as Moscow's rockets, mortars, artillery target the Ukrainian people. This is not real diplomacy. Those are not the conditions for real diplomacy. We and our allies have called for a real diplomatic solution from day one. President Zelensky, for his part, has repeatedly reached out to President Putin, but his outstretched hand at every turn was met now by silence and now bombs. If President Putin is serious about diplomacy, he knows what he can do. He should immediately stop the bombing campaign against civilians, order the withdrawal of his forces from Ukraine, and indicate very clearly, unambiguously to the world that Moscow is prepared to de-escalate. We have not seen that yet.
So you don't think it's a good idea?
We have not seen any indication that Putin is prepared to de-escalate. We have not seen any indication that he is willing to create the conditions in which diplomacy can succeed.
Just to put a super fine point on it, it is not the question of the event. It is not a question of the venue. If the same talks, without some kind of significant change from the Russians, you don't think talks anywhere.
This is a question that is much more fundamental than the venue. This is a question of whether diplomacy can succeed under these conditions. We do not think it can.
Okay. Then just secondly and finally for me, Finland and Sweden were invited to participate in this NATO meeting in Brussels earlier today. And the Russians have, issued a warning, saying that if they were to join NATO, and I know that there isn't any current plan for them to do so, but if they were, that there would be repercussions, military and political repercussions for them. Now, I'm not going to ask you whether the U.S. would encourage or support Finland or Sweden to join NATO, but there are conditions that have to be satisfied. For aspirants have to satisfy certain conditions to become members. Do Finland and Sweden currently, as they are now, meet those conditions for membership?
That is a question, Matt, for NATO, but there is a more fundamental question that your question actually gets at. And that is really what is at stake in this conflict. We have made the point before that Ukraine is a valued partner of the United States. Its people are partners of the American people. But this, in some ways, in many ways, is bigger than a territorial conflict between Russia and Ukraine. It is bigger because these are about the foundational principles that for 70 years now, since the end, over the course of 2 world wars and since the end of the Cold War, principles that have undergirded and really fueled unprecedented levels of stability, of prosperity, of security the world over, in Europe, Indo-Pacific, and everywhere in between. That is what Putin is threatening. In addition to the territorial integrity of Ukraine, the people of Ukraine, the government of Ukraine, what Putin is threatening is this rules-based international order. And one of the central precepts of that rules-based international order is the foundational truth that every country should be free to determine its own policies, its own domestic policy, its own foreign policies, its partnerships, its alliances, its associations, its aspirations. That is what Putin has sought to trample on in Ukraine. It is what, if we are to listen to at least this bluster, we may be led to believe he wants to trample on beyond Ukraine.
I get that, but that's not my question. Is about Finland and Sweden. It's not about what Putin's policies are. You know, Ukraine has made it very clear that it wants to, or the current government of Ukraine has made it very clear that it wants to join NATO, and NATO has said, no, you're not ready yet. And what my question is if, and I know you're not going to want to answer a hypothetical, but if you're going to say no, do Finland and Sweden meet the criteria for NATO membership?
So first,
should they apply tomorrow? Would they have to, would they have to do, are they democratic enough?
So
do they uphold human rights?
So let me make 3 points. It is up to Finland and Sweden to determine for themselves if they wish to join NATO or any other alliance. It is our firm position and a firm position of the NATO alliance that NATO's door remains open to all eligible aspirants. And 3, ultimately, if a country does aspire for NATO membership, that's a decision for NATO, not for any other country.
I just want to know, would the United States support? You don't support Ukraine's membership in NATO right now.
Matt, you yourself have just said that neither Finland nor Sweden have indicated that they aspire to join NATO.
So that's why I tried to couch the question whether they would currently meet the criteria to become.
I am going to let Finland and Sweden speak for themselves. Yes, Vivian.
The EU has moved to impose sanctions on Vladimir Putin and Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov today. The president said obviously it was under consideration yesterday. There are reports that the U.S. will announce sanctions on Putin today. Can you tell us if that is the case?
As you heard from the president yesterday, all options are on the table. All options means all. All means all. We are looking closely at additional options that may apply appropriate pressure to the Russian Federation, to President Putin, to those around him. But any additional measures would join a litany of steps that, together with our EU allies, with Australia, with Canada, with Great Britain, with New Zealand, and a number of other countries, we announced yesterday that constitute the strongest, most consequential set of sanctions and other economic measures ever imposed. And the fact that they are responsive to this brazen, brutal, unprovoked aggression on the part of Russia against Ukraine speaks to their strength and why that strength was and is necessary. So any additional measures would complement the fact that we announced yesterday that now all 10 of Russia's largest bank, which hold 80% of the assets in Russia's banking sector, are now subject to these measures. The export controls that we have the Department of Commerce, to be specific, imposed yesterday now block the import of some 50% of the strategic imports that Moscow would need for its strategic positioning, its strategic ambitions. The fact that the Russian government is now cut off in terms of its sovereign debt from Western financing, the fact that elites around President Putin are now sanctioned and subject to those attendant restrictions. Any additional measures, and again, we have said that if President Putin continues to escalate, we will do the same, but any additional measures would join that long litany of steps that already constitute the strongest, the most decisive response that the United States, and together with our allies and partners, have ever mounted. Himar.
So I have a couple of follow-ups on both of those issues, but before, please indulge me. Foreign Policy magazine first reported this about locally employed staff working in Ukraine and how they're seeking U.S. help. So what is the plan for them? How many people are we talking about? And what is your assessment? Do you not think you have an obligation to these people?
Humaira, the Secretary and others from here have been in regular touch with the Embassy Kyiv community, and that, of course, includes our locally employed staff. You've traveled with us. You know the value that the Secretary, that the team around him attach to our locally employed staff. They are at the heart of our embassy operations around the world. Quite simply, our embassies, our posts around the world could not function without our locally employed staff. On February 24th, a couple days ago, the Locally Employed Staff Committee sent us an email following Russia's unprovoked attack against Kyiv. We are exploring all legal options available to us that would enable us to support them at what clearly is a very difficult time for our locally employed staff. We've already taken some important steps. We've implemented paid administrative leave for all staff unable to work or telework, regardless of their location. Whether our local staff are working, whether they're teleworking, whether they are unable to work, let me be clear, they are being paid. Whether they are in Ukraine or outside of Ukraine, they are being paid. We have established a dedicated communications channel for all of our locally employed staff to contact us with their questions, with their concerns, so that we can be responsive directly to them. And we've provided the option of salary advances to support those locally employed staff who need an extra amount of assistance at what is clearly a very difficult time. So these relationships are deeply meaningful to us. They're deeply important to us. Again, our operations could not continue without our locally employed staff.
How many people are we talking about?
Now, I'm not in a position to offer that. All of them are being paid. All of them have these options available to them.
Okay.
Sure.
Can I just do one quick question on that
Sure.
first? Okay. One thing that they asked for specifically in this letter was assistance relocating out of the country. The Biden administration has been talking about this potential assault for weeks, now. So why isn't there already a way to help these local employed staff get out of the country if they want to, and do you plan on doing that?
Well, we are exploring all options that are legally available to us and that are logistically available to us at this time. As you know, we have, for over the course of weeks now, been issuing public communications directed in the first instance at the American citizen community in Kyiv, those who otherwise would have traveled to Ukraine, urging individuals not to travel to Ukraine, and more recently urging Americans located in Ukraine to depart Ukraine. We have, of course, provided guidance to our locally engaged staff, locally employed staff, who had come to us seeking guidance, seeking direction. So I can't speak to specific cases. I can't speak to specific decisions or choices that may have been made, but we are here to support them in every conceivable way that we can.
Is there any reason to believe they'd be specifically subject to Russian aggression?
I'm sorry?
Is there any reason to believe that these locally employed staff would be specifically subject to Russian aggressions?
I have not seen any indication that they would be targeted for their role, but we have seen every indication that this is intended to be on the part of the Russian Federation, not only an assault on Ukraine's territorial integrity, not only an assault on its government, but also an assault on the Ukrainian people. So we are deeply concerned about the intentions, the motivations of the Russian Federation. It's why we are seeking to bring this unprovoked, needless war to an end as quickly as we can. Humera.
Just on this, do you know, were there any local staff who accompanied the people who went to Lviv and were working in Lviv and that, who have since now been relocated basically to Poland and who would have gone and are now temporarily at least living in Poland?
It was a core embassy team, Matt. That
just Americans, or were there local staff too?
It was a core embassy team. I'm not in a position to offer if there were any locally employed staff with them. Humera.
Just to close the loop on sanctions, and then I'll move on to UN very briefly. So the assessments out there about how long it would take Russian forces to overrun Kyiv is mentioned like in days. And yet the president and others in this government said yesterday sanctions would be more impactful in time. Is it fair to say then in the immediate term, U.S. is basically unable to stop Putin?
I don't think you heard anyone say that. What you have heard us say is that, well, let me back up. Over the course of months now, we have been ringing the alarm bell as we had information available to us as early as late last year that Vladimir Putin had these intentions. We started to see his forces mobilize around that time. You remember in November of 2021 when we first started to speak about this publicly. Beyond our public messaging, we engaged in robust private diplomacy behind closed doors to ensure that our allies and partners around the world knew what we knew so that we could operate in tandem with one another. When it comes to the sanctions that you mentioned, these were coordinated with allies and partners around the world. Part of what gives them the bite, the heft that they have, is that these were not just measures that were introduced by the United States, but also by the European Union.
It doesn't matter how many people, how many countries introduce that. It's a matter of time. And we're talking about days, and President openly said that they don't have the days.
But you will look, if you see what has transpired in the Russian marketplace over the course not only of recent days, but of recent weeks. The threat of these massive consequences have pushed the ruble to its lowest levels in years, pushed the Russian stock market, pushed down investor sentiment, and have made clear that these measures have tremendous bite. And we saw that yesterday when these measures were introduced. So what is true is that these measures are designed to garner strength, to garner momentum over time. But with their immediate introduction yesterday, on top of the measures that we imposed on Monday in response to President Putin's recognition of these so-called republics in eastern Ukraine, you have seen that there has been an immediate effect. There has been an immediate bite.
My final one is on UN. The vote is delayed for an hour. Do you know why?
I do not. You would need to
Are you
ask the UN.
confident you've got UAE and India to vote yes?
We are confident that the Russian Federation will be and will be shown to be isolated on the world stage. We are confident that our partners, that our allies around the world will stand in very clear, very stark opposition to this aggression, to this assault on Ukraine's territorial integrity, to its independence, to its sovereignty. We have every expectation that message will emanate loud and clear from this UN session.
All your partners, including India and UAE.
We have every expectation that message will be loud and clear to the Russian Federation, unambiguous to President Putin. Yes.
Can I follow up on something that you said when you were speaking with Matt? You said if you were to listen to the blunder of President Putin, you might believe he was willing to go beyond Ukraine. Do you have reason to believe that that is the case?
President Putin knows, because we have stated very clearly that our commitment to NATO's Article 5, an attack on one is an attack on all, is as vibrant, is as sacrosanct as it was at NATO's founding some 7 decades ago. You heard the president say again yesterday that we will fight for every inch of NATO territory. That is a message that we have made very clear in public. It is a message that we have conveyed very clearly in private. I have no doubt that message has reached President Putin.
And one separate question. I want to do a follow-up.
Is there anything specific to indicate? The NATO Secretary General said today that there are indications that the Kremlin's objectives span beyond Ukraine. Is there anything to suggest from the U.S.'s perspective that they do?
Well, what we have seen from President Putin, not only in recent days, but in recent years, is his desire to go back to an era that has long since passed, an era in which spheres of influence are acceptable, an era in which large countries can bully small countries, an era in which might equals right. That is an era that should have ended, certainly with the fall of the Berlin Wall, certainly with the end of the Cold War. But of course, President Putin has other desires, other aspirations. It is our task to reinforce the rules that have, again, governed the international community over the course of some 70 years, but certainly in more recent years since the end of the Cold War. Abigail.
Can you give us any update on your efforts to help Americans who are still in Ukraine? I know you are always hesitant to give exact numbers, but do you have any further indication of how many Americans have crossed over the border into Poland, for instance?
So, as you've heard us say, we don't have precise figures in any country around the world of the number of Americans who are present in a foreign country at any given time. And you know those reasons well. We don't track Americans. We don't require them to register. We don't require them to unregister when they leave a country. In the case of Ukraine, however, we did have an estimate, and we do have an estimate dated from October of last year of Americans resident in Ukraine. At the time, October of 2021, there were 6,600 Americans resident in Ukraine by our estimation. And that estimation was based on data from our Ukrainian partners. It was based on data that was available to us as well, including data from local organizations. That same month, October of 2021, is this very same month that we started warning Americans not to travel to Ukraine. Those warnings were later superseded by clear and consistent encouragement to Americans to leave the country, and most recently, warnings that Americans should leave the country. So since October of 2021, we have seen a sweeping shift in the advice and guidance we have provided to Americans who either sought to travel to Ukraine or Americans who might have been resident in Ukraine. So while we don't have a firm number of Americans who are there, we have good reason to believe, and I think all of you have good reason to conclude, that the number of Americans in Ukraine now is far lower than 6,600. What we have been doing over the course of weeks now is communicating with Americans who are located in Ukraine, asking them to be in touch with us, providing us their contact information so that we in turn can provide them specific, tailored guidance about what they should do to depart the country. We have done so in the context of commercial air travel when that was available, and now more recently we provided specific, consistent guidance on how Americans can travel overland to leave the country, including offering them specific advice as to which border crossings to go to so that they can travel from Ukraine into Poland with ease. We've conducted diplomacy with our Polish allies to make sure that Americans need not provide any sort of advance notice when they seek to travel from Ukraine into Poland. We've set up a welcome center on the Polish side of the border with representatives of the State Department there to offer them any advice, any forms, any guidance they may need to complete their onward travel. So we've been in regular, consistent touch with Americans who are in Ukraine and Americans who have made that travel into Poland. Yes, sir.
Ned, if I may, I'd like to follow on sanctions. So you mentioned those additional measures means additional sanctions, but what might be the trigger? What might trigger them? So what else are you waiting from Moscow? Moscow is bombing Kyiv and other Ukrainian cities. I have the moral right to tell about this. I'm not speculating because my family spent this night in the shelter. So what else might happen? And just to push administration to apply the additional sanctions. And secondly, if I may, there are a lot of talks in Ukraine about the possibility of some kind of talks with the Russians. President Zelensky told about this in his statement that maybe America and United Kingdom may back in Ukraine in those conversations. So what's your message to Ukraine? Do you think that it's necessary right now, or it's the wrong way? Thank you.
Thank you. So we do believe that diplomacy is the only responsible way to address this. That was our belief prior to the start of the Russian invasion. It is our belief now that the Russian invasion and assault on Ukraine has begun. At the same time, we want to see diplomacy conducted in a context, in an environment in which it can succeed. Our concern had been, prior to the Russian invasion, that, again, Moscow was using the so-called pretense of diplomacy, pretending to take part in serious diplomatic discussions, having these staged, highly choreographed meetings of the National Security Council, where President Putin would instruct his lieutenants to engage in diplomacy, only as he continued to amass his forces. Now we see offers of diplomacy at the barrel of a gun. We see these offers as tanks continue to roll across the border, as your fellow countrymen, your fellow countrywomen remain subject to unimaginable levels of violence and brutality by the Russian Federation. We want to make clear to President Putin that diplomacy by the barrel of a gun, coercive diplomacy, is not something that we are going to take part in. It is not something that will bring an end to this conflict in a real, genuine, and sustainable way. We do want to see diplomacy succeed. That is why we are doing everything we can through our public messaging, but in some ways, much more importantly, through the measures we have introduced over the past couple days, coercive measures that are designed to contour President Putin's next moves, to put pressure on his economy, on his financial system, on those around him, and on President Putin himself, so that we see de-escalation, we see diminution of violence, we see withdrawal of forces. We have not seen any of those things just yet, but these measures were just instituted, and it is our sincere desire to see this going forward so that we can work diplomatically to bring an end to this senseless, unprovoked violence. In terms of sanctions, as we've said, we have instituted the most biting, the most crippling, the most devastating set of sanctions together with our allies and partners that the world has ever seen. And we have additional measures that if we do not see de-escalation, if we do not see a diminution in violence, that we are prepared to enact, again, together with our allies and partners. Yes?
Following up on diplomacy, there was a memo sent around today to State Department employees calling for the cancellation of all government-to-government contacts with Russia unless it was a major national security interest topic, and those were listed. I'm just wondering what the goal of that approach is, what you guys think that does.
The goal of
cutting off most of the contacts unless it's of a high national security interest topic.
So, again, Russia's actions, it's needless, unprovoked, unnecessary, brutal campaign against Ukraine has fundamentally changed the relationship that Moscow has not only with the United States, but with countries around the world. The flavor, the look, the feel of our relationship with Moscow is very different today than it was last week or even a few days ago. At the same time, we have national security priorities, national security imperatives, and there may be some areas in which the fulfillment of our national security priorities and imperatives require us to engage, to coexist at some level with the Russian Federation. These are areas that are of overriding importance to us, and there are a few that come to mind, but the point is that Moscow is now a pariah on the world stage. President Putin is a pariah on the world stage. His economy will suffer. His financial system will suffer. Moscow's strategic ambitions will suffer. Moscow's strategic positioning and strength will suffer. But again, we are always going to pursue what's in our national security interest, however we need to do that. Yes, Paul.
You've spoken about the U.S. rejecting this idea of talks in Minsk, but the talks were offered with Ukraine, and I don't think Ukraine has stated its position. If I'm right, are you telling Ukraine you wouldn't support them if they entered talks?
We are a partner of the Ukrainian government. We're a partner of the Ukrainian people. We will partner with them in real constructive diplomacy, just as in our engagement with the Russian Federation, whether that was on a bilateral basis, whether it was through the NATO-Russia Council, whether it was through the OSCE. We incorporated the viewpoints, we incorporated the perspectives, we incorporated the interests of our Ukrainian partners into that. So we are here to support our Ukrainian partners, not only diplomatically, that's important. We are supporting them with our security assistance, unprecedented levels of security assistance that will only continue to increase now that Putin has made this disastrous decision. Our support for Ukraine's economy. Just last week, the Secretary signed a fourth $1 billion loan guarantee. We have continued through other means to provide stability to the Ukrainian economy, financial system, and through our humanitarian support. We provided $52 million in humanitarian funding for the people of Ukraine last year.
Moscow, and do you believe that offer today was made in bad faith?
On your second question, it is our belief that Moscow has sought to engage in the pretense of diplomacy. They clearly, it appears, attempted to do that prior to the invasion, to buy time, to continue their preparations for what it now seems clear Vladimir Putin had intended all along. I don't think it takes a grand geopolitical analyst to know that an offer of diplomacy as you rain down bombs, mortar shells, as your tanks advance towards a capital of 2.9 million people, as your forces encircle a capital, as your political leaders make demands of demilitarization, make demands of a fundamentally neutral foreign policy, essentially removing agency that Kyiv should otherwise have. That is not the context in which diplomacy can succeed. I think it is fair to say that we see eye to eye with our Ukrainian partners on that front. President Biden, as you know, spoke to President Zelensky earlier today. Secretary Blinken, as you know, spoke to Foreign Minister Kuleba earlier today. We will continue to provide guidance, to share information with our Ukrainian partners. They, in turn, are continuing to provide updates to us, and we are ensuring that everything we do will be fully coordinated and that we'll be operating in pure lockstep.
To Western interlocutors that it might be the last time that he's seen alive. Is the U.S. in any discussions with the Ukrainian government about securing their safety, either moving them outside of the country or otherwise? Have the Ukrainians made such a request or the U.S. made such an offer?
We are in constant discussion with our Ukrainian partners. Again, the president today, the secretary today, the secretary a couple days ago.
Which would be economically devastated. And Kyiv wouldn't even be in it. If Russia did something like this where they took the coast, it wouldn't even have access to the sea. A lot of the industry is in the east. So this would leave, if Russia did something like this. Now, this is a big if. This would be a huge operation with many huge risks in the short and long term. So I'm not saying it's easy to do this. There's all kinds of difficulties in this. But if Russia were to do this, then you would have a much weaker, much weaker, and economically, I mean, I've seen people describe it as economically unviable remaining Ukraine state here, Western Ukraine. So again, and by the way, the idea of Russia taking part of Ukraine, especially east of the river, that is something that pretty much always comes up when you read like a list of things they might do from experts. Doesn't mean it's easy. There's huge costs. There's huge costs in this and risks in this whole project for Russia. You know, given that they're doing a full invasion now, huge costs, huge risks. I don't want to get into all that now, but just be aware that this is, something that is floating around as a possible thing Russia might try to do. So I wanted to just get that out there. And it seems like maybe we're hearing that Russia is approaching Kyiv. We keep hearing Kyiv as a focus. Maybe Russia is hoping to, the thing about that plan, the plan says that Russia would basically overthrow the government in Kyiv and try to install some new government. Maybe Russia is hoping to, do something in Kyiv that would, would demoralize the rest of the Ukrainian population and make it easier for them elsewhere. But Russia has also, been spreading out around the country too, although not so much in the West. So we just have to wait and see. But I wanted to just put that on your radar. If you want to see it, I tweeted it. You have to go back like a 12 hours on my Twitter. But I wanted to get that out there. So keep in mind as you hear it. Oh, and I will go back again. Marco Rubio, who is the vice chair of the Senate Intelligence Committee, he's been posting tweets about what he understands that Ukraine is going to do, and last night, what Russia's going to do. And last night, he posted a very concerning tweet. He said. I want to show you a couple things here. This. About 3 a.m, this morning he posted this. We have only seen the opening phase of Putin's barbaric plan, but it has been more difficult than he expected. There are now indications that Kyiv may soon be the focus of his rage, and then the entire world would come face to face with a depravity not seen in 80 years. So he seems to have some information suggesting that what Putin wants to do in Kyiv will be very, very bad. So definitely. There's by the way, hang on. I just saw a headline. Let me see if I can get you that report. What was this? I just saw something. Hang on. Hang on, I got to listen to this. I just saw something on TV.
That's from a U.S. official. I'm going to read a quote here from the reporting. Our information also indicates that Russia plans to threaten killing the family members of Ukraine.
Hang on.
Will threaten to kill the family.
CNN just reported something.
Your work there in Lviv, and we're just getting some new reporting in. This from our State Department team, Kylie Atwood and Jennifer Hansler, in which the Biden administration believes that Russia will threaten to kill the families of Ukrainian soldiers if they do not surrender.
Kylie Atwood from CNN is reporting that the Biden administration believes that Russia will threaten to kill the soldiers of families who do not surrender. So I'm listening to this again. They just said it on the air. They said a couple of their reporters who work at the State Department.
Thank you for your work there in Lviv, and we're just getting some new reporting in. This from our State Department team, Kylie Atwood
Hang on.
and Jennifer Hansler, in which the Biden administration believes that Russia will threaten to kill the families of Ukrainian soldiers if they do not surrender. That's from a U.S. official. I'm going to read a quote here from the reporting. Our information also indicates that Russia plans to threaten killing the family members of Ukrainian soldiers if they do not surrender. We reached out to the State Department for specific details more on that.
CNN, Biden administration believes that Russia will threaten to kill the families of Ukrainian soldiers if they do not surrender. That was the report. So I guess they heard it from somebody in the administration. Hey, guys. people saying stuff in the chat like CNN. Oh, come on, CNN. CNN isn't saying this. Someone in the administration said this to CNN. So if you think it's wrong, blame the person in the administration who's telling this to CNN. CNN isn't making up a story and then saying, hey, this comes from the Biden administration. So, you know, you can't just look at the network reporting the story or the paper reporting the story. Use your brain. Stop reacting toxically. Stop shutting your brain off and reacting toxically. The world would be a lot better place if you all did this. Start thinking intelligently and using your brain. Stop shutting off your brain and taking a side before you heard what is said and thinking about what's said. That's called having an agenda. Not having an agenda is having an open mind and not knowing what you're going to think about something before you hear it and think about it and process it. So rather than hearing CNN and no matter what comes after going like, oh, that's stupid and it's a lie, or hearing Fox News and whatever they say after going, oh, it's Fox News, that's a lie. How about not shutting off your brain, turn on your brain and listen to what's said. And if you actually were using your brain and you listen to what was said, you'd realize that the report is not CNN thinks that, it is we're getting this from the Biden administration. So somebody in the Biden administration told them that. It may not be right, it may be wrong, but they didn't say we think this. So the world would be a lot better place if people stopped shutting off their brains and automatically siding one way or the other in a very toxic fashion, which really doesn't help anything. And it ends up causing you to believe a lot of poorly supported things. And it would be a lot better if you turned on your brain and think for yourself. Try thinking for yourself for a change. How about that? Rather than just being a robot and always siding on one side or the other, how about actually using what you have up here? Listen, and these. Listen, hear, think. Before yelling toxic garbage, shut this up. So keep this closed. No typing, no talking. Hearing, seeing, listening, thinking, and actually process what's being said, okay? The world will be a lot better for it. Thank you. That's my public service announcement for today. Okay. Now, let's get back. Breaking news, heavy explosions heard in Kyiv. From Fox News' Trey Yingst. I don't really care that he's from Fox News or wherever he's from. He's a good reporter. He's a responsible reporter. So I appreciate his reporting, and I'm with eagerness pass along his report to you. Heavy explosions heard in Kyiv coming from the north. Let me really quick see. I have to get the Kyiv stream on my phone here. Hang on, folks. Where is this? Why is this not here? Here we go. Give me one moment. Does the Fox... I'm watching the Fox News live stream from Kyiv. I don't know that it has volume on it. I'm not hearing anything. Keep it on here. All right. Hang on, guys. Aurora Intel says videos have begun circulating on social media this evening Videos have begun circulating on social media this evening of Russian ICBMs on the move, reportedly in Moscow. Make of it what you will. Everyone will have their own opinion on this one. It is unclear if this image is the same or not. Sharing for transparency. Linda says it seems no volume on the Fox stream. Intel Crab retweeted this. Residents of Nikolaev report that it is burning in Dubki. Airstrikes on the airfield in Kolbakino.
Ребята!
С кем я тут?
Это где?
Не знаю.
Ребята! Это где?
An ICBM, by the way, is an intercontinental ballistic missile. Those can go around the world, to across oceans. I'll try to get you more on that. Dubki Kulbakino. Let's see if I can find this for you. I can't find that. I can't find that. I don't know where this is. Nikolaev. Oh, Dubki, Nikolaev. Okay. I don't know where Dubki is. Let's try Nikolaev and see if that comes up. Otherwise, I don't know where that is. Nikolaev, Ukraine. Here we go. There's Mykolaiv. So that would be, there's been a lot of fighting around here, around Kherson. Kherson is here. Russia's troops came up from Crimea when the invasion began. Crimea is a part of Ukraine that Russia took from Ukraine 8 years ago. So Russian troops have been moving north. There's been heavy fighting at Kherson, and you just heard that report said that there was an airfield in the area of Nikolaev where there was apparently... Robbie Wallace posted this. I can't confirm it. Intel Crab tweeted that residents report that it is burning in Dubki. Airstrikes on the airfield. Marx says that Ukraine's Ukraine's land forces claim that Russian forces have been repelled at the city of Konotop after suffering heavy losses. I'll have to check. I don't know if they're posting this on their Facebook page. Sometimes Ukrainian military post stuff on their Facebook page. Let me look and see here. Oh, look at this. Look at this, guys. The city of Kyiv. This is, hold on. This is the Ministry of Internal Affairs. Look at this. Look at what they posted. Look at what they posted. Ministry of Internal Affairs of Ukraine. The city authorities of Kyiv appealed to the residents of multi-story houses that have access to the roof, asking to urgently check the roofs for the availability of labels. In case any marks are detected on the roofs, please put them on the ground or cover them with something. Such targets probably are a route of aviation to objects where strikes can be hit. So they're telling people to go to their roofs in multi-story buildings in Kyiv to check if there's any marks put on them that would help guide aircraft, Russian aircraft. That's amazing that they would be posting that. Can you believe that? Mark says there was a firefight in the train station in Zhytomyr a bit earlier. Photo reportedly shows captured Russian soldiers. That is unconfirmed. Mark's posted, Jennifer Griffin, State Department orders all U.S. officials to cease all contacts with Russian officials unless explicitly approved and relevant to managing the current crisis. This move is not at all routine, a mechanism used to narrow channels of communication during crisis. Wow. Jillian H. Turner reports. Lots of updates, keeping them coming. Oh, Reuters. Russian troops have stopped near the northeast city of Konotop. Well, this is from Ukraine's land forces. So I can't confirm this. This is what Ukraine is saying. This is what Ukraine is saying. Ukraine land forces are saying that Russian troops have stopped near the northeast city of Konotop after suffering heavy losses during a fight. I don't know if that's true. Konotop, I'll show you where that is. That's here. Okay, so the idea is Russia has been bringing forces from across the border, okay, here. There's been attacks on Kharkiv. There's been a lot of fighting in Sumy in the last day, a lot of fighting here. So I assume the forces that were in Sumy might have moved along, but there's Konotop here. So maybe those forces are moving towards Kyiv, but there would be Konotop here. So apparently a lot of fighting in Konotop. That's where that is there. 85,000 people are in Konotop. That's the population. There's Kyiv. Probably what, like 150 miles from Kyiv? So lots of updates, just getting you the latest updates here. Here's the report, right here. That's what I was just telling you. Kylie Atwood, the Biden administration believes that Russia will threaten to kill the families of Ukrainian soldiers if they do not surrender, a U.S. official says. This as today, Foreign Minister Kuleba also said there could be Russian false flag operations that erroneously accuse Ukraine of alleged inhuman actions. I want to say a quick thanks to our moderators. They are fantastic. I really appreciate all of their help in our chats. Linda Belk is moderating. We have, hang on. Lexa Fulmer. Thank you, Lexa, so much for moderating. Lexa's moderating there. Thank you. Also, we have, hang on one second, I want to thank our other moderators. So we have lots of updates coming out. It is 10:33 p.m. Kyiv time, and the time in most of Ukraine. 10:33 p.m. Bud Green, thanks for modding. Bud is there. I see Bud modding over there on Facebook. And we also have our Twitch moderators, such as A Moment of Lovely, Cerrero, Duxor, Idaho Star, Mark and NC, Muse, Papa Bear, Schultheis, Terriag, Toby, and Sully. I really appreciate all of our moderators. Thank you. There are so many updates. I will check your messages shortly. Thanks for messaging me. I am just trying to get you the latest updates here. So I want to show you this again. This is unconfirmed. Aurora Intel videos have begun to circulate on social media this evening of Russian Topol-M ICBMs on the move. Those would be intercontinental ballistic missiles, which could carry a nuclear warhead. reportedly in Moscow. Make of it what you will. Everyone will have their own opinion on this one. Maybe it's something normal. Maybe it was planned. Maybe it was not. Maybe it's intended, if it's true, maybe it's intended as a signal to the West to not get more involved in this. Who knows? And again, Aurora Intel said it's unclear if this image is the same one or not, sharing for transparency. Oh, hang on a second here. Let me do one thing real quick. You know, I've seen some stuff about a Kyiv power plant. I got to see if I can find more about this. I don't have anything reliable. Let me check some different sources here. Look, 1 hour ago, Ukrainian state emergency situations refute statements about the destruction of Kyiv power plant, says it works. That's from a Ukrainian news outlet, Union. See? Recep Soylu. But I don't, again, that's what they're saying. So I'll let you know if I hear more about a power plant in Kyiv. I don't have, that's one thing. That's from like an hour ago. About an hour ago, Elint News had posted 5 explosions heard in Kyiv reportedly near power plant. That was about an hour and a half ago. So I will keep you posted on what I'm hearing. Global Military Info had posted. I know that account really tries to be reliable and responsible. They said after investigating 5 to 6 explosions went off near the Kyiv power plant, emergency services said everything is still good. Per rumored intelligence, I guess, citizens were asked to turn off lights and live stream feeds due to operational security and safety. That's an interesting report. Rumint, I think, is rumor, intelligence through rumor, information of dubious veracity, particularly when grounded in rumors. So, again, Global Military Info says after investigating, this was about a half an hour ago, 5 to 6 explosions went off near the Kyiv power plant. Emergency services supposedly said everything is still good. Rumor has it, citizens were asked to turn off lights and live stream feeds due to operational security and safety. Don't know. It's a war. Unclear exactly what's going on. Passing that along. Bringing you the latest updates. They just posted this, heavy explosions rocking Kyiv. Where are they seeing this? Where are they seeing this? I don't know. I don't know where they're seeing this. They just posted that on Elint News. Let me try to get you some more updates on this. Again, I don't have the Maidan live stream isn't working. Hang on, folks. Hang on. I'm looking at people. Oh, look, multiple heavy explosions in Kyiv. Marks almost sounded like multiple launch rocket impacts. Sirens going off. It's live on Fox News or the stream. Hang on, sorry. All right, it's not on the Fox News. I'll check Fox News. Oh, yes, Fox News. Okay, I think that's Trey Yingst is on Fox News. He has a helmet on. He is reporting live right now. So now he's standing there. He's standing there, and I don't hear explosions behind him at the moment. So I can see him on my screen talking on Fox News, Trey Yingst. Siren just stopped, somebody said. Okay. So again, he is on Fox News talking. Press secretary announces the U.S. will join the EU and UK in sanctioning Vladimir Putin. Is this on right now? Hang on. Hang on. There's so much going on. Give me one moment. Give me one moment. The press briefing is not live. Or is it? Let's see. Yes, it's live.
Last fall. All of that has not been delivered yet. We're continuing to provide that assistance. Obviously, we remain in very close touch, of course.
All right. I'm not going to stick on this right now. There's lots of updates coming out. I'll let you, if anything big is said, I'm sure we'll hear it. Else, I'm not going to the press briefing. You can watch the press briefing on YouTube if you want. Go to White House Live. We're not going to that right now. There's too many updates coming out. So we're just going to stick with the updates and getting you the latest details here. There are so many updates I am hearing. Live stream events has sound? Yeah, but the live stream, you're saying you're looking at a multi-stream, but I assume the sound on the multi-stream is not coming from Kyiv. So if I want to have the sound from Kyiv, it doesn't help having a multi-stream where the sound is not from Kyiv. Because the multi-stream, I believe, there's one I saw that only had one camera in Kyiv, and that was the Fox camera. Sirens in Kyiv again? Hang on. Breaking news. Massive shelling occurring in Kyiv.
Michaela, I don't know if you can hear me, but your line is breaking up a little bit, so if we can reestablish it, we'd love to hear the rest of that.
Massive shelling occurring in Kyiv, sirens going off.
What you're under there. Excuse me? All right, you know what, John Kirby is at the podium now at the Pentagon, so let's go find out what's going on with this new development with NATO.
Where are you hearing the sirens in Kyiv? A different news station? Because Fox News is not showing it. Hang on. Yeah, I don't have the stream. I don't have the stream you guys are looking at with the sirens on it. I don't know where that is. So if somebody can tell me the name of it in the chat. Yeah, people are putting different things. Hold on. Hang on. Hang on, folks. Hang on. I'm sorry I can't see what some of you are seeing. Okay, I think I have it. That's the Fox one. The one you sent me was the Fox one. That's just the Fox one. Oh, they have sound. That has sound. Okay. So there is a stream with sound on it. There is a stream with sound. I'll tell you guys what it's called. I'll tell you what it's called. Give me one moment. Sorry, I'm catching up here. That one does have sound. So, The name of the stream is Webcam on View of Kyiv, Ukraine Skyline 3. It's Charis and Penny. Charis is Charis and the and symbol, and then Penny. Charis and Penny CP Explorers appears to have the same shot as Fox News live stream of Kyiv, but this one has sound. So you can check out that one. Let me just get that on my phone here so I can listen to it. Hang on, I don't want to do that. So thank you for the heads up. I will put it over here. It seems calm there now on that live shot. Hang on, just not doing this right. Can I hear it? Yes, now I can hear it. They do have. Okay, people are saying the Pentagon is live. I'm not going to the Pentagon yet. There's too many updates. I want to just let me catch up on the updates. And maybe we'll go in a second. But there's just too much going on. Here is a video from Kyiv moments ago. This is not working. One moment. Hang on one moment. Got to fix something here right now. Then we'll keep going. Thanks for your patience. Okay. So thank you to the chat for helping me find that live stream. Charis and Penny on YouTube showing a live stream of Kyiv with sound.
Just to let you guys know, I'm still here. If you'd like a different video in one of the other boxes, please let me know. Just type it in the chat.
Look at this. Very loud. Emma Graham Harrison for Guardian Observer. Very loud explosions over Kyiv for the last 15 minutes. I don't know if that's anti-aircraft stuff, anti-air defense stuff. She said very loud explosions over Kyiv for the last 15 minutes. Give me one moment, just trying to get you the latest updates here. Woofers is hearing this. Now, I'm watching a Kyiv live stream. So the Kyiv live stream I have looking at, I'm not hearing anything. So I don't know if Woofers is revealing till like a few minutes ago. This is a report here. Heavy explosion in Mykolaiv tonight from Marks, from Aldin. That would be southern Ukraine. That would be down, where is it here? Can't even find it. Here, Mykolaiv, down here. All right, Hang on. There's just so many updates coming out. I'm really just trying to keep up with all the updates. Live UA Map posted this. Air defense engaged aerial targets over Cherkasy. Cherkasy. Can I find that? Cherkasy, Ukraine would be up here. Cherkasy would be, look at that, in the middle of the country. I haven't heard Cherkasy mentioned much. Press secretary confirms, in alignment with the decision by our European allies, the United States will join them in sanctioning President Putin, Foreign Minister Lavrov, and members of the Russian National Security Team. Max Seddon posted this. So if you didn't see it, President Zelensky posted a video tonight in Kyiv with other Ukrainian officials. And Zelensky posted a video showing him and his top allies in the Kyiv government district. We're defending our independence in our country, and that's how it'll be. He says we're all here and we're defending the city and the country.
Всім добрий вечір. Лідер фракції тут. Голова Офісу президента тут, прем'єр-міністр Шмигаль тут, Подоляк тут, президент тут. Всі ми тут, наші військові тут, громадяни суспільства тут, всі ми тут. Захищаємо нашу незалежність, нашу державу. І так буде й далі. Слава нашим захисникам, слава нашим захисницям. Слава Україні!
Слава!
And then Max Seddon, who's, I believe, with Financial Times in Moscow, yes, he says, it's remarkable how Zelensky has finally grown into the role. When the U.S. warned if Russia plans to invade, he was slammed by Ukrainians for not taking it seriously. But when the war became inevitable, Zelensky started playing the president on TV again. He's a natural. His background is being a comic actor.
So we're going to continue to be judicious about how much detail we put out there. But we know they have self-defense needs.
This was posted.
We're going to do the best we can to fill them. And what's
Financial Times, Antony Sladkowski, about 9 hours ago. Ukrainian TV is giving instructions how to prepare Molotov cocktail.
Defense equipment to.
All right, we are bringing you. Oh, here Trey Yinks posted an update from a few minutes ago in Kyiv.
Right now, air raid sirens are sounding in the Ukrainian capital of Kyiv. This city is under attack at the moment. We hear explosions in the distance. Ukrainian forces are trying to push back Russian troops attempting to enter the city. Right now, air raid sirens are.
I am very frightened of what will happen if and when Russian troops reach Kyiv. Very, very frightened what will happen there. please keep everybody in Ukraine in your mind. Hang on a second here. OSINT Technical says, reports saying that Hostomel Airport is destroyed. Russian formations used the village to stage and launch another attack towards Kyiv this evening. So Hostomel Airport is an airport near Kyiv that Russia tried to take yesterday by sending in paratroopers, and they failed to take the airport. And there's been fighting at that airport, and Russia apparently wants to take it so they can use it to land in lots of planes with troops and equipment. So OSINT Technical says, reports saying Hostomel Airport is destroyed. Now Maxim Tucker, he is with, so he does stuff for the Times. He says a friend trapped in Hostomel village near the airport says around 50 Russian tanks and 50 Grad launchers gathered and moved towards Kyiv at 1800. There has been heavy exchange of fire in that direction since. He said the airport had been destroyed and could not be used to land. So I can't confirm this is true. But again, he says, a friend in Hostomel village near the airport says around 50 Russian tanks and 50 Grad launchers, those would be multiple rocket launchers, gathered and moved towards Kyiv at 1800. That would be about 4 hours ago. There has been heavy exchange of fire in that direction since. He said the airport had been destroyed and could not be used to land. And if you look at Hostomel, that's going to be, let's see, I got to find it here. Yeah, see, there's Hostomel here. Hostomel. There. And I believe that would be there. I mean, that's Hostomel, and there's an airfield right there. Yeah, Antonov International Airport. I believe that's the one there's been fighting over. So you can see it's not far from Kyiv. From the center of town out here is about 12 miles. So OSINT Technical said, slightly good news for the Ukrainians. It means Russians aren't landing anything there anytime soon. Hearing booms in the distance on the Kyiv multicam stream? Which stream is that? Now, if it's multicam, couldn't you be hearing it from somewhere else? One moment. Yeah, there's a channel called Live Stream Events, which is showing 4 cameras, but only one of them, I think, is Kyiv. One's from Dnipro, one's from Sumy.
A number of times today, it's in question period. The question keeps coming up.
There's only one of those is from Kyiv.
So that nobody has to ask me. They ask, well, why do you still need it? Ottawa police on Twitter just.
As independent entities.
It's coming from the Kyiv one. I'm listening to the Kyiv one.
This is a breach of
on a different
international
stream.
law.
I'm listening to it. So maybe there's stuff in the
An
distance.
affront to the UN Charter, another blatant violation of Ukraine's sovereignty and territorial
Luis
integrity.
Martinez, Pentagon press secretary, says we are going to provide additional security assistance for Ukraine. How that is going to be done is still being worked out, given contested airspace over Ukraine. That's interesting.
Everything you see here today has been volunteered.
I guess they could move it in over land, like through Poland or something. Hang on a second. Somebody sent me something. United Nations Security Council. Somebody in chat told me about this. What's that? Well, that's from a while ago. This is from like an hour ago. Kevin Rothrock had posted, Russia has reportedly bombed Ukraine's TB2 drone airbase in Starokostiantniv. That is unconfirmed. Oh, by the way, that's also coming from, just to be clear, that report was coming from Russian media. That's Russian state media, so I want to be careful about that. You know, whenever I tell you something from the Russian media or from like Ukrainian media talking about something about good their military has done, I say, you know, it could just be, you know, propaganda. So I think I saw a report like that somewhere else though. So I would take it with a grain of salt because that was posted by RIA Novosti, which is Russian state media. Okay, hang on a moment. By the way, I didn't see this before. ABC News, NATO has activated its NATO response force, marking the first time the alliance has activated the potentially 40,000 person force for a deterrence and defense role, according to NATO spokesperson. That's from 3 hours ago. Frank Luntz said that means that the 8,500 troops put on heightened alert in late January for this mission could be soon ordered to Europe. To be activated, that's what the article says. To be activated, the 30 members of NATO must all agree to activate the force. I just retweeted a video from Michael Weiss. I can't show it on the air. Our viewer S sent it to me. It's the video. The description of the video is as following. Warning, very graphic video apparently showing the charred corpses of Russian National Guardsmen en route to Kyiv around the Irpin River. The video has been geolocated. So I just retweeted the video. It's not, it's a daytime video, so I don't know if it's from earlier day. It's very, very, very graphic. I see 3 bodies. I see 4 bodies. I see 5 bodies. This is very, very graphic video. Again, apparently it has been geolocated, which means somebody has figured out, they could figure out from the video where it was taken at. Again, I just my Twitter is @Lookner. My Twitter is @Lookner. So I just retweeted it. Michael Weiss posted it. You can see it's very graphic. It's one of the more graphic videos I've seen during the conflict. Our viewer Matt Tijantar sent me this. Neil Hauer, who I follow, this was 7 hours ago, posted this. I can't confirm it. He says, another video from Grozny, Chechnya, which is part of Russia, sent to me by local source today. Thousands of additional Chechen government forces being deployed to Ukraine as part of Russia's occupation force. Our viewer Matt The idea is if Russia actually tries to take over Ukraine, an enormous country with 44 million people, they would need to have a force to, a law and order force to enforce the Russian government, the Russian installed government's orders. That's what occupation force would mean. That wouldn't be people driving the tanks around and on the front line firing the guns. That would be people to keep law and order in the country, probably by killing, torturing, throwing people in jail, that kind of thing, presumably, when Russia took over. Note that one of the primary utilities of Chechen forces for Putin is that Russian public will care much less if they are killed than ethnic Russians. Much greater political tolerance for casualties. Source for this video, a longtime friend and Grozny native, says there's little enthusiasm evident among the recruits. People are often forced into such situations in Chechnya. Oh, did that stream end? The Charis and Penny stream ended, I think. The stream that had sound from Kyiv seemed to end. Yes, I just saw it on my phone. I was watching, Fox News has a live stream on up of Kyiv. And another channel had it up. And their stream just ended. And the other channels had sound. Fox's doesn't have sound. Fox's stream from Kyiv is still there. My Twitter is @Lookner, @LOOKNER. Oops. Oh, hold on. Hang on. Oh, I think, can I hear the Fox one? Oh, Fox has sound. I think the Fox stream has sound now. Oh, no, wait. No, I'm sorry. I was wrong. I wasn't watching that one. The Fox one, I'll go back to that again, but I don't believe it has sound. No sound on the Fox one, for whatever reason. Okay, hang on. My Twitter, where you can write to me, is @Lookner on Twitter. That's where I post stuff, and that's where you can write to me. @Lookner. Hang on, I'm going through some of your messages. I'm getting updates. Keep bringing you the latest updates here. Mark C. sent me this from Marco Rubio a couple hours ago. This is a very dangerous moment. Putin is increasingly angry and isolated, and NATO is outraged by his barbarity and feels increasingly threatened by his actions. At some point, someone is going to take actions they may not view as an attack, but the other side does. I agree with that it's a very dangerous moment. And, you know, if you've watched the channel, you know, I said before the invasion, I said if Putin invades, well, I thought when I saw his speech, his hour-long speech about how Ukraine shouldn't exist as a country and all that, it sounded like a crazy person to me. But I had also been saying for weeks, if he invades this, if he does an invasion of Ukraine, he's crazy. And I say that because there's so many downsides and risks to him. I mean, obviously, it's of the utmost evil to do it, and and morally, it's just abhorrent to do. But that aside, from pure self-interest, I can't understand him doing it. This idea, like what is in the short term and the long term, and I've shown you analysts who said the same thing. I showed you analysis from the Institute for the Study of the War, from the Institute for the Study of War, who I think are really smart people, and they said, like back in December, they said, we don't think he's going to try a large-scale invasion because to do the full invasion, they said there's so many downsides for him, potential downsides and costs. They said it would be irrational. It would be irrational for him to do it. And I don't even know what the long-term play is. So if by some chance, like his military is successful in taking over the country, well, then what? The people in the country aren't going to be happy. They're going to fight it every step of the way, probably till eternity, as long as they and their descendants are alive. So you're just going to keep, what, hundreds of thousands of Russians there to enforce this new government, and the occupying force is constantly getting attacked by the Ukrainians who live there, and you're going to spend all this money occupying this large country where the people hate your guts and don't want you there, and that's probably the chief goal in their life is to hurt you. Now that you've invaded their country, and like what's the goal? I mean, that's the plan. The plan is to, and it's a huge country. I mean, so, and then if you say, well, Steve, maybe he can recruit some Ukrainians to take over. Oh, so the idea is he's going to recruit traitor Ukrainians to enforce the law, and then he's going to pull his troops out, and then what do you think is going to happen in Ukraine? I'm sure the people who aren't in power, the vast majority of people will just attack the Ukrainian collaborator traitors. So I just don't, and by the way, this analysis, you can find others. This is not original analysis. I was reading another expert last night who basically said this. I don't even understand. Just forget the fact that it's utterly evil. It's evil and awful and morally abhorrent to the highest degree to do. Just out of pure self-interest. It just seems absolutely nuts. And I haven't even gotten into, we didn't even talk about, Russia is now a world outcast in a way it's never been before. All of the economic sanctions are gonna hurt. Doesn't mean it'll collapse Russia, but it'll definitely hurt. What is he doing? It's craziness even from a self-interested perspective, I believe. So it just seems like he's lost his mind. I'm serious about this. I said this before. If he invades, that means he's lost his mind. And now what's he going to do? So I get back to this, where Rubio says this is a very dangerous moment. Putin is increasingly angry and isolated. And if things aren't going as well as planned, which it seems they might not be right now, the U.S. today said the advance seems to be going slower than they thought. Many experts, I showed you Michael Kaufman before, many experts say that the Ukrainian forces are fighting better than they anticipated and the Russian forces are doing worse than they anticipated. So if he starts feeling that things aren't going well for him, what does he do then? What does he do then? It's very, very scary right now. This is a very scary time. It's a very scary time. Who knows? This is what I said. I said just before the invasion, I posted it on Twitter. If Putin is crazy enough to invade Ukraine, What else might he be crazy enough to do? I said it then. It's crazy. If you just think it through, it's nuts. Even from the self-interested perspective of somebody who clearly has no moral fiber in his body, just from a pure self-interest perspective, it's just nuts. It's not like how he's operated. Many analysts said they didn't think this was going to happen because it's so unlike Putin. He doesn't take like a huge risk like this, and he always he does things which even though his actions, obviously, a lot of them are morally abhorrent, he does them in a way which lets some people look at them and say, oh, maybe it's not so bad. This is like, there's no dubiousness about this. There's no well, it's a little thing or something like that, or he's helping these people but hurting these people. This is just like naked aggression. I hate this country. There's no reason to go in, but I'm going in because I hate them, and I'm gonna just stomp them with my boot and force this country to be something it doesn't want to be by killing people and terrorizing people. That's what it is, and the world is seeing it around. There's no hiding it. As one analysis I read said, it said if he fully invades, it'll strip the veneer off. There's no hiding this one. So he is incurring so many costs, and for what? What's the best case scenario? You get this destroyed country with a population that hates your guts for all eternity, and it's 44 million people, and if you want to force a government on them, how many security forces do you need to enforce a government on 44 million people who don't want it? Hundreds of thousands? You're going to pay for this? Russia's economy is terrible. You're going to pay for an occupying force of hundreds of thousands who's going to constantly be attacked? What about all of the family members in Russia whose sons and daughters and brothers, and I don't know if the females will go, maybe they will, but definitely whose sons, whose brothers, whose fathers are going to, either fight or keep order in occupied Ukraine and are dying there and getting blown up there. How are they going to feel about this? Month after month, year after year. What is the plan here? I just don't understand what, even from the self-interested perspective, it's morally evil, it's awful. Let's put it to the side. What is the self-interested plan here? I just don't get it. He has gone nuts. It's scary. He has over 6,000 nuclear weapons. It's pure, I don't know what it is, but it's nuts. It's absolutely irrational and nuts. And this crazy guy is doing this now. And if things don't go well, and it seems they might not be going well as he thought initially, then what does he do? It's very, very scary. BNO News reports Bulgaria closes its airspace to all Russian planes. Bulgaria is here. Here, Bulgaria. Oh, Russia up here. Ooh, what's this? I just saw this. Hold on. I think I saw this. Breaking news alert saw this. Breaking, AFP. Russia says relations with West nearing point of no return. Reuters reporting. Now they always do this all their reports are in capital letters. Reuters' Phil Stewart says Ukraine and Russia are discussing place and time for talks. Zelensky's spokesman. I'm hearing a report that there might be talks soon. Nexta says, Ukrainian media report that a gas station in Mykolaiv exploded as a result of shelling. We have seen a number of reports of fighting in Mykolaiv in southern Ukraine, down here. Now, this is a very delicate time right now because all indications are that Russian troops are approaching the capital of Kyiv. What will they do in Kyiv when they reach Kyiv, the capital? I would say it's, the invasion itself was one huge line that was crossed, but a whole other line there certainly has been some fighting in cities, but what we haven't seen yet is the compulsion. What we haven't seen yet is the reason. We haven't seen the reason for the invasion. The reason for the invasion was not to blow stuff up. The reason for the invasion was to compel the Ukrainian people to behave in a way that Putin wants them to behave and to change the country into the country that Putin wants it to be, not what the people there want it to be. We have not seen that yet. And that's really where the worst stuff happens. Will we see it? The first place we may see it is, on any kind of significant scale, is it looks like Kyiv. So it's interesting to hear that maybe Zelensky and Putin will have talks soon, because it does feel perhaps that it sounds like in the coming days, maybe sooner, Russian troops will reach Kyiv and begin the carrying out the compulsion of the Ukrainian people. And that's very, very scary. So maybe something can happen before that happens. Look at this. Michael Kaufman says, I'd go a bit further and say we've seen quite less than half or even a third of the forces involved. Because Shashank Joshi, who the Economist said, not seeing the blitzkrieg the Kremlin seemed to have hoped for, and Ukrainian resistance has been impressive, but be wary of firm conclusions, half of Russian combat power not yet committed, and Kyiv not yet seriously tested. Michael Kaufman says, I'd go a bit further and say we've seen quite less than half or even only a third of Russian forces currently involved. Now let me show you this. This is from The Economist. Russian forces advance on Kyiv, but Putin's war is going slower than he hoped. This is an update from The Economist. In many ways, the war's first 2 days have been less overwhelming than it seemed it would be. The Russian missile strikes that opened the war were relatively light. Again, we've been saying this again and again and again. I've been telling you. Very light airstrikes. The Russian missile strikes that opened the war were relatively light, not the relentless onslaught that many had predicted. There were reports of Dud missiles too. Russia did not wipe out Ukraine's air force on the ground. Planes were seen aloft throughout the first day of fighting. Ukrainian soldiers made good use of their Western-supplied anti-tank weapons, taking out plenty of armored vehicles. Russia did make important advances. Its forces made deep thrusts in the south, with heavy fighting around Kherson, a strategic city in the Dnieper River. They also surrounded Kharkiv in the east and took Konotop, although it's not clear they took Konotop. We've heard different reports about Konotop today. About 200 kilometers east of Kiev. New thrusts seem to materialize on today. Video footage appeared to show Russian forces on the move in Stolin, southern Belarus, which would indicate an advance into western Ukraine, hundreds of kilometers west of Kiev. There were also unconfirmed reports of fighting in Odessa, a southern port. And hey guys, just something to keep in mind. As we see Russian troops advanced further into Ukraine, I want you to keep something in mind. Logistics. This is something the group CSIS, the research group CSIS talked about, and we would discuss this before the invasion. The Russian forces, as day after day goes by, they need to keep themselves supplied. They need to give themselves, the forces need more weapons, more ammunition. They need food. Vehicles need maintenance. And you're getting, as Russian troops go further in the country, they're further from Russia, they're further from, this stuff has to be brought in. The troops don't have an infinite amount of food and ammunition with them. So, as the days wear on, I think I'm going to go back to that CSIS paper in a little bit and read it to you about the logistics. But that could be a problem for Russia because you constantly have to be resupplying your military. So just remember that. That's not a problem for Ukraine because they're at home. So keep that in mind. Fuel, that's another thing. Fuel, you got to keep resupplying fuel. How about water? There was also unconfirmed reports of fighting in Odessa, a southern port. Yet it was slower going than the Kremlin might have hoped, says The Economist. Moscow's thinking on this war seems to have been colored by a war optimism, says Michael Kaufman of CNA, a research group. It looked as though Russian forces were expecting a quicker Ukrainian military collapse and easier gains. British Defense Intelligence said it was unlikely that Russia had achieved its planned day one military objectives, noting that Ukrainian forces have presented fierce resistance across all axes of Russia's advance. Britain also estimated that there had been 450 Russian casualties, deaths. Ukraine's armed forces claimed thousands, so that seems unlikely. By the way, as of yesterday, the Russian government had not announced a single casualty among their armed forces. Because they lie about everything there. They're all liars. The government lies about everything. Just like all the lies about how the troops were going to Belarus for a training exercise. Remember that? And how they're not going to invade. Remember that? All lies. They lie all the time about everything. China too. China and Russia governments are liars. Liars, liars, liars. They lie about everything. I'll say it again and again and again. China and Russia, everything they do, the government, they're liars. They lie all the time. Okay. Britain also estimated that there had been 450 Russian casualties. Ukraine's government claimed thousands, but that seems unlikely. A Russian effort to grab an airport near Kyiv with a brazen helicopter assault was not a success, with Ukraine quickly recapturing the facility. It is thought to have changed hands several times. One source said that is now back in Russian hands, though Ukraine has destroyed the runway itself. Okay, let's keep going here. The Economist says, it is clear that Kyiv is the prize. Russia approached the capital from Belarus on several axes, blah, 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 blah. Some analysts are pessimistic about Kyiv's prospects. The situation does look dire at the moment, wrote Konrad Muzyka of Rochan Consulting. If the capital were to fall, he notes, the expectation is that all fighting Ukrainian units will surrender and that military operations will cease. I don't know about that. He thinks if Kyiv falls, the other Ukrainian units will surrender. I don't anticipate that. Others are less sure. A week before the war, the RUSI, a think tank, published a report describing the substantial penetration of Kyiv by Russian intelligence, special forces personnel over recent months. One of the authors of that report is watching to see whether the idea is that Russia would have agents in Kyiv waiting to be activated. This person says he is watching closely to see whether these agents are activated or neutralized by Ukraine's security services who have been monitoring them. Okay, blah, 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 blah. Ben Barry, a former British Army officer, now at the International Institute for Strategic Studies, another think tank, warns against drawing too many conclusions from the first 2 days of fighting. Though the Russians may not have achieved their initial objectives quickly, neither did the British and Americans on D-Day. What was important then and now, he says, is that the attackers established a critical mass of forces that could not be evicted. Okay, Russian military doctrine calls for multiple echelons of forces, with heavy forces kept in reserve. Russia has committed only around 60 battalion tactical groups out of the 110 or so it had massed on Ukraine's border, maybe even less. There has been little use so far of cyber or electronic warfare or drones. Some officials suggest these have not been used because of Russian deficiencies. Others suspect they are simply being held in reserve. That's a really interesting issue. Russia is likely to gain air superiority at some stage. That will make it hard for Ukraine's army to concentrate forces and move reserves to weak points. Okay. That does not mean it will be easy going for Russia. Ukraine's armed forces are concentrating in cities, giving them a stronger defensive position, says the Western official. Even with the command of the skies, urban warfare would be difficult and costly for both Russians and Ukrainians. Though Russia is not averse to the indiscriminate use of force where required, see Grozny and Chechnya and its bombing campaign in Syria, it might have reason to be cautious. A recent social media video from Chechnya's leader Razman Kadyrov, where he demanded Mr. Zelensky apologized to Mr. Putin, suggested he was more than ready to provide support. Russia likely thought a large number of Ukrainian casualties would make it more difficult to achieve a long-term political solution, notes Rob Lee of King's College London. Okay. Anyways, so that's just a kind of a summary analysis from The Economist. Look at this, though. Rob Lee says, the question, says Mr. Lee, is what would Russia be willing to do if Ukrainians continue to resist and start an insurgency in cities? So look, Russia, I've shown you a lot of analysis saying this. Russia has gone light so far. The airstrikes have been relatively light, not to minimize what they've done, but on the scale of things they could do and they were expected to do. The airstrikes were light. Drones haven't been used, apparently, or not much. Little cyber war, little electronic warfare. So the question is, and it looks like maybe they've been trying to avoid civilian casualties, but if things don't go the way they hoped, would they change their tactics? I have no idea, but that's a big question right now. Okay, hang on a second here. Pajotr Sauer says, watching Russian state TV, Leonid Bershidsky says, they don't seem to parade the victorious military on TV in Russia, because how do you televise a fratricidal war? Because remember, Putin has said he believes Ukrainian people aren't their own people. Ukraine and Russia are one people. Yet, as others have pointed out, he also has declared war on those people. He says they don't deserve their own country. Fratricide, killing your family, killing your brother. Piotr Sauer says, watching Russian state TV all day, I saw virtually no coverage of the bombing of Kyiv, a stark contrast from the coverage of the Syria campaign, where viewers were often treated to flashy videos of fighter jets destroying their targets, etc. Interesting. I mentioned before that I had seen some reporting suggesting that maybe Russia and Ukraine might have talks soon. I'll try to find you more about that. By the way, if you want to read that Economist article, it's called Russian Forces Advance on Kyiv. Explosions on webcam? I'm looking at some cams. Hey, by the way, a quick thank you to, hang on. Big boom in Kyiv. People are saying they heard a boom in Kyiv. I'm looking now. I don't see anything right now. I just want to say a quick thanks for the support, everyone. I do appreciate all of your support for the channel, so thank you very much. Look, Terrell Jermaine Star says, I just heard a huge explosion here in Kyiv, the loudest all night. He just posted that 1 minute ago. He's in Kyiv. Terrell Jermaine Star. Hang on. Sorry. This is interesting. Hold on. So, I don't know if this is true. Phil Stewart, Reuters, Ukraine's army says that Russian troops have stopped near the northeast city of Konotopt after suffering heavy losses during a fight, Ukraine's land forces said. They have a problem with fuel and supply, the statement said, adding there were cases of looting by Russian soldiers in local shops. So I want to show you something. This has not been talked about much in coverage I've seen. Logistics. We need to start talking about logistics because it's been several days now that this has been going on. Let me show you this. This is from a CSIS paper, Russia's Possible Invasion of Ukraine, from January 13th. Where is it here? Logistics, right here. Here it is, logistics. This is from CSIS. The initial attack will likely be well supported with artillery and air support, leading to several breakthroughs in Ukrainian defenses. However, once combat units expend their initial stores of ammunition, fuel and food, the real test of Russian military strength will begin, including Russia's ability to sustain the advance of a massive mechanized force over hundreds of miles of territory. Kyiv and the Dnieper River crossings are at least 100 to 200 road miles from the Russian border, and its army will require at least several days of fighting to reach them. Before that, they will undoubtedly have to resupply, refuel, and replace combat losses of men and material at least once, which will require an operational pause. Russia may have a trouble with a sustained ground offensive far beyond Russian railroads without a major logistical halt or a massive mobilization of reserves. I'm going to post this.
I just got a message that the U.S. moving fighter jets to the Baltic Sea, Black Sea regions, moving 6 fighter jets in defense of capabilities for NATO as Russia invades Ukraine.
People talking about, but they should, logistics. I'm posting this now. Once combat units expend, here, I'm showing you what I'm doing here. Here. One thing I haven't seen people talking about, but they should, logistics. Once combat units expend their initial stores of ammunition, fuel, and food, the real test of Russian military strength will begin. Oh. Including Russia's ability to sustain the advance of a massive mechanized force over hundreds of miles of territory. That's what I wanted to do. I want to put that quote in. Can I fit it all? I bet it won't fit. This is the most fun part of the stream when you get to watch me do a tweet. Nope, can't do it. Won't fit. Almost done, just have to post the link. There we go. One thing I haven't seen people talking about, but they should, logistics. Once combat units expend their initial stores of ammunition, fuel, and food, the real test of Russian military strength will begin. There we go. Time to start talking about logistics. Time to start talking about logistics. Logistics is moving stuff, supplying, getting stuff to where you need it, getting supplies to where you need it, fuel, food. The Russian army is, from what experts say, heavily reliant on railroads for logistics. I haven't heard about this yet. There was talk that maybe Ukraine might destroy railroads that Russia might use for logistics. I haven't heard about any of that yet. I'll be interested to see if we do hear about that, about Ukrainian destroying railroads to keep Russia's logistics from working. Now, Russia could also, surely they could fly and stuff too, but what happens if you're not right near the airport? So just something to keep in mind. Something to keep in mind. Big bang on stream? On what stream? Well, I'll see if I can find stuff. All right, let me get you more updates here. Breaking news. Ukraine and Russia are discussing place and time for talks, Zelensky's spokesman. That's from Reuters, Phil Stewart. Oh, I think I saw that before, but I'm retweeting it now. Ukraine and Russia are discussing place and time for talks, Zelensky's spokesman.
I'm sorry, I thought the bottom screen was something
Hold on a
going
second
on,
here.
but the light must have just turned on.
Hang on. People are saying that live stream events channel on YouTube, actually you can hear the stream. Is that true? Is that true? Okay, because I didn't have a live stream of Kyiv where I could hear the actual stream. So people are saying this channel live stream events is showing a stream where you can hear volume. Okay, yes. So there's a channel on YouTube called Live Stream Events. And they have 4 shots. One of them is a shot of Ukraine, of Kyiv, sorry. 4 shots of Ukraine. One of them is of Kyiv, and I believe you can hear the sound on the Kyiv from the Kyiv stream. So thank you for that. I will keep an eye on it here, if indeed that's the one where the sound is. People are saying yes. Okay. Hang on one moment here. One moment, please. I need it loud enough so I can hear it, but soft enough that it doesn't bother you guys. I'll leave it there. Okay. In addition to the U.S., Canada has announced it is going to sanction Putin personally. Sean Betke posted that. Let's see here. Canada to sanction Putin. Prime Minister Trudeau, CTV, Prime Minister Trudeau said Canada will follow the lead of its allies and levy sanctions on President Putin and his foreign ministry, Sergei Lavrov. Sorry. Roland Oliphant is in Kharkiv. He says a lot of fear here, but at the moment, strangely, Kharkiv sounds safer than Kyiv. That may change. Why am I getting this? Sorry. I'm getting too much noise on that stream. Oh, here's an update from about Kharkiv. Roland Oliphant. Here is what I know out east. Oh, hang on one second. Hang on one second here. The main roads are still open. Kharkiv is not encircled. That's good. Ukrainian troops with NLAWs ambushed and destroyed Russian tanks and some other vehicles on the outskirts yesterday. That's in Kharkiv, an important city close to the Russian border. Kharkiv, 1.5 million people. There have been barrages of multiple launch rockets audible from the city center that I think are falling somewhere in the north throughout the day at intervals. I think they are waiting to see what happens in Kyiv. If it falls in the government and command collapse, they may hope not to have to fight for the other cities. This is interesting. He's saying that the Russian forces in Kharkiv are maybe holding off attacking the city because the hope is that if they just attack Kyiv and do whatever they need to do there, then the rest of the country will surrender or something, which sounds a bit crazy to me, but maybe that's what they're thinking. If they get bogged down here, they may escalate in Kharkiv, perhaps with an attempt at encirclement, perhaps with intensified artillery bombardment, perhaps with an assault on the city. We have not seen Russia try to take a city yet, either by invading it and going through the streets and killing people and stuff and firing on people and that kind of thing, or by surrounding it and starving it out, starving and freezing it out by cutting off food, power, and water, stuff like that. I really do wonder, I'm going to say this again. Remember, logistics. I just showed you the CSIS paper where it talked about Russia's armed forces are going to be hundreds of miles away from Russia throughout the country. Look at the distance to the Dnieper River from the border. Measure distance. That's 200 miles. So Russia's going to have forces, dozens of miles, hundreds of miles away from their border. They don't bring a year's supply of food when they cross the border with them. Every day, these soldiers need food. They need water. They use up ammunition. They need more ammunition. The vehicles need fuel. They don't run by magic. So that constantly needs to be resupplied. And I know Ukraine knows this. So we have heard the last day or so of Ukraine blowing up bridges to slow Russian advance. Are they doing the same with railroads? I'll say this again. Russia relies heavily on railroads for their warfare logistics. They rely heavily on railroads to bring supplies to their troops. Will Ukraine start taking out important railroads? Because every single day, that's less food, that's more food that's been used up, more fuel that's been used up, more water that's been used up. It's only been a couple days now. But how much could they bring with them? And they continue to march forward. So keep that in mind. Keep that in mind. The CSIS paper talks about logistics a lot. It's like the only paper I saw that talked about logistics. Again, look, Russia has built an excellent war machine for fighting near its frontier and striking deep with long-range fires. However, Russia may have trouble with a sustained ground offensive far beyond Russian railroads without a major logistical halt or a massive mobilization of reserves. CSIS. Look at this. This is a CSIS article. It talks about, at the end of it, it talks about some strategy that Ukraine might have. In the case of the city of Kharkiv, they say, if Russia tries to take it, railroads and bridges inside Kharkiv should be utterly destroyed prior to surrender, if they do surrender, to further degrade Russian lines of communications. So they're saying Kharkiv is an important railway junction. So they're saying if Russia attacks the city and tries to take it over, then they're saying here that before they surrender, they should blow up the railroads. Yeah, I'm not watching the White House press briefing. It was on before. It was on like an hour ago. But if it's still going, I'm not. We're bringing you updates here.
This is so terrible.
Ukraine and Russia are discussing a place and time for talks, President Zelensky's spokesman said, adding that Ukraine is ready to talk about a ceasefire in peace. Let's see here. That's all it says. President Zelensky's spokesman said on social media. Ukraine was and remains ready. So I'm assuming Ukraine, they're not going to, it doesn't sound like they've changed their positions on things. So we'll see if talks happen between Ukraine and Russia. You can give me a shout at Lookner on Twitter. Our viewer, Mark C., says this logistic issue sounds serious. Maybe that is why Russia is willing to talk. Well, it gives them a time to resupply their troops. I don't know that Russia is willing to talk. We haven't heard that yet. A couple days, right before the invasion, the President Zelensky said he had tried to call Putin and Putin wouldn't take his call. So, hang on a second here. So I don't know that Russia is willing to talk. One of our viewers said, Michelle Collett said CNN saying Putin has threatened the International Space Station. I'm not seeing that report. I don't know if he said it sort of like seriously or like kind of as like a, not really serious threat. I'd have to see the exact quote. I don't want to start, because you could imagine him saying it in a way where he was just kind of as a throwaway line. So I will certainly. Here, is this it here? Let's see. Again, I'll let you know if I hear something more about it today. In more detail, I'll let you know. I didn't see the original report, so I want to be careful here and not talk about something I don't have the details on. Oh. Tippy mentioned to me, Institute for the Study of War came out with their new report. We're going to have to look at that in a little bit. I like their stuff. We'll check it out. In a second, we'll check out the Institute for the Study of War update. They do a daily update. They're very good. Sorry, I'm just going through some of the messages people have sent me. It's a lot of messages here.
I'm going to keep this playing, but I gotta go feed my dog. Euromaidan PR says, huge explosions 3 minutes ago, loud enough to set off car alarms, small arms fire audible in the distance. I'm listening to, I think, the Kyiv stream. I'm not hearing anything at the moment.
Did you know that?
Oh, gee, why is it doing that? Come on. It's just not behaving properly. So I don't know if that's happening. I will check other reports of other people who are actually there and see what they say. Sorry, and going through some of your messages. I apologize, I can't get to all the messages. There's way too many messages for me to get to. So I try to look at, when I get a chance, I look at some of them. Okay. All right. I don't know that I'm going to cover, is the UN Security Council meeting? I don't know that I'm going to cover that. I mean, at a certain point, they're going to say stuff. I might cover some of it, but, you know, I think I'd prefer to just keep giving updates and seeing what's going on, but let me just hang on one second here. Give me one moment. Maybe we'll show, maybe I can't show them. I can't show them. I could play the audio maybe from Security Council, but I can't show it. So maybe certain speakers, I'll let you hear what they say. But again, I don't really want to, you know, it's, I don't feel like kind of doing an hour and a half of speeches and not doing updates. So I'm checking for more updates. But maybe we'll you know, catch a couple of the speeches or something. I'm keeping an eye on it. It is. It's midnight now. It's 12:01 a.m. Ukraine time. 12:01 a.m. Kyiv time right now. Ignis Fatum says, video that's being shared on social media. Oh, sorry. Video that's being shared on social media from Solomensk district of Kyiv, heavy gunfire heard. Now that's Solomensk. Where is that at? That's not where it is. It's not in Sacramento. Solomensk? I don't know if that's going to work. Solomensk, it's there, that district. Solomayansky district. Sirens going off on Kyiv stream? Hang on. Yes, there are sirens going off. There are sirens going off on the Kyiv stream, it sounds like. Sounds like there's sirens going off in Kyiv. Yes, air raid sirens in Kyiv. Again, air raid sirens in Kyiv. Matthew Chance is also on CNN reporting it. Air raid sirens in Kyiv. Air raid sirens are going off right now in Kyiv, just after midnight. Are they still going off? We'll see. They went off for a second. What is this? I want to show you this. I saw this. Michael Weiss retweeted this. Michael Weiss, who I think is a very smart guy, he retweeted Dr. Mike Martin. Let's read this. I think there is something very interesting happening. There seem to be quite a lot of reports that Russia is not getting as far ahead as it would have hoped in its invasion. If you looked at Soviet deep strike doctrine, this attack appears to be based on. It's about fast-moving columns advancing on different axes in order to quickly encircle enemy forces. It's about deep fires, long-range strikes, and about having multiple levels of troops, so that successive waves can come forward and exploit any axis of advance that look promising. The key to this is moving fast and keeping your logistics protected. Logistics! Supply. Your armor is going to be out on a limb, but it seems the Russians are a bit surprised that the Ukrainians have fought back and fought back well. The Russians are taking casualties, which it seems they weren't expecting. The Russian Ministry of Health had just effectively mobilized civilian doctors in Russia. One assumes to deal with the level of casualties being sustained. This makes sense in the following way. Putin basically assumed the Ukrainians would collapse, so all they would have to do is thunder run to Kyiv. Don't worry about the logistics. We'll sort that out once we've toppled their government. But if you're the Ukrainians and you know what the Russians are going to use, and you know the Russians are going to use some variant of deep strike doctrine, what do? You let the armored columns pass and then destroy the log tail using stay-behind parties armed with anti-tank weapons or using helicopters whilst keeping them out of the cities. Incredibly stupid, by the way, that the Russians didn't wipe out the Ukrainian Air Force before they started a real sign of their hubris. So I would guess that a lot of the Russian casualties are the logistic elements that are following up. So far, the Russians seem to have committed about 50,000 forces, or a third of what they have. So maybe there are more echelons coming, and maybe the Russians will still overwhelm Kyiv, or maybe they won't. It seems in the balance. And the longer the Ukrainians can hold on, the less the Russians will be able to continue. Amateurs talk tactics and professionals talk logistics. There you go. Logistics, guys. What did I just say? Logistics. It's also really unclear what Putin's political objectives are for this war. And as the West learned over the last 2 decades, deploying military force without clearly understanding the political aims is stupid and leads to failure. That's Dr. Mike Martin. What did I say? People aren't talking about logistics. Remember, CSIS, Center for Strategic and International Studies, logistics, supplying your army. Once combat units expend their initial stores of ammunition, fuel, and food, the real test of Russian military strength will begin, including Russia's ability to sustain the advance of a massive mechanized force over hundreds of miles of territory. You need to feed tens of thousands of people. You need food for tens of thousands of people. You need water for tens of thousands of people. You need fuel for all the vehicles. You need to spare parts for the vehicles. I'm retweeting this. The longer the Ukrainians can hold on, the less the Russians will be able to continue. Amateurs talk tactics and professionals talk logistics. So just something to keep in mind. Oh, he's a visiting fellow at War Studies. He's a fellow at the Department of War Studies at King's College London. Okay. Oh, I got to do this too. Hang on a second here. Hang on. Hang on a second here. One moment, guys. Give me one moment. Sorry. I'm just doing something here. Give me one more moment. I promise. It'll be one more moment. I just need to fix something here. I just need to do this right here. Let's see, there's this. Okay. Oh, I found the analysis I wanted to read you. I'm going to show you that as well, about Putin, about the risk. I'm going to show you that. All right, give me a moment. Hey, big thanks to our moderators. I really appreciate it. Oops, I got to plug in my iPad. Thank you to our moderators. They're all volunteers. Thank you, moderators. Linda Belk. Hang on a second here. Also, Lexa Fulmer. Thank you, Lexa, for your for moderating. Really appreciate it. Lexa's over there moderating on YouTube. Thank you. Also, oh, thanks, Chetzar, and everybody else for your support. Good to see you, Chetzar. Thank you. Also, our Facebook and Twitch mods. Let me thank them. We have, I know Bud Green has been in there modding. Thank you. Also, thanks to everybody for the Facebook stars too. I appreciate the Facebook stars. Thank you so much. Thanks to a moment of lovely, Bastion Girl, Serrero, Duxor, Idaho Star, Mark and NC, Muse, Papa Bear, Schultheis, Skinny Survivor, Toby, and Sully. They're all moderating over there on Twitch. Thank you. And real quick, I do appreciate the support for the channel very, very much. That's what lets me do this. I'm not going to, I apologize. With these streams, it's kind of so busy that, and the nature of the stream is such that I'm not doing the thing I would sometimes do, which is like individually thank everybody, someone who makes a donation. But I really do appreciate it. And just so people know that's just so I can do this. 'Cause I do this full time. I don't have another job. If I did, I couldn't be here in the middle of a weekday covering this all day. So again, it is greatly appreciated. And thank you for letting me do the channel and allowing me to bring you the coverage. Anastasia Lapatina posted this. She said, "This used to be my road home. Now it's blown up to prevent Russian tanks from reaching Kyiv." I saw this picture yesterday, not posted by her, and the reports were that this was a bridge that the Ukrainian forces blew up to slow down and hinder the Russian forces from reaching Kyiv. New from Ministry of Defense. Ministry of Defense UK report. Russian forces have made advances throughout the day, but continue to face strong resistance from the Ukrainian armed forces. Russian armored forces are progressing towards Kyiv from multiple axes in an attempt to encircle the city. Russia has likely conducted an amphibious landing in southern Ukraine between Melitopol and Mariupol. Ukraine retains control of key cities. That was just posted by the Russian Ministry, UK Ministry of Defense just posted that intelligence update.
All right, I'm back, you guys. I'm going to try to find another video for one of those other boxes right there. If anyone has any suggestions, please feel free to let me know.
Hang on, I want to get this confirmed. I'm seeing some reports about what Zelensky has just said. President Zelensky. So I want to get reliable reporting. I'm seeing that Zelensky has said that Zelensky says Russia will try to assault Kyiv a long night ahead. This is Alexei Sorokin. He's with Kyiv Independent. Breaking. This is from Alexei Sorokin. He is with the Kyiv Independent. Zelensky says Russia will try to assault Kyiv, says a long night ahead. Many cities are under attack. Chernihiv, Sumy, Kharkiv, cities in the south. Special attention to Kyiv. We can't lose the capital. I don't know if he specifically said they're going to attack tonight. That's a little vague. It's a little ambiguous there. But he did say a long night ahead. It sounds like maybe he's saying it'll be tonight. Again, Alexei Sorokin is in Ukraine. He's a Ukrainian journalist. And I'm seeing some reporting about what he said, but I want to just be reliable. Look at this. Konrad Muzika. Interesting. It's notable we're not seeing any images, videos coming from Russian Ministry of Defense showing combat operations missile strikes on targets in Ukraine. It's likely Moscow doesn't want to further antagonize Ukrainians whose support will make it easier when seeking a political solution. Like the Ukrainians are going to support them anyway. Kyiv Independent. Here, look, guys. Kyiv Independent. Zelensky. I want to deliver a message to the Russian president. Fights are ongoing all over the country. Let's begin negotiations to stop people from dying. Just said, I guess. Oh, no, I'm sorry. That's earlier. That was earlier. I'm sorry. That was this morning. He said, let's begin negotiations. This was this morning. Well, it's 6:55 a.m., that would be this afternoon. I'm sorry. This was 7 a.m. The other one was now. This one here from Kyiv Independent was about 9 hours ago. But the one I just showed you was from now. This is 2 minutes ago. See, that's now. 2 minutes ago, Zelensky says Russia will try to assault Kyiv, says a long night ahead. Many cities are under attack. Special attention to Kyiv. We can't lose the capital. That was posted 2 minutes ago by a Ukrainian reporter, Alexei Sorokin. Okay, breaking news. Kyiv Independent. Zelensky speaking, I guess, in the last few minutes. This night they will launch an assault. The enemy will use all of their power on all fronts to break our defense. This night we have to stand our ground. The fate of Ukraine is being decided now. Wow. That was, I guess, just said by President Zelensky of Ukraine, according to the Kyiv Independent. Unbelievable. Sirens again? People are saying there are sirens. Hang on. I am listening to the Kyiv feed. I'm not hearing sirens. I have the Kyiv feed on myself. Here, look. Here he is speaking. Zelensky, Russia will try to break our resistance with all its might. Tonight the enemy will begin storming us. We need to withstand them. Alec Loon.
Абсолютно відверто. Ця ніч буде більш тяжкою, ніж день. Під ударом багато міст нашої держави. Чернігів, Суми.
Sound is muted. Sound is muted. Okay, sorry. Sorry about that. What I was saying is, people were saying check the BNO update. Well, I checked the BNO update. It's the thing we talked about 10 minutes ago. We told you this. Intelligence update, UK Ministry of Defense. Russian armored forces are progressing towards Kyiv from multiple axes in an attempt to encircle the city. We discussed that already. Okay, update. Mark says, head of the Zaporizhia, if I'm pronouncing that, regional state administration says the city of Melitopol is encircled by Russian troops. First attempts to move in were repelled. That would be here. Melitopol, down here in the south. Yeah, we already talked about the Kylie Atwood story. This we already discussed as well. Here it is again. The Biden administration believes that Russia will threaten to kill the families of Ukrainian soldiers if they do not surrender, a U.S. official says. This as today, the foreign minister Kuleba said there could be a Russian false flag operations that erroneously accuse Ukraine of alleged inhuman actions. But again, this is very big news. President Zelensky announcing this night they will launch an assault. The enemy will use all of their power on all fronts to break our defense. This night we have to stand ground. The fate of Ukraine is being decided now. All right, give me one moment, folks. We are going to keep bringing you live breaking news coverage of the latest developments from Ukraine. I need to take a very quick break. 2 minutes, I'm coming right back and we'll continue our live coverage.
All right, how's everyone doing tonight? As best as they can be. How does my microphone sound? I hope it sounds all right. So I made that one picture a little bigger because it has multi screens, and I thought that would be better. And yeah, if anyone has any suggestions, please feel free to let me know. So sounds like it might be a long night. Hopefully not. I hope Ukraine holds these guys off. I can't even believe this is happening. Yeah, like I said, I don't think people realize how scary this is becoming for like the whole world, not just Ukraine. I think, well, Ukraine right now definitely, but I think the whole world, you know. This is just terrible. So where's everyone at? I don't know. I just feel like chit-chatting. I don't feel like leaving anything blank. Let's see if any of these stations have any sounds. Okay, that one doesn't. Let's try this one. Two more. By that time, he'll be back. Oh, this one does. I'll turn that way up. I'll just keep this one on because I think this is the one that was having either the shots or something going on in the background. So we'll keep this one on while he's talking because it shouldn't make any noise unless something big happens in the background, and that way we'll know it. So, okay, well, that's good. See, we learned something. Or at least I did. I'm always learning something. And I'm sitting here holding this thing on my ear. Oh my gosh. I gotta make sure his volume's still on, or did I shut that off? Okay, it is still on. But I turned him way up, so I'm gonna turn him back down because he talks kind of loud. And I'm sure I am too. I'm sorry. I wonder why that one keeps flashing down there, if it's just the live feed or... Well, what? But if you guys are enjoying this video, I'm not sure if Twitch has a like button. I can't remember. Whatever button, if you want to hit it, that'd be great. But if not, I understand. I don't always have the same content out, I guess. I play games and I'm doing the news thing now, and I also follow the convoys right now. So
that was a little longer than 2 minutes. I apologize. I actually got a little food. If you've been watching the coverage, you know we stay on for a while. So unfortunately, I will have to eat a little bit on the air. And, hang on. So I ask your forgiveness in advance for eating on the air, because I will be eating my sandwich. That being said, let's continue. As we have been discussing, As we've been discussing, President Zelensky saying that Ukraine is going to launch, is going to attack Kyiv tonight. So, very scary situation here. All right, let me get caught up. What is this? Hanna Lubakova gave this summary of what President Zelensky said. The night will be harder than the day. At night they will attack. Hang on one moment. Oh, okay. So again, I apologize for eating on the air. I hate doing it, but I don't really have a choice. It is, guys, it is 12:31 a.m. Kyiv time. 12:31 a.m. Kyiv time. You can see here Oliver Carroll. President Zelensky says Russia will try to take Kyiv tonight. Here's some analysis. Oops, sorry, I'm making a mess. I apologize. Here's some analysis from Konrad Muzika. So you can see here, Ilya Ponomarenko, presidential press secretary, says Ukraine has agreed to have talks with Putin. Right now, the sides are choosing the time and the place. I most dearly hope they're doing it right. Konrad Muzika says, I think it was Ukraine who requested these talks. If so, this tells a lot about the Ukrainian defensive preparations. I don't expect miracles. Russia won't stop its offensive anytime soon unless land units are bogged down, which doesn't appear to be the case. There's an interesting comment here, though, from this person, Masej Jarecki. He thinks the talks have a tactical purpose of delay. It's interesting. It would seem the longer, many experts have said the longer the hostilities go, the longer the war goes, it's better for Ukraine. So that's an interesting thought, that it could be in Ukraine's interest to just have a couple days of talks, whether or not they go anywhere, if it slows things down. That's interesting. Yeah, no one, I see some analysts debating the strategy behind, you just saw two views of it, behind Zelensky asking for talks. So, hang on a second here. I can't tell you exactly. All right, what I'm going to do, check some of your messages here. I want to show you an article, but I want to check some of your messages too. Yeah, people are sending me sometimes people send me these reports and it's like, I have no idea who the person is who's saying it. I'm not showing rumors. If it's some random person posting something and I don't know who they are, then it's really not very convincing to me. All kinds of rumors floating around.
I have the bottom right screen volume on also, so that's what you hear in the background.
See, I don't know about this. Our viewer Ann Tifa sent me this. OSIN Technical posted, Ukrainian Ministry of Defense. So look, it's coming from the Ministry of Defense. They have a reason to put out stuff that's bad about the that says bad things about the Russian military. So I take everything they say with a grain of salt. Not because I want to, but because it's the Ukrainian Ministry of Defense and they're fighting a war. Each side has reason in fighting a war to put out positive stuff about your own side and negative stuff about the other side. So Ukrainian Ministry of Defense claims that Russian advance near Konotop is running into supply problems. Russian troops are having to forage for fuel. I don't know if that's true. Maybe it is, maybe it isn't. Don't know. Asks Ukrainians to try to sabotage any Russian fuel with sugar. That's interesting. They claim that tankists walk around with canisters and try to buy fuel. I have no idea if that's true. Soldiers of the occupation forces demand food from local population. Maybe it happened, I'm not sure. Cases of looting of trade institutions on the side of Russian occupiers have been recorded. Again, can't verify. Let me also check the flight radar. We haven't checked that in a little bit. Again, President Zelensky says Russia's going to try to take Kyiv tonight. It is 12:38 a.m. Kyiv time. Here is the U.S. drone is here. There's the U.S. drone right there. Ooh, flight radar is slow, looks like. That's not bad. Flying around the Black Sea. The U.S. Fort drone. What are these flights? What's that one? No other flights visible over Ukrainian airspace, which has been closed. The U.S. drone. What's this one here? Okay, that's just a civilian plane. No, as I said before, the UN meeting, it ends up, and it's if I weren't doing this, I'd probably have it on and watch some of it in the background. But it's just I'm trying to bring you the latest updates. I prefer to I would prefer to just sort of not sit and have 5-minute speeches go on for an hour and a half. I mean, again, it has its value, but we're doing a newscast here, and if anything really huge is said that's huge news I'm sure it'll be reported. So it's my editorial choice. My editorial choice. Unconfirmed report from Caucasus War Unit. What is this? A car with armed occupants stopped in the middle of a street in Kyiv and clashes started between the two groups, most likely another Russian unit. There was a very weird thing that happened early this morning. This morning, we were covering this live. There was apparently, some Russians took over Ukrainian vehicles, and there was a tank that was running around, and a tank actually ran over, intentionally it seemed, a car, and I believe that there was gunfire coming from the tank, and then eventually the tank got stopped, and the occupants of it were killed. So it looked like possibly that there were Russian forces who had taken over Ukrainian vehicles, military vehicles, and were creating chaos in and there were videos of gunfire and videos of there's a video of the tank, or I don't know if it's maybe an APC, not a tank. It might have been an APC or an infantry fighting vehicle. But this armored vehicle it did appear to intentionally run over a car, but it was very weird. Like, it wasn't like the invasion. The rest of the army wasn't there, so. If it was Russian forces, was it like Russian forces who'd just been sent to create havoc, which is something that Russia might do. I have seen experts say that Russia might want to create chaos, part of the hybrid war thing. Warfare, not just by massive military forces. But another weird thing about it was okay, so it seemed like it was kind of a suicide mission, maybe If it was really guys from the Russian armed forces who decided to drive a military vehicle into Kyiv and run over people and shoot at people, well, that's basically a suicide mission. So I'm very confused about that whole thing. I don't know the real story behind it, but again, what seems beyond doubt is that somebody had an armored vehicle and was doing bad stuff with it in Kyiv. That's what it seems was happening. And maybe multiple ones. Yeah, there's a video, as one of our viewers said, that shows an incredible video of the guy in the car apparently survived. But it was a very weird thing. It was really weird. And I saw some people describe it as a Russian tank. The reporting wasn't suggesting that. And that doesn't really make much sense anyway. I don't know if it says anything about it in Ukrainian. I'll check one of the Ukrainian publications here. I haven't bothered to check, so I haven't. Maybe there's reports that come out about it, but it was. Yeah, could it have been one of our viewers says pro-Russian Ukrainian? If you told me it was just like a crazy person, it almost felt like it was like a terrorism thing, like a crazy terrorist or something. But I don't know. Oh, so anyways, but this thing here, look. A car with armed occupants stopped in the middle of a street in Kyiv, and clashes started between two groups. Is this related to what's going on? I don't know. Is it just people who don't like each other? Kyiv's a big place, so I can't tell you what's going on there. Guys, I'm watching the Kyiv live streams. I am watching and listening to Kyiv live streams. Oh, look. The Kyiv's defense force says they're... So I guess the Kyiv government has commented on this. Kyiv's territorial defense unit says they're engaging a Putin regime terrorist force attempting to infiltrate Kyiv. I haven't seen the statement. Hang on. Here's another. This is from Ignis Fatum. Sorry to eat on the air. Marco Rubio just posted. He says multiple indications the largest assault yet on Kyiv has begun. Ukraine will fight without retreat. Historic acts of patriotic bravery are occurring right now. All right, hang on. We're bringing you the latest updates. The Security Council is voting on a draft resolution that would condemn Moscow's invasion of Ukraine. China has reportedly abstained. China abstains from the Security Council vote condemning the invasion of Ukraine. Russia isolated for what it's worth. So what he's saying is, Blake Hounshell, is that China did not vote for the resolution, but they did not veto the resolution. Which I'm sure Russia will do. Another video from Kyiv, from Nexta.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, we live in unprecedented circumstances of threat to the international order and a violation of the UN Charter. We are gravely concerned with the Russian military operations against targets in sovereign Ukrainian territory. We believe the Security Council should strive to show
Russia, who's on the Security Council, has vetoed
diplomatic
the draft resolution
to all
demanding
threats
the immediate
to international peace and security,
Russian forces from Ukraine,
and seek agreement
Russia
also
vetoed it.
on
China
the Ukrainian
abstains,
crisis.
says Conflict News.
As we hear reports of increasing civilian casualties, fear and devastation in Ukraine, a scenario that any war inevitably generates, our main objective now is to immediately stop ongoing hostilities.
I just saw this.
How should we
What
do
is
that?
this?
First, the Security Council
All right, hang on. I
must
want to show you
swiftly
this.
react to the use of force against the territorial integrity of a member state. A line has been crossed, and this council cannot remain silent. Secondly, and no less important, we need to create the conditions for dialogue
Catherine Phillip
among all
with the
involved
Times
parties.
UK. rather grim
world
intelligence
cannot
briefings
afford a
today
point of no
on
return,
fears that Russians,
where
frustrated
parties
by
see
unexpected
military
resistance,
victory
will unleash
as the only
thermobaric
avenue
weapons
to
and
end
indiscriminate
conflict.
shelling on Kyiv in a bid
During
to
the
break through
negotiations
with
of the
horrific
text,
consequences
Brazil
for
attempted
civilians.
to seek this balance,
Thermobaric weapons
to
are
maintain the space for
sometimes
dialogue,
called flamethrowers.
while still
They're
signaling
rockets
that the use of
that
force
produce a
against
very
the
high
territorial
temperature
integrity
explosion.
of a member
So
state
they're seen as
is not
they're
acceptable.
They're
in
seen
the
as like a more modern version of the flamethrowers that soldiers used to have, where they can
Sorry
spread
about that.
a very hot explosion. They can launch a rocket and then it can go far away and create a hot explosion somewhere else. That's frightening. This is grim news if you followed Russia's military conduct in Syria and its use of these weapons in places like Aleppo. These are not weapons to be used on civilian populated centers. We are looking at war crimes if they use them. Thermobaric bombs are known as vacuum bombs. They suck oxygen into the blast and can cause awful internal injuries, especially to the lungs. We have seen this before from Russia, especially in Aleppo, Syria. A taste from Western intelligence officials today. My fear, I think, is that if that continues to be a scene where they are delayed, Russia uses indiscriminate use of indirect fire, particularly artillery systems, thermobaric weapons, which we know that Russia has. Both in its armory and has used in previous conflicts. My fear would be that if they don't meet the timescales and objectives that they will be indiscriminate in the use of violence. Very scary. Very scary. Again, that is from Catherine Philp. Catherine Philp. We were talking about that earlier. I'm very worried about that too. That Putin will be frustrated, things aren't going faster. And they'll just, I mean, if you go watch Putin's speech a few days ago. He absolutely hates Ukrainians, thinks they shouldn't have their own country. He has a madman level hatred for this country. HuffPost had a story about this. Western officials believe Russian troops are aiming to encircle Kyiv, blah, blah. Russia prepared to use thermobaric bombs on Ukrainian civilians. Frustrated Russian forces are prepared to indiscriminately use thermobaric bombs to seize control of Ukraine, Western officials believe. The warning came as Boris Johnson announced the UK will imminently, blah, blah, blah. One Western official told HuffPost and said that it was likely that Russia had failed to achieve its main objectives on day one of its invasion with Ukraine. The official added, and my fear with these objectives, that timescale not being met, is that it's the same quote we just read, is that if it continues to be a theme where they are delayed, and then my concern is that Russia uses indiscriminate use of indirect fire, particularly artillery systems, thermobaric weapons, which we know Russia both has in its armory and has used in previous conflicts. At the moment, we're not seeing the use of those particular weapons. They have brought such weapons. There's videos of those weapons being brought to the border of Ukraine in previous weeks. A thermobaric bomb uses oxygen from the surrounding air to generate a high temperature explosion, making it more deadly than a conventional weapon. Oh, Trey Yinks posted a video, I guess, of an explosion or something. He said, just listen.
Just listen here.
Like, unfortunately, we don't have, like, the Maidan stream. Sorry, I'm going to eat. if the live streams from Kyiv that we had earlier were still working, we might be able to hear all that stuff. Wow. UAE and India abstain from vote on the U.S. drafted Security Council resolution that would have deplored Moscow's invasion of Ukraine. UAE and India. That's from Phil Stewart. Hang on. Oh, I don't know what this is. In Ukrainian forces, Rob Lee, Ukrainian forces have reportedly detained Russian saboteurs in northeast Kyiv. I have no idea what this is and who these people are. I just don't know. What can I tell you? So I guess that's from a Telegram channel. Let's see if I can see the channel here. Oops. Oops. I'll tell you what, the channel that posted it is called Insider Ukraine News War. Yeah, I can't speak to whether that's what's going on there.
Find the hotel, vacation rental, cabin, castle, or chalet you want on Kayak. Search now.
Basically, that is in effect a declaration of war. So when I saw that, I knew, oh my God, this guy is.
By the way, thank you to David Neubauer and everybody else for your support. I do very much appreciate it. Thank you. And the Facebook stars as well. Thank you so much.
Привет from Chernovtsi, and today's video is going to be a short one. It is the
Okay,
24th
so
of February 2022.
keeping a close eye now,
Russia at 5 a.m.
because
this morning
President
invaded
Zelensky
Ukraine again. It looks like a full invasion.
told
I'm in
Ukrainians
Chernovtsi. I'm near to the Romanian
that
border.
Russia was going to
And
attempt to
I'd already
take Kyiv tonight.
written out some thoughts for today's video yesterday, and I thought I would film it as why President Putin is going to invade Ukraine. But in fact, I realized when I saw Ukrainian President Zelensky's speech late last night, pleading in Russian to Russians to stop President Putin from invading Ukraine, which occurred this morning along with, it seems, President Lukashenko of Belarus. From the information I have, I realized that, well, I'm probably not going to get this one filmed before it actually happens, and that's what happened this morning. I did hold out hope that wouldn't be the case. So the reason I want to make this video is to kind of deal with the disinformation, especially from those useful idiots of the Putin regime who spread all this disinformation on the internet as to why he's doing this, and himself. I mean, this morning, the reason that I read, at least briefly, was he's claiming there was going to be a denazification here, that Ukraine is some sort of Nazi state, and that there would be more freedom. All this codswallop. This country has a president who is native Russian-speaking, Jewish, whose grandparents fought in the Second World War against the Nazis.
Yeah,
his
I
family
heard that
members who
too
died in the
yesterday.
Holocaust. He was
That
democratically elected in a free and fair
the
election
Ukrainians.
against
How
an incumbent.
sad.
You know, a change of power. When have you ever seen that in Russia? Anyways, President Putin actually said the truth about why he's doing it in his speech about 2 nights ago. Actually, I had just finished filming the last video that I put up last night when the news of this address to the nation was going to take place. And I watched that, and it was very scary. He was extremely menacing, caustic, bitter sounding throughout it. He rambled on, and in fact, he laid out exactly why he is invading. And I'm going to quote him in his own words. I'm just going to sit down for a minute, and I'm going to read out the official English language transcript of his speech that is on the Kremlin's website. So there's no, doubt about interpretation at the time or what I think. You can go and you can read yourself. I'm going to put it down below anyways as a link. I'm going to read out a few passages of it, and it's going to illustrate exactly why this is taking place. This outrage, this gross violation of international law, and something that Europeans in general have not had to deal with, at least since the Balkans wars in the 90s, and maybe on this scale, because this is only the first day of the attacks in this country, the new attacks. Obviously, it's been a war since 2014 with Russia, since the annexation of Crimea and the war in Donbass started, but it could be the biggest war since the Second World War, and I want you to be very clear about the reasons why it's taking place. And when you see useful idiots of the regime parrot what is not true, because President Putin said it in his own words exactly why this is taking place. So hold on a sec. Let's sit down together.
Tsar Experience.
Okay, so I'm going to read the official translation off the Kremlin's website now. Just a few paragraphs that basically outline it too. You can, of course, go and read the whole thing afterwards. I'll put the link there. I would like to emphasize again that Ukraine is not just a neighboring country for us. It is an inalienable part of our history, culture, and spiritual place. These are comrades, those dearest to us, not only colleagues, friends, and people who once served together, but also relatives, people bound by blood, by family ties. So the key word there, it is an inalienable part of our history, culture, and spiritual space. So basically he's saying that inalienable means that you cannot leave. It cannot be given away, right? You cannot change that. You must be in Russia's sphere of influence. I could probably stop the video there, because that's the reason why he's invading.
Statements with those from his with those, along with those from his courtiers, his servants, his underlings, have helped us understand not only his preferred rationale for war, but also why he thinks he can win. If it is the case, as Putin has consistently claimed, that Ukraine is a non-state, an artificial creation with a government that is illegitimate and controlled by Nazis, then it would not be surprising if he also supposed that ordinary Ukrainians would not fight hard for such an entity. They might even, as the Russian ambassador to the UN suggested, greet the incoming Russian forces as liberators. Coupled with an underestimation of enemy forces can come an overestimation of one's own forces. Okay. Putin's most recent military enterprises have not involved substantial ground forces being deployed. Their experience of large-scale ground operations is therefore limited. When this is coupled with arrogance about the limitations of the potential enemy, then this may have contributed to the less than sure-footed start to this campaign. The most important example of this was from yesterday, with the battle from Hostomel, an airport close to Kyiv, which the Russians tried to take with helicopter-borne troops. If this airport had been taken quickly, then the Russians could fly in troops who could then move quickly into Kyiv. But this was a gamble, because without backup, they were in an exposed position. The Ukrainians shot down several of the helicopters and then in a fierce battle overwhelmed the Russian forces. It was telling that after months of planning for this whole operation, in which every step has been carefully scripted, the military planners in Russia decided to attempt something so high risk on their first day. Okay, this might be no more than a temporary respite for Kyiv. Russia's forces will learn to treat their opponents with more respect and be more methodical in their moves. Nonetheless, first impressions are important. We have been reminded that the morale and determination of those defending their country tends to be higher than that of those mounting an invasion, especially if they are unsure why they are doing so. We now know that the Ukrainians are serious about defending their country and are resilient. They have not been rolled over. Okay. Let's see. Evident Ukrainian resistance and the costs of war for both sides also raise the stakes for Putin at home. As a number of analysts have noted, as Russia runs out of stocks of precision-guided missiles and gets drawn into urban warfare, the fighting could get brutal. The Chechen capital Grozny and the Syrian city of Aleppo were battered in Russian-led campaigns with direct targeting of civilians. Yet the level of vocal opposition in Russia and the lack of enthusiastic support is striking. I agree with this. It was odd for Putin to insist that Ukraine should really be part of Russia and then expect people to tolerate fellow Slavs, often their relations being bombed. Putin, like most autocrats, has a residual fear of his own people and may start to be concerned about how they might react to even more casualties of their own, brutality in Ukraine, and international condemnation. For those of us, like me, who have long wondered why Putin would embark on an aggressive war, the core puzzle has been what he could hope to achieve politically. This is what we were talking about before. A limited campaign in eastern Ukraine made some sense, as it would carve out an area that could be sustained and defended over time. The current scale of operations makes less sense because it essentially requires regime change in Kyiv. In Iraq and Afghanistan, the US and the UK learned through bitter experience how difficult this can be. Put simply, even relatively authentic leaders with strong local roots, and it is not obvious that Russia has any of those available, that have been put in place by foreigners, have limited legitimacy and will soon be relying on the occupying force to sustain them in power. Before this, Russian forces need to find a deal with President Zelensky. I'll skip over that. Even if the government loses control of the capital and is forced to flee, and the command systems for Ukrainian forces start to break down, that does not mean that Russia has won the war. It is only a mindset that fails to understand the wellsprings of Ukraine's national identity that could believe that a compliant figure could be installed as Ukrainian president and expect to last very long without the backing of an occupation force. And look, Russia simply does not have the numbers and capacity to sustain an occupation force for any length of time. So what he's saying is, any government Russia installs the Ukrainian people are going to hate their guts. So the only way that an installed government will be able to do anything is to have an occupation force there to kill, imprison, beat up, and terrorize Ukrainians so that they'll do what the Russian chosen government says. And what he's saying is Russia simply does not have the numbers and capacity to sustain such a force for any length of time. One would have thought that with the memories of the Orange Revolution of 2004-5 and the Euromaidan Revolution of 2013-2014 in Ukraine, that Putin would have some appreciation of the role that people power can play in this country, unless, again, he believes his own propaganda that these movements were manipulated into existence by the Americans and their allies. Ukraine shares a land border with NATO, and equipment can pass through to the Ukrainian regular forces so long as they are fighting, and then to an anti-Russian insurgency should this conflict move to that stage. That is why it's important not to focus solely on whether Russia achieves its military objectives. It is how it holds what it can seize against civilian resistance and insurgency. The point about wars, and I've studied many, is that they rarely go according to plan. Chance events or poorly executed operations can require sudden shifts in strategy. The unintended consequences can be as important as the intended. These are the pitfalls surrounding all wars and why they should only be embarked upon with a good reason, of which the most compelling is an act of self-defense. The decision to embark on this war rests on the shoulders of one man. As we saw earlier this week, Putin has become obsessed with Ukraine and prone to outrageous theories which appear as pretext for war, but which may also reflect his own views. So many lives have already been lost because of the peculiar character and peculiar circumstances and character of this solitary individual, fearful of COVID and of a Ukraine of his imagination. At times in democracies, we lament the flabbiness, incoherence, and short-sightedness and inertia of our decision-making compared with autocrats who can outsmart us by thinking long-term and then taking bold steps without any need to convince a skeptical public, listen to critics, or be held back by such awkward constraints as the rule of law. Putin reminds us that that autocracy can lead to great errors. And while democracy by no means precludes us from making our own mistakes, it at least allows us opportunities to move swiftly to new leaders and new policies when that happens. Would that this now happens to Russia. So I completely agree with him in the sense of this doesn't make any sense from a self-interest perspective from Putin, aside from the fact that it's morally abhorrent and is utterly evil. Aside from that, it just doesn't make sense. I don't know what the plan is. It's crazy. Again, I said it before, if he invades Ukraine, he's gone crazy. And I think he's gone crazy. So, if you want to read that, very good article, A Reckless Gamble by Lawrence Friedman. Okay. Let's get back to the updates. Again, people in the chat keep mentioning the plane going down, so I'll say it again. Both the armed forces of Russia and Ukraine have reason to put out information that makes themselves look positive and the other side look negative. So, yes, Ukraine armed forces claim they shot down a Russian plane. I don't know if that's true. It would not be surprising if it's false. I will wait until I hear good information on it, and then I will, if I start seeing reliable photos of a downed plane, I will certainly let you know. Right now, it is an unconfirmed, without evidence claim made by an armed force in a war. So should be not believed and looked on with a healthy dose of skepticism until other evidence is presented. It is 1:14 a.m. Ukraine time. Now, Ukraine government claims they shot down a helicopter too. They claim, this is from Ilya Ponomarenko, they claim they shot down a helicopter. I don't know if they did. We'll see if there's evidence produced. It's a war. Statements coming from military forces in a war. I agree, Kusher, we talked about this. It's fascinating. It's fascinating. And I've shown you experts have commented on this. Russia has not taken down the internet. They've not shut off power. I mean, the internet allows the government to read. We've seen it again and again. Zelensky putting out messages to the Ukrainian people. Russia, they have not. I've seen experts say this, that they have not reduced the command and control of the Ukrainian military. You know, if Russia wanted to, it could do a lot more to reduce the command and control of the Ukrainian military. The Institute for the Study of War said that yesterday, and they haven't done it yet. It's really interesting. I don't know. I'm sure they have their reasons. I'm going to also show you the Institute of Study of War came out with a new analysis. So I'm going to take a look at that shortly too. It's our viewer comment time. It's time for viewer comment. It's time for viewer feedback. This is from our viewer, Jay. Jay says, stop eating on air. It's nasty and loud and extremely unprofessional. Thank you, Jay. Thank you, Jay, for your comment. I really appreciate the viewer feedback. I take it very seriously. It is 1:18 a.m. It's 1:18 a.m. Ukraine time, Kyiv time. Hey, by the way, somebody else who thinks It's basically crazy for Putin to have done this from a self-interest perspective. Catherine Philp, and she's with diplomatic correspondent and leader writer, Times of London. She says, last 20 odd years have fueled understandable skepticism of Western intelligence. They've been pretty on it, this conflict, and I speak as a prior skeptic of a Russian invasion, like most people in Kyiv until Thursday morning, because it seemed like such an inconceivably high-cost venture for Putin. But he did it. Again, hey, thank you guys for your support. Chris Werder, that's very kind of you, Chris Werder, and everybody else. So again, that's I do very much appreciate the support, and that's I appreciate you allowing me to do the channel because I can do this full time thanks to your support. So thank you, Chris Werder, and everybody else. Much appreciated for all of your support. And the Facebook stars as well. So quiet right now in the sense of I'm not seeing a lot of big updates. So I don't know what's going to happen tonight. Clearly, President Zelensky thought something was going to happen tonight because he said that Russia was going to attack Kyiv tonight. Hang on.
Yeah, but last night it was at 3 o'clock, and then the night before it was at 4, so who knows? It's early yet. Let's just pray that everyone stays safe.
Justin Bronk, I want to show you this. This is interesting. This is some interesting analysis I want to show you. So, again, there's an unconfirmed report. There's an unconfirmed report from the Ukraine military that they shot down a Russian transport plane. See, Oliver Caravel. Ukraine claims it has shot down a Russian transport plane from 20 kilometers from Kyiv, 100 plus paratroopers on board. No evidence has been presented for this yet. No evidence presented yet. Now, Justin Brock, who's with the Royal United Services Institute, a think tank, he says, if this happened, we don't know if it happened, if confirmed, this is a major and extremely costly operational screw-up by the Russian aerospace forces, points to a serious lack of SEAD preparation. I think that's suppression of, like, air defenses, suppression of enemy air defense preparation, battle damage assessment and threat detection mapping capability, or terrible C2. Is C2? I don't know what that is. C2 military. Command and control. So, again, I don't know if it happened. Don't know if it happened. Remember, though, analyst after analyst says Russia's airstrike campaign before the ground forces rolled in was very light. Analyst after analyst says they are surprised at how little airstrike prep Russia did before sending in ground forces. The ground forces went in only a couple hours after the airstrike started. There were some people who thought it might go on for days, that Russia would launch massive airstrikes, waves, missiles, airplanes, drones, and just degrade the Ukrainian military as much as possible. It's very interesting as to why they did that, why they didn't do more of it. You know, that Lawrence Friedman article we read like a half hour ago, he thinks that Putin might have believed his own rhetoric about Ukrainians. I mean, basically, Putin, he hates Ukraine. He seems to hate Ukrainians, and he doesn't think that they're their own people, and doesn't think they deserve a country. So, you know, if he believes his own propaganda, in the words of Lawrence Friedman, if he really believes that, maybe he just figured like, oh, this will be easy. Why do we have to bother? I mean, now there could be other reasons for him to not do airstrikes.
Yeah, I thought it was going to be way worse too. Where it's just maybe God's on our side. I don't know.
Strikes before sending in the armed forces, sending in the mechanized forces on the ground. Maybe he just had a very low opinion of the Ukrainian people and just figured it wasn't necessary. I don't know. It's an interesting thought. But I was mentioning that because if Ukraine is shooting down Russian planes, and I don't know that they are, then maybe they're shooting them down with air defenses that could have been taken out with more airstrikes before a ground invasion. What is this? What is this? Look at this. Marco Rubio. Tonight and for weeks to come, Ukraine has a few welcome to Kyiv surprise gifts for their uninvited guests. Again, he's the vice chair of the Senate Intelligence Committee.
Why do people tweet stuff about...
Oh, somebody said it was shot down by a jet. But if it was shot down by another plane, like suppose it was shot down by another plane, it's the same argument. It's the same argument. Because part of what large-scale airstrikes before a ground invasion would be expected to do is take out the Ukrainian Air Force and establish complete control of the skies. I've shown you a number of analysts who said Russia has failed to establish complete control of the skies, which we would have expected it to do before a ground invasion, which they have not done. They just went in with the ground forces so fast.
He's eating again. My husband's like that too. He's a tall, skinny guy, and they gotta eat a lot.
I mean, I'm guessing if Ukraine really took out a large transport aircraft, that there will be some, with lots of soldiers on it from Russia, I'm guessing there will be some evidence produced of this. Here, look. See, this is claims from the Ukraine Armed Force Air Force Command. They claim that one of their planes shot down a Russian plane. They claim one of their air defenses shot down a Russian plane and helicopter. They claim one of their planes shot down a Russian transport plane. That's what they claim. Randy says, I'm kind of baffled as to why Rubio would say that. I'd be concerned Russia interprets that as a threat of U.S. military force, which I thought we were trying to avoid. It's an interesting thought. Thanks, Randy. It is 1:29 a.m. in Kyiv time. I would say that the Kyiv live streams have been relatively quiet. The live stream I'm watching. There are reporters I follow in Kyiv and people I follow in Kyiv. They're not posting that anything, crazy is going on right now. So we'll keep an eye on what's going on in Kyiv. Zelensky, by the way, posted the Zelensky's video saying that Russia was going to attack Kyiv tonight was posted at midnight Kyiv time, says Zoya Sheftalovich. He looks exhausted but maintains his composure, speaks only in Ukrainian this time. Yeah, he said, where is it here? I'm trying to see the quote where he says, I've seen it quoted by other sources who heard it. Oh, she hasn't posted the whole thing yet. We cannot lose the capital. Anyways, multiple other outlets quoted him as saying that Russia was going to invade tonight. She's with Politico Europe, Zoya Sheftalovich.
Did the camera just go down in that one?
Rob Lee just posted this. Christine mentioned this. Our viewer Christine. Rob Lee just posted this. Ukraine has reportedly destroyed a bridge connecting Odessa and Mykolaiv. We have heard a number of reports of Ukraine destroying bridges in recent days, last couple days, to hinder the Russia army. I'm guessing they might be doing the same with train tracks as well.
That's actually smart, though.
Мост розхуярений. В'їбали нас. Мост розхуярений. В'їбало, блядь, просто пиздец. Мост розхуярений, пацани. Все, нахуй. Ми йдемо назад, нахуй. Їдемо назад в Коблево, нахуй. Мост розхуярений.
A little hard to see what exactly is going on there. Checking some of the comments people have sent in.
If you guys want to go to any of these channels, they're on YouTube, up at the top of the pictures, if you want to support any of them. They're all on YouTube.
John Vining says with you.
But some are just public ones, but a couple are. It's up to you. I don't know. I just thought I would mention that.
an interesting idea. I don't know if Ukraine moved any planes out of the country before Russia invaded, and to keep them there, and then they'd come in for raids and go out. I'm guessing that might. The problem with that is you're farther away from where you need to be. But I don't. It's an interesting thought. I have not heard that, so I don't know. At 1:34 a.m. Ukraine time. Twitter posted, look, they said, our top priority is keeping people safe on Twitter safe. We're actively monitoring for risks associated with the conflict in Ukraine and identifying and disrupting attempts to amplify false and misleading information. Here are the steps we've taken. Okay, I'm just kind of going through this quickly. We're proactively reviewing tweets to detect platform manipulation or other inauthentic behavior, and taking enforcement action against synthetic and manipulated media that presents a false or misleading depiction of what's happening. We are temporarily pausing advertisements in Ukraine and Russia to ensure critical public safety information is relevant, is elevated, and ads don't detract from it. Anyways, you can read the whole thread on Twitter safety. Twitter safety. Let's look, guys. Let's check the Institute for the Study of War update for today. They're really good. They're really good. So let's check what they have to say. This is the Institute for the Study of War. They're a research group, a think tank, non-partisan, very good. So let me open up. Can I find? Where's like the PDF version? Our assessment. Large the map. I just gotta read this. There's no PDF. Hang on a moment. What happened to the PDF? I guess I got to read it this way. All right, so I'm not going to read the whole thing, but they do these daily updates about the campaign. Russian forces entered major Ukrainian cities, including Kyiv and Kherson. Well, Kyiv, they're not, I mean, there hasn't been lots of Russian forces in Kyiv, maybe a few. For the first time today, Russian forces' main axis of advance focused on Kyiv, successfully isolating the city on both banks of the Dnipro River. Russian military operations along Ukraine's northern border have been less well-planned, organized, and conducted than those emanating from Crimea. The northern thrusts have been less successful than the southern thrusts from Crimea, they're saying. The divergence in performance likely arises in part from differences in the composition and organization of the Russian ground forces elements in the Western Military District in Belarus to Ukraine's north and Southern Military District and Black Sea Fleet to its south and east. So they're saying that they think the difference between the troops coming from the south, Russian troops from Crimea, they're saying, coming up from here, they're saying the Russian troops coming up through here, are making better progress than the ones coming, say, from here and here. And they're saying, but it might have to do with the composition of the forces. Let's see here. Determined and well-organized Ukrainian resistance around Kyiv and Kharkiv has played an important role in preventing the Russian military from advancing with the speed and success for which it had reportedly planned. The Russian military has now deployed additional forces to southeast Belarus, likely beyond those Moscow had planned to use against Ukraine. Interesting. To offset these problems and challenges. There's a bunch of forces apparently massed in Belarus waiting to come into Ukraine. Russian forces remain much larger and more capable than Ukraine's conventional military, however. Russia will likely defeat Ukrainian regular military forces and secure their territorial objectives at some point in the coming days or weeks if Putin is determined to do so and willing to pay the cost in blood and treasure. Okay? Oh, they have a map. Assess control of terrain. Look at this. Assess control of terrain in Ukraine and main Russian maneuver axes as of this afternoon. So you can see Russia advancing up from Crimea, in from eastern Ukraine, in from in northeast Ukraine, advancing here, and in from the north, in from Belarus. Russian-occupied Ukrainian territory. Any more kind of overall analysis? Immediate items to watch. Social media users observed a Russian armored column assembling in Belarus today. These forces could potentially conduct a new line of advance against Rivne in western Ukraine. That's interesting. Rivne. They're saying over here, all the way over here in western Ukraine. They're saying there's new forces in where in Belarus are they gathering? Stolen Belarus. New line of troops in Stolen Belarus. I have to find Stolen Belarus. That's all the way over here. So more Russian forces have been seen here, and they could go attack Rivne. All right? Russian naval infantry have not yet conducted amphibious landings. We've heard a report that there was an amphibious landing. It's kind of confusing. Maybe there's conflicting reports about this. They say Russian naval infantry have not conducted amphibious landings, but retain the capability to do so against the Odessa or the Azov Sea coast or both. Russian forces, here again, Russian forces continue to refrain from using their likely full spectrum of air and missile capabilities. They did not do the airstrikes to start off the conflict that many thought they would. The Ukrainian Air Force also still remains active. Many experts thought they would just take it out before launching a ground war. Russian operations will likely steadily wear down Ukrainian air capabilities and eventually take the Ukrainian Air Force out of the fight. Russian forces have not yet attempted the decapitation strike several analysts and outlets have forecasted and may attempt to do so in the near future. Russia has sufficient conventional military power to reinforce each of its current axes of advance and overpower the conventional Ukrainian forces defending them. So again, they just say Russia, the amount and capability of their forces, they predict that they will eventually defeat the Ukrainian forces, but they did say, if Putin is determined to do so and willing to pay the cost in blood and treasure. So that is from Institute for the Study of War. They're great. They're putting one of these out every day. You can sign up on their website. You can follow them on Twitter. But they're putting out an assessment every day. It's 1:42 a.m. Kyiv time. Just getting caught up here. I would say last couple hours, pretty quiet in terms of major updates. Valerie Hopkins, I think she's in Kyiv. She posted this. She said, things can change so fast. 2 nights ago, I was out in a swishy bar. Now the city is deserted, all shops are shut, and I've heard intermittent shelling all night. The president said, President Zelensky, tonight they will storm. We must all understand what awaits us. You cannot lose the capital. I mean, I would think for Zelensky to say that, he had to have some significant intelligence. It's not in his interest to just say it if he doesn't really have good... To say it and have it not happen is not particularly helpful. So my guess is that they would have good intelligence on this. Thanks, by the way, John Barnard and everyone else for your support. I do appreciate it very much. And also, let me thank our moderators. They are awesome. They are fantastic. They're all volunteers. I really appreciate all of their help. Linda Belk's been over there on Twitter, in and out there. Thank you, Linda. We've had Lexa Fulmer moderating. Thank you, Lexa. Really appreciate it, Lexa. Also, Cynthia Moon is moderating. Thank you, Cynthia, so much. Also, Kay Lowry Body. She is moderating. Thanks so much, Kay. She's in Facebook. Bud Green is there. Thank you, Bud. Hope I'm not missing others. I'm looking. Thanks to anyone I'm missing as well. Our Twitch moderators, got to thank them. Got to thank them. Very much appreciated. We got A Moment of Lovely Bastion Girl, Seriro. Daily Disclosure, Duxor, Mark and NC Muse, Papa Bear Schultheis, Skinny Survivor, and Sully. As I was saying before, hang on one second here. If the Russian forces do reach the capital, Kyiv, and attack Kyiv, I do think it'll be really horrific, but also it'll mark a huge point in this conflict, because right now, as bad as things have been, and we've seen some really bad things, the main point of the conflict for Putin has not started happening. The point of the conflict for Putin is to change the nature of Ukraine in some fundamental way, to stop it being the kind of country it was and what the people want it to be, and to be and start it being a country or part of his country that he wants it to be. At the fundamental level, he wants to change the way people in Ukraine are behaving and living their lives and governing themselves. So that's not happened yet. But once that happens, that will involve Russian forces forcing Ukrainians to do things they don't want, regular Ukrainians, which my guess is the only way they'll force them is by killing them, beating them up, torturing them, jailing them, and terrorizing them. So we have not gotten to that point yet because it's been military fighting to get there someplace, specifically Kyiv, it seems like. But if this keeps going, then you will get to forces making regular Ukrainians do things they don't want to do through force. And if the troops get to Kyiv, and that's the first city they attack, then that's when it's going to start. And that's a whole other thing. Dr. Jeffrey Lewis, who I follow, who's an expert on nuclear weapons, retweeted this from Samuel Charop, who's with Rand Corporation. The longer this goes on, the more brutal it is likely to get. And we haven't seen the most destructive Russian capabilities employed yet: indirect fires, unguided bombs, etc. Indirect fires. Indirect fire is aiming and firing a projectile without relying on a direct line of sight between the gun and its target. That's from Wikipedia. All right, hang on a moment here. One moment. Oops, I know what I have to do. Give me just one moment, I'm just fixing something here. Just fixing something. It is 1:50 a.m. Kyiv time. Hussein Yassar says basically it means random shelling. I can find maybe some something more on that for you. I don't know what that is. Military Analysis Network. Indirect fire. Globalsecurity.org? I'm not familiar with them. No. This is from, I don't know Military Analysis Network. They say indirect fire can cause casualties to troops and inhibit mobility, suppress or neutralize weapon systems, damage equipment and installations, and demoralize the enemy. Historically, more combat deaths have been caused by indirect fire weapons than any other means, hence the designation of artillery as the king of battle. Hang on a second here. What is this? New report. This is from today. I hadn't seen this yet. U.S. stands ready to evacuate Zelensky, Russia's target number one. Let's see if there's anything different in here we haven't seen. Washington Post. The U.S. government is prepared to help Ukrainian President Zelensky leave Kyiv to avoid being captured or killed by advancing Russian forces, according to U.S. and Ukrainian officials, but so far the president has refused to go. For weeks, Zelensky has heard warnings from U.S. officials that he is a target. When CIA Director William J. Burns flew to Ukraine in January to meet with Zelensky about the growing Russian threat to his country, the Ukrainian president asked whether he or his family were personally in danger, according to a Zelensky aide, who said the leader was skeptical the Russians would try to kill him. Burns didn't share specific information, but made clear Zelensky needed to take his personal security very seriously. The CIA declined to comment. At the time, intelligence suggested Russian hit teams might already be in Kyiv, well before the first forces crossed the border. U.S. officials in recent days have spoken to Zelensky about a variety of security issues, including the safest places for the president to situate himself to ensure continuity of Ukrainian government, said a senior U.S. official. If Putin removed Zelensky, he could try to install a puppet replacement. Adam Schiff, who is, hang on a second here, the chairman of the House Intelligence Committee,
a dumbass,
said he is worried that if the Russians captured Zelensky, they could hold him incommunicado or force him to make concessions. I'm deeply concerned with the threat to his life and well-being, Schiff said. U.S. officials warned again this week that Putin's goal was to decapitate the Ukrainian government. That you can read in the Washington Post. Yes, Eric says nobody would accept the puppet government. That's what I keep saying. They would have to force people to accept it by occupying the country, presumably, and using force. See, this is weird here. I keep seeing this. Seth Abramson. Fierce fighting between Russian and Ukrainian forces in the center of Kyiv. I'm not posting videos as they can't be confirmed, but today I've seen home video of a Russian soldier shot and killed in Kyiv, a Russian tank driving over a car with a man in it. It's war. Again, this was this very weird thing that happened this morning. It's not even clear who the person was. The story floating around was that a Russian forces maybe had taken a couple of Ukrainian vehicles and were just riding around Ukraine causing havoc, and this armored vehicle ran over a armored tracked vehicle, maybe a tank or an APC or something. It ran over a car. I saw that video, and it might have been shooting at people, but we don't know if that was Russian forces. It looked so crazy. Like if it was Russian forces, it was Russian forces who'd been sent on a suicide mission to act you crazy in Ukraine until somebody kills you in Kyiv. So I don't know. It might have been like a weird crazy person. It's so crazy what happened. So I would certainly not assume that's like the Russian forces. It's the official entry of the army. I don't know. So strange. It certainly looked like a crazy person trying to do like a terrorist act or something.
So, got in the north and east, north and northeast, north over there.
Mikey says tracked vehicle was Ukrainian. I don't know for sure, but there were warnings in the early morning of that Russians had stole Ukrainian vehicles. Hang on a second here. I'd like to welcome all of our chatters who apparently just came over from the Crybaby channel. I guess the Crybaby channel maybe finished their broadcast and sent their viewers over here to be in our YouTube chat. So welcome to all of our viewers, to the people who get really angry and cry like babies in YouTube chats, viewers. Thanks for coming by. It's good to see you guys. Welcome to the channel. Man, there's very little the last couple hours. I've heard very little new information about what's going on.
The situation now is threatening for Kiev, no exaggeration. The night and the morning will be difficult. Got it? This is quick preparation.
It's like the calm before the storm almost. It's kind of eerie. Very eerie.
See, look, guys, look.
Hospitals are operating in wartime mode.
I totally agree with this. This is just what we were talking about. Rob Lee. He's saying, I totally agree with Rob Lee. We were literally just talking about this. He's a military analyst. It was this vehicle. It was a vehicle like this, a Strela 10 vehicle. A short-range surface-to-air missile system. That's the vehicle that was driving around Kyiv this morning. Rob Lee says, there were multiple videos of this Strela 10 driving around the Obolon area of Kyiv. It wouldn't make any sense for it to be Russian. If it was, you would see a large Russian tank or motorized rifle unit with it, and it certainly would not be the first vehicle you saw. I have no idea why it ran over that car, but people immediately jumped to conclusions that weren't supported by limited evidence. A video allegedly showing the Ukrainian MiG-29 shooting down a Russian Su-35 fighter also went viral today, which is likely fake. Yeah, a reminder, thank you. This is literally just what I've been telling you again and again and again. A reminder to be skeptical of any initial reports or claims tonight, including from Russian or Ukrainian government sources. That's just what I've been telling you. Many people said this was a Russian tank in Kyiv this morning, but it's a Strela 10 air defense system and is almost certainly Ukrainian. And I doubt the story that it seems like a crazy story that there was like a Russian soldier who'd been told to take it over or something like that. I don't know what the deal was. It was very weird and crazy. It seemed like the person was on like a suicide mission. So, but be skeptical during wartime of what government claims the governments are making. And generally speaking, when stuff gets reported during a war, it's like, who knows? It could turn out to be bad information. Some people are saying maybe the person's drunk. Maybe the person was on drugs. Some people are saying maybe they lost control of it. I mean, it looked intentional when he ran over that car, but who knows? I mean, they had to know how to operate the thing. Mr. Johnny says, I think this is the calm before the storm for Kyiv. I can't imagine the horrors that may arrive in Kyiv in the coming hours. Yeah, I mean, let's hope nothing happens. Again, it would be weird. I can't imagine President Zelensky would tell people at a midnight address that tonight Russia's going to attack Kyiv. It doesn't do Zelensky any good to say that and have it not happen. Doesn't mean it's definitely going to happen, but if he didn't have good evidence that it was going to happen, I can't imagine he'd say it. Excuse me. Tobias says, I think there is little information because there is intensive fighting in Kyiv and or infrastructure problems. Well, the thing is, though, if there was like loud stuff going on in Kyiv, we'd hear about it. Like if there was shooting or like explosions, there's enough people there who post about it that we would definitely hear about that. Now, I can't speak. There could be all kinds of fighting going on, in other areas. We know there's been fighting going on in other cities today. Who knows what's been going on that we don't know about? Oh, see, Nolan, thanks, Eliezer sent me this. So 4 minutes ago, Nolan Peterson said more loud explosions in Kyiv. Now, I don't know, where those are. Maybe it's somewhere on the outskirts, and they're hearing them in Kyiv. He posted that 4 minutes ago. 4 minutes ago, Nolan Peterson. Mark says at least 2 explosions were heard in Kyiv. A bright flash was seen in the sky in the live feed.
Of Russian military forces on the outskirts of the city, just maybe 6 miles away, in the suburb of Obolon. We have a large force of Russians with tanks, armored personnel carriers, things like that, troops, in a position to enter the city. They've been confronted, of course, by Ukrainian forces who are trying to defend the city. And further around to the north, over there, there's that Antonov Air Base that I visited yesterday and met face to face with the Russian special forces that have taken control of that entire area. The big concern now, of course, is that those forces will combine, they'll be reinforced, they'll encircle the city, and they will advance into it. That's what the call is from Ukrainian officials.
This is interesting. So I showed you Rob Lee, who's a military analyst, posted this video as well. It's apparently a video of a bridge that was destroyed by Ukrainian military forces. Bash Karma, who's been posting a bunch of stuff about the war, claims that the bridge would have been here.
Watch in the bottom right-hand screen, the upper top right. There's flashes.
Maybe the idea would be to keep the Russian forces from moving.
I've seen 2 so far.
Mykolaiv, or however you spell it, over here. The forces have come up from Crimea. So maybe it's to keep Russian forces from going to Odessa. I'm not sure if that's the one. Another flash just now. People said they heard another flash just now.
The outskirts of Kiev. And the expectation is, Aaron, very quickly, is that may now intensify dramatically as Russian forces close in on Ukrainian camps.
I'll turn my volume up on that stream. Are people watching on the live stream events stream? Is that the one? Live stream events? Oops. Ugh. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. I guess. Is that the one people are watching live stream events? DW stream. DW stream people are saying, hang on. DW. Yes, DW has a live stream of Kyiv. Thank you. DW has a live stream of Kyiv with sound. Thank you for that. Live view of Kyiv as Russia launches major Ukraine invasion. DW. Okay, here's what I need to do. Hang on. I turned on the DW stream.
Up at the top right, I have a DW
People said they heard
stream.
some explosions.
I'm not sure if they're
Yeah,
talking
Aurora
about
Intel
that.
said blasts being heard in Kyiv once again.
I'm not sure if they're talking about the top one though, but I've been seeing flashes. Whoops. Down on the right side at the top
gotta fix
corner
this.
of the right.
No, I can't show the stream. I don't own the stream. All right, let me show you this. Or let's do this.
I just got a notification that NATO activates response force for the first time in history. We'll see what that is. I hope everyone's having a decent evening. How's everyone doing? Everyone doing all right? I've been saying prayers for everyone. I'm just checking out the news feed to see if I missed anything. Boy, it sure is eerie right now. I don't like it. Not one bit. Oh, I haven't even been watching that screen. Whoops. Anyone see anything?
Thank you for your patience. That was longer than 2 minutes. It was a little bit of a longer break. As Chris H. says, yes, that was longer than 2 minutes, but I am back. Thank you for your patience. I saw something I wanted to try to show you. Well, first of all, I did see this as we wait. You can see on your screen, President Zelensky of Ukraine says he told, in a midnight address, he told the people of Ukraine, he said that Russia's going to attack Kyiv tonight. That has not happened so far, fortunately, but we will keep an eye on things, and I wanted to show you a couple things. Oops. I saw "6 minutes ago, Trey Yingst said, explosions are getting closer. We saw the flash on the last two. So there are explosions being heard in Kyiv, but you know, I don't know where exactly they're occurring. Maybe just outside the city, not sure. He's in Kyiv. So we are bringing you live coverage. And I'm checking for updates. I'm going to take some of your comments too when we get a second here. There's something else I wanted to show you as well. But hang on one moment. There is a Kyiv live stream with sound on DW YouTube. DW on YouTube has a live stream from Kyiv that I'm keeping an eye on with sound on it. I haven't seen this, by the way. Another video reportedly of a strike on Mykolaiv tonight. Rob Lee posted this.
Летит нахуй. Ой, бля. О, Господи.
Okay. And hang on. We talked about that. Oh, let me just check one thing here. Hang on one sec. What is this? Sorry, just checking a couple things here. Give me one sec. This is a video apparently from Kyiv tonight. Ukraine report, we are happy always. Citizens in a bunker in Kyiv sing the Ukrainian anthem en masse. I assume they're in, I don't know if they're a subway station or somewhere else. Looks maybe subway station. Thoughts with everybody in Kyiv, in Ukraine, and particularly in Kyiv, but all throughout Ukraine. If I can get you this, I'd like to show you this. This is what I want to show you, if I can show it to you. All right, hang on, hang on. Foreign Policy has an article. Russia's invasion of Ukraine is just beginning. Russia has only sent in a third of the troops it had deployed near Ukraine. Something to keep in mind. This came out tonight. I'm not going to read the whole thing. I'll give you some things from it. You can read the rest at Foreign Policy, FP. Russia has only deployed around 1/3 of its amassed forces into Ukraine, a senior U.S. defense official said, underscoring the risk of a significant escalation as Russian troops enter the outskirts of the capital, Kyiv. Military experts say there are a number of possible reasons why Russia hasn't deployed the full brunt of its force into Ukraine. The invading forces have so far largely relied on traveling by road as opposed to plowing across the Ukrainian countryside, creating a natural bottleneck. That's interesting. You can only send so many forces in at one time on roads, says Rob Lee. Interesting. Lee said the Russians are likely holding forces in reserve in case they encounter pockets of fierce resistance, but there has been little evidence that Russia has been truly routed at any point in its campaign. Okay. Michael Kaufman, who's a very smart guy, Rob and Mike are both great. They're both military analysts. Michael Kaufman says, I think Russia is assessing in the first 48 hours what they sense the Ukrainian resistance is, where they plan to reinforce units, and how the initial axis of attack is doing to decide where to allocate their forces. Okay. While civilian targets have been struck, analysts said the Russians have not pursued a strategy so far of indiscriminate bombing. It's pretty clear that the goal of this operation so far has been to minimize civilian casualties, said Rob Lee. He said this suggests that, we showed you his tweet about this, this suggests Russians may be seeking to minimize resentment among Ukrainians in the event they seek to install a puppet government. I think the Ukrainians will still have lots of resentment. But things could get worse. Experts said Russia has already moved multiple rocket launch systems which can saturate battlefields with thousands of rockets to the outskirts of major Ukrainian cities. Look at that. This is very interesting. Dara Massacote says, I am concerned there is a high rate of expenditure of their precision-guided munitions. She is an analyst at RAND. Once the precision-guided munitions are expended, they will rely on guided bombs that have been shown to unguided bombs, I think. Is that what she's saying? Or maybe just guided bombs? I don't know if that's, I don't know, something besides precision-guided munitions that will have shown to be, I think she might mean unguided here, I don't know. Bombs that have been shown to be highly inaccurate. But the battle for the capital looks increasingly likely to turn into a street fight between Russian invaders and Ukrainian troops and citizens. Ukraine has handed out more than 18,000 assault weapons to citizens on the streets of Kyiv. Okay. Russia is preparing to put more forces on the ground in Ukraine to try to wrest the initiative back. Russia is planning to put thousands of naval infantry ashore from the Sea of Azov in an assault targeting the port city of Mariupol, they say. Okay. Fine. Despite Russia's airstrikes, which have been less than many have thought, by the way, we've talked about that before, Russia has not yet achieved air superiority over Ukraine. Massacote said Russian military strategy typically prioritizes suppressing air defenses and air bases before making larger commitments of ground forces, and that Russia would likely continue hitting these targets at night. Okay, interesting. So if you want to read the whole article, it's very interesting. That's from Amy McKinnon and Jack Detch in FP. Go to FP and check that out. And give me a shout with your comments at Lookner on Twitter. Gonna read some comments now. I'm just checking for updates here, but it's 2:28 a.m. Kyiv time, 2:28 a.m. I want to take some comments here. You can give me a shout on Twitter at Lookner. Our viewer Charlie Polvino on Facebook thinks U.S. cannot do anything. Putin already spoke the threat. If anyone interferes, the consequences will be of ones this world has never seen. He's prepared to do what he wants. Our viewer Jamie Lingerich says sanctions are the best outside countries can do at the moment. There's some talk of some people talk about doing a no-fly zone. The big risk of that, of course, is that if you have a no-fly zone over Ukraine, you're risking direct confrontation between nuclear powers in the skies, for example. Smooth Operator, our viewer on Twitch, says, if Russia multi-shells civilian areas, I see people getting involved. We have spoken about that, this risk. I mentioned that the Institute of Study of War talks about that. They talk about the possibility that if Russia does urban fighting in cities, if Russia attacks a city, basically, whether it's trying to fight their way through a city or to surround and try to starve and freeze out a city, they point out that you will likely have horrific videos and images coming out from this scene, and that could cause the world to get more involved. Even in a humanitarian way, and I've even seen this. I've even noticed this the last couple of days. Once this started, and you started seeing videos of like buildings getting hit, even just the videos of the sirens going off in Kyiv, and the people of Kyiv scared and frightened, in the bomb shelters in the subways. It's just so much. It makes so much of a more powerful impression, and I mean, I thought this was going to be horrific weeks ago, but I do think for people who weren't necessarily paying attention, or just a lot of people in general, until they see something really happen, they just don't take it as seriously, and it's not as powerful. So I even think that there's a lot of people who are more upset about this now than they were 3 days ago when it was obvious it was going to happen, because they see the pictures and the images, and we haven't seen remotely as bad as this can get. Okay. Again, you can write to me on Twitter at Lookner on Twitter. Our viewer on Twitter, Morani Chun, says something was on CNN about hostages at Chernobyl. It didn't sound good. I saw an article about Chernobyl. I haven't read it. It was here. Hang on one moment. Here it is. This is from today. A motherboard, tech by Vice. Ukraine says Chernobyl radiation has exceeded safe levels. Staff held hostage. Fears planetary environmental disaster. Chernobyl is north of Kyiv, and there was fighting there a couple days ago. Russia has seized control over the nuclear and radiation facilities at Chernobyl. A move Ukrainian officials told Motherboard constitutes a war crime and has already kicked up radioactive dust. The Ukrainian government said employees at the facility had been detained by Russian forces and are not being allowed to rotate through normal safety protocols. The Ukrainian government told Motherboard they're worried about a planetary environmental disaster. Let's see here. Okay, Okay. I'm not going to read the whole thing. For the second day in a row, the occupiers have been detaining the personnel of the Chernobyl NPP station, not allowing them to rotate as required by technical safety rules. The capture of the station and any military actions there might be a threat to repeat the second Chernobyl, from which Europe is still recovering, said a spokesperson for the office, a spokesperson for the office of who? Deputy Prime Minister for European and Euro-Atlantic Integration of Ukraine. All right. Russia's entry into Chernobyl stoked concerns that the conflict would release nuclear waste that the Ukrainian government has worked hard to contain since the 1986 disaster. And to be clear, 1986 was part of the Soviet Union. Those concerns have started to become reality. Per a statement from a state body, on Friday, the Parliament of Ukraine tweeted a map of observation points at which it observed higher than usual levels of gamma radiation within the exclusion zone. This is likely from Russian military vehicles stirring up radioactive dust in the region, said officials at the Ukrainian Nuclear Agency. The agency confirmed the situation was not critically dangerous for Kyiv, about 100 miles to the south, but said it was actively monitoring the situation. An upswelling of dust could travel across the country and into neighboring nations. If the invaders' artillery hits and ruins, damages the collectors of nuclear waste, radioactive nuclear dust can be spread. Now, there's no hostilities there right now. I mean, I believe Russia's just taken it, but you never know. You can read the rest of that at Motherboard on Vice. It is now 2:37 a.m. local time. 2:37. Remember, President Zelensky warned the people of his country at midnight. He said that Russia was going to be trying to take Kyiv tonight. There's been some explosions on the Kyiv live stream, some explosions reported in the area, but nothing, no sustained major activity that we know about. Yeah, I did talk about the 40,000 NATO thing before. We talked about that earlier. We talked about this earlier. ABC News. NATO has activated its tornado response force, marking the first time since the alliance has activated the potentially 40,000 person force for a deterrence and defense role, according to a NATO spokesman. ABC News. This happened last night too. Last night, things kind of quieted down in terms of the updates, and then it got much more. It just, a couple hours later, there was all this stuff going on. It's the nature of the story. Just stuff happens, and you don't know when anything's going to happen, obviously, but it can happen anytime. Okay, what is this? Nexta says, they say Ukrainian Pravda. Nexta says that Ukrainian Pravda, which is a Ukrainian newspaper, believes the explosions in Troyeshina in Kyiv are attempts by the occupiers to destroy thermal power plant. Let me get the Ukraine Pravda article on this. If they have an article about it. Or a tweet or something. I'm looking, this is their page. This is Ukrainian Pravda. What is this? Who is this person? It's Facebook. No. I can't find their report about it there. It's not there. I'll check their Twitter account. I don't know if I have it here somewhere. Anyways, Nexta says that a Ukrainian news outlet is claiming that the recent explosions in Troyeshchina and Kyiv are attempts by the Russians to destroy thermal power plant. And they just posted that 5 minutes ago. Explosions in Kyiv, Cam? Which camera are you listening to? I have the DW stream. I'm not hearing it. I'm listening to the Kyiv cam right now. And I am not hearing anything. DW News on YouTube. DW News on YouTube. This is where I guess the power plant is, according to Nexta, up here. I don't know exactly where the power plant is. I would think it's on the water. I don't know. Government office. Not sure. Not sure. Oh, rewind a couple minutes. My DW stream has sound. I believe you. .303IO says there are no explosions. It is wind. They are watching a different stream. Checking for other updates here. Give me a moment. Oh, this is, guys, this is Ukraine government, I think. State Service of Special Communications Ukraine. I'm following them for Ukraine stuff. They say the enemy is explosions in Kyiv. What is known? The enemy is trying to attack CHP-6 near Troyeshchina. The armed forces give battle. Resistance continues in Vassal Kyiv, where enemy troops are trying to land. What is this account? I follow this account. This is a Ukrainian government account. See cip.gov.ukraine. They just posted this. Resistance continues in Vassal Kyiv. Oh, that's where one of the airports is, right? Where enemy's troops are trying to land. Apparently, Russia's been trying to take one of these airports near Kyiv so they could land troops there. There's Vassal Kyiv. See, it's down here. I guess there's an airport there. Is that the idea? Yeah, there's an there it is right there, right there. Oh, I think I was hearing some booms. I think I was hearing some booms on the stream. Let me listen again. I thought I heard some booms on the stream. It's hard to tell. Is it? Are you guys watching the DW stream? Is that what everybody's watching? Because I'm literally holding the DW stream up to my ear, and I feel like maybe I'm hearing things, but it could be something else. All right, hang on. Because I have it all the way up on my phone. I just heard it. I just heard one right now. I just heard one. Live stream events. All right, I'll check live stream events. Hang on, guys. Hang on. I definitely heard some. Well, hold on. That's not it. Now I'm watching live stream events. Are people watching live stream events or DW? Live stream events best for sound? Oh, somebody else is amplifying DW? Whack milk? I don't know what that is. I'll look it up. We'll see. I hope it's a real channel. Oh, I see. There's a channel called Whack Milk, which is bumping up the sound. Is the sound from Kyiv, though? They're showing a bunch of different things. All right, people say they're watching. Whack Milk seems louder. Yes. We are hearing periodic booms. I think. Now, I'm looking at the people I'm following in Kyiv. And they're not saying anything. I am not hearing gunfire. Rob Lee, what did he post? Hang on. But the people in Kyiv aren't posting right now. This is earlier today. Earlier, video of airstrikes near the hydroelectric power plant in Kherson. That's southern, that's not near Kyiv. That's southern Ukraine. Look at that, though. Look at this. I'm gonna go back to DW. I'm gonna go back to DW. And go back to that one. Hang on one moment. Mitchell says live stream events has pretty constant booms. Yeah, I mean, the thing is, it's just I can't be, you know, I'm assuming that's distant fighting, but it's weird though because what I don't see is I don't see the people who are in Kyiv saying, oh, I'm hearing all these booms. Usually you do hear them say that. It's 2:49 a.m., by the way. 2:49 a.m. Ukraine time. All right, hang on a moment.
I need some friends on my channel. I'm sorry it's so boring.
Sorry, I'm checking out some of the comments and stuff people have been sending in.
This is kind of important too.
Miss Wolf sent me this. This was posted 11 hours ago. Francesca Ebel, who is a journalist, she says, I'm in the north of Kyiv, where Russia is continuing to bomb the neighborhoods. This is the bridge that Ukraine blew up today to prevent the advance of Russian tanks. You can see people fleeing the city on foot, scrambling over the ruins. I watched as a man dragged over his bicycle. Wow. That's Francesca Ebel. Oh, I just heard a loud explosion right now. I just heard an explosion right now on the DW stream. Yeah, I just heard a big boom. And who knows, I mean, might be outside the city, maybe some important target, I don't know. But definitely heard it. And DW on YouTube is showing a live shot from Kyiv. It's almost 3 a.m. It's almost 3 a.m. local time. I mean, it would be great if we can make it till morning and there's no attack has come on Kyiv. Apparently, President Zelensky had some intelligence that an attack was going to come, because he told people around midnight that Russia was going to be attacking tonight. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab my yogurt while I have a second here and eat my yogurt. Why don't I do that? In about 30 seconds, I'll be back with my yogurt. Give me 30 seconds. 30 seconds, I'll be back with my yogurt. Okay, I'm back. I have my yogurt. I apologize for eating on the air. I put my jacket on for a second because I don't want to spill yogurt on my shirt and tie. So bear with me while I eat my yogurt. And I will try to get updates too. But this won't take as long to eat the yogurt as the sandwich does. Oops. I already dropped something. I dropped a blueberry. Hang on. I just heard another boom. I just heard another boom on the stream. There's definitely booms going on the DW stream. No question. FJ, who I follow, retweeted this. I don't know if it's legit. Fighting in Odessa, Shadi Al-Qasim. I don't know if this is legit. I have no idea if that's legit, that video. I mean, that video sounds really serious. I have no idea if it's from tonight. I don't know if it's from Odessa. I don't even know if it's from Ukraine. I'm a little concerned about the regularity of those booms. Like, it sounds like maybe artillery or something, I don't know, but hearing those regular booms on the Kyiv stream, that's concerning. Sorry, I just want to finish my yogurt, but I'm quite concerned. We're hearing a bunch of those distant booms on the Kyiv stream. I'm going to post this. I just tweeted the link to it, but this is not good. We're really starting to hear a bunch of them. They're very regular. This is very noticeable. Wow. Sorry guys, I'm just gonna finish my yogurt. Woofers posted the same thing. I'm not going to play it. Woofers posted the same thing. Look. See? Oh, this is different. No, that's it.
Yeah, that's the one I have up too in the upper
Can't
right.
hear it on there. All right, hang on. Guys, I'm just going to, give me one moment. Give me one moment. Hang on. Let me put my yogurt away and come back, okay? Hang on. Give me 1 second. Give me one moment here. One sec. Give me 1 minute, guys. I'm coming right back. Just give me a second. Give me a second.
Hey everyone, I'm gonna restart this stream so I don't get cut off. I'm gonna restart it right away.